Welcome to States 2025. We have Kaylin K versus Benjamin Linder. It's Memento on the right against Riziel on the left.
Cool.
Yeah, so sorry for the late audio. We did have a Fiendsmith search of a tract followed by a Droll and Lockbird, followed by another Droll and Lockbird.
Oh, into Fua.
Yeah,
all the hand
so
traps today.
it is, I believe, Kaylin's turn. Ben has dropped a Fua loss, to which Kaylin responds with an Ash to proceed to his turn.
It looks like both players are going to be able to go full combo.
And now we see
Depending on the
a
board.
Fiendsmith tract here, waiting on response of Ben Linder. Gets the Lurie, links away the Lurie. For Fiendsmith's Requiem, it's going to use the Requiem's effects to send itself to the graveyard to special summon a light Fiendsmith monster from the deck. Is going to be able to spec Lacrima. And going to use Lacrima's effect. Can't see what they dumped there, but yeah. Kaylin busy thinking about his plays.
I mean, I believe the usual line here would be to go into Wave King Caesar for extra protection, right?
And we do
Okay,
believe
sorry.
that Kaylin does have his battle phase this turn. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get in with the
Necroquip?
with the Necroquip, and Ben's gonna respond to the attack with a Druiswim. Special summoning it.
Not easy to out if it's moving to grave at any point.
Yeah, Ben saving himself quite nicely there. Yes, and we're just busy moving through the turns. Kaylin's going to set his card in the main phase 2, electing not to climb into the Druiswim. Ben, it looks like he's drawn for turn. He's gone to main phase 1. He's going to go with a Fiendsmith tract of his own, waiting on response from Kaylin.
Why do you think so many of these decks run Fiendsmith these days?
Bestial Magnamut targeting what I can only believe is probably one of the Fiendsmiths.
Engravo Lacrima there?
Yeah, probably the Lacrima. Yeah, and he's just resolving Fiendsmith tract. Because his opponent does have a monster, he is able to do it as a quick effect.
Yes.
It's going to search a Lurie. We do have 2 big level 6 dragons on the field.
Oh yeah.
So obviously Magnamut's going to activate its effect to search during the end phase. Kaylin busy thinking. He lets it go, I believe. We're just hearing some words from the judges. And Fabled Lurie is going to activate itself as Chaining 2 and special summon itself.
Yeah. And remember, he's still got whatever's in the rest of his hand after this.
Yeah, he's got 1 card in hand, but he'll get some more follow-up after this. He's going to go for the Requiem and use Requiem's effect to special summon a Fiendsmith monster. We can Look, I mean, he could play Lacrima as well, but yeah, looking at his deck list, he decides to go for the Lacrima. He's going to activate the Lacrima effect to be able to dump a Fiendsmith, and he's going to dump an Engraver. He's then going to use Engravers. Do not
Could you
know.
search that? So we could still have a surprise.
Yeah, it is. It is. He does have play Fiendsmith in Paradise. He is on triple imperm, so it is likely an imperm. And he is going to imperm. I assume the Lacrima. Yes. Oh, yeah. We are not in battle phase yet. Sorry, he is still busy building the board. Okay, gonna overlay. We build the overlay network into a DDD High King Caesar, one of the most oppressive rank 6s we've seen this format, being able to negate two special summons. Let's just take a look at this High King Caesar. Okay, yeah, and he's just going to link the 2 away for SP Little Knight. It looks like he has gone into battle phase. It's a bit tough to tell because we can't hear the audio. Okay, yes, okay. And at the end phase, it looks like he added Druis Worm from his grave back to hand. He does have currently have 2 interruptions up with the SP Little Knight and the DDD High King Caesar, and it looks like, yeah, Kalen packs it up. I would also, with 2 cards in hand, it's unlikely that I'd be able to play through that as well.
It almost looks like neither of them drew the actual engine. They both just played Fiendsmith.
Yeah, just full on. You know, apparently Benjamin's on Memento, and apparently Kalen's on Raziel Mitsurugi, but I mean, yeah, you don't see any of that happening. Let's talk about some of the side deck options here. I'm busy looking at, I think this is Kalen's deck list. Kalen is playing a triple artifact Lancia to fetch out, let's see, he's got 3 copies of Ghost Bell, which is going to be very good into Ben's, some of his Memento cards.
It's one of those interesting meta picks for this format, alongside that draw.
Also just very good against Fiendsmith as well. He's got 2 triple tactics thrust. I'm not seeing a artifact no. Assume Kalen is probably going to go first.
Yeah.
Because I'm not seeing a lot of board breaking stuff. I mean, there is 2 thrusts, but yeah, it's 2 Solemn Strike, 1 dimensional barrier. So I think he wants to try and go first. It's not like he's playing Lightning Storms or anything like that.
Meanwhile, with Memento,
yeah, Ben's got some crazy options. He's
opted for a more searching type thing with some thrusts to go into Artifact Sanctum, to go into Lancia, which shaves the side deck a bit more, giving him a few more options.
Yeah, Ben.
I could imagine he goes into Droll, Dark Ruler, or Harpies there, or all of the above.
So he could play his droplets quite effectively. He could also play a Dark Ruler. He's on triple thrust, so he can search any of this.
Yep.
Lightning Strike. If his opponent goes first, Ben could maybe play the Artifact Sanctum to bring out the Lancia. Ben is also on Harpies Hoppy's Feather Duster. So,
Yeah.
looking at this match, it looks like Caleb, just by looking at his side deck, he wants to try and go first, whereas Ben wants to try and go second. And I have a feeling that's exactly what we're going to see here.
I suppose that also depends a lot on how the deck behaves going second. If you're going into an established board, a lot of Memento either chains to itself or uses targets on the board, or like Memento has a lot of different kinds of field presence, I feel. So he doesn't need to worry as much on going first, or going second rather.
Okay, so 100%. And I guess it also depends on the amount of hand traps being thrown, right? So we see a EXT Ryziel played, being able to search for probably what I'm guessing is going to be a sword. It is going to be a sword. He can use the Ryziel sword to special summon itself.
And keep comboing.
Yeah, but he is electing to first, I think, bait hand traps with Fiendsmith Engraver. It's going to go with a Fiendsmith Tract to be able to and then in a new chain, Lurie is going to activate to special summon itself from graveyard.
There we go with another mag.
Yeah, and Ben's going to chain with a Magnamut. This is gonna hurt because there's no Fiendsmith Requiem right now access.
But
so
that's also maybe what he wanted in the end.
And there we see Kalen playing triple tactics thrust and
shuffling by. Wow.
Yeah, saying that, you know, listen Ben, I want to look at your hand. He goes and
the Tatsuno Toshigo.
Yeah, is now no longer with us. And yeah, we see Ben not having too much, but I mean, this is still see sword coming down next. Maybe going into a detonator, but he is actually going to go with a Mitsurugi Ritual, which Ben's going to accept. He's going to be able to, so he is going for Ame no
Habakiri?
Habakiri. Yeah. He's going to use Ame no Habakiri to special summon a Mitsurugi monster from deck. And he's going to summon the Saji, and he's going to tribute the Saji. So he's used Habakiri's once per duel effect.
From there, most likely he'll go into Murakoma, I believe.
Yeah, so now he is able to search for a spell or trap from the... Yeah, and there we can see the ritual there. He can probably go... maybe play the ritual, but I think maybe...
You can see he's thinking his lines. Does he keep going with all the way through Mitsurugi first, set up a bit more of that negate and constant interaction?
It is very, very important to establish negates, and we think he is going to go for this Murakumo. I think, I'm not too sure, but Murakumo would be able to blow up the Magnamut as well as being able... he's going to get a search because he tributed the other army.
Yeah. He'd also get that optional negate, at least at the cost of another card on Ben's side, which is pretty powerful.
Okay, so he is actually just going to summon another Habakiri, and that's going to give him 2 searches in total. So that's another army Habakiri, and what looks like to be another ritual. Habakiri, and he's going to play the Murakono, and yes, okay, so he's so because he sacked the Habakiri, he gets to search for a Spell Trap that looks like the quick play that can revive.
And he's still got plenty to play with the rest of that field in hand there.
Yeah. So as you saw, Habakiri actually came back because when it is tributed, it does get special summoned
Yes.
again.
And now he's going back into the Fiendsmith lines.
Yeah. Okay, so with some time running out on the clock, I don't think he's using this Murakuro's effect to blow up the board on summon. I think he might have forgotten it. It's just, you know, these are times where either you remember your lines or you don't. So he's bringing back a Fiendsmith monster going into Requiem using no, this is a sequencer, using sequencer's effect to perform a fusion summon. He's going to shuffle back 2 Fiendsmith monsters to be able to summon Desiree. Desiree does have an Omni on it, provided that he gets it equipped with something.
What do you think about this style of play from Galen on this Raizal Mitsurugi deck? Because he kind of went around. He looped all the way back to Fiendsmith in the end.
Yeah, because he actually started with the EXT, which is quite a good bait. We can see the Link 3 is out. This is quite an established board, albeit it looks pretty simple. Hey, Nick?
I think Kalen knows Ben can still do a lot more depending on the top decks, and he wants to be a bit conservative with it.
We do see the Desiree come back there, and with the Link 3's effect, the Link 3 is now equipping itself to the Desiree. That's going to be able to allow Kalen to negate 3 cards simultaneously.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah. Well, all at once.
Yeah.
It's not like he has 3 negates from that one Desiree, but he does have another negate with Murokuno. And now we see the sword come down because he does have the EXT engraved, so it is just an extender. He's probably going to go and search out an ice now. Let's see what plays he has. What do you think Ben's chances for climbing into this are?
I think it really depends on that top deck. Like I said, I think Memento can dodge and weave a fair bit in this format.
Yeah.
But it is a pretty strong board with Murakumo, Desiree.
Yeah.
Once he gets a detonator out and the cross especially, there's duo drive.
There's a duo driver.
Once that cross comes out, I think it's a lot tougher to play through.
Oh yeah.
I feel like a lot of players do forget about cross with its very unique kind of negation.
Yeah. And
not many cards do that.
Look, I mean, at this stage of the game, you don't really want to make a lot of mistakes. The smallest mistakes can cost you so much. So we can see Kalen's just being very, very careful with his plays. He is now using the duo driver to search 2 Raziel cards. And down comes that's not ice.
That's Node, I believe.
Okay, yes, Node.
And there we'll probably go into the detonator.
Yeah. Detonator hits the field because Dryden's too broken, and then it's going to equip the duo driver to it. So he's got a pop. He can protect the duo driver. We can just see that Kalen's. I don't know if there's some disputing going on with the judges, or we're just.
Oh, set 2.
Okay.
Are we at the end?
Cool. Yeah. End phase. Magnamote's going to resolve. Going to be able to search a dragon from his deck. He does choose a Duraswim. Okay. Sure, quite a board to look into.
I think he'll want to, yeah. Harpies first,
That's
bait
a
things
solid.
out.
That's a solid bait.
Negate with the Desiree. So Desiree is at least
Desiree's
one
burns.
down.
Then we go Fiendsmith Tract. This is gonna.
I believe he still
Ben.
has the option of negate with Murakumo.
Yes.
Well, the optional discard type thing.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to discard a card to negate with Murakumo.
And as soon as he discards Lurie, well.
Yeah. Lurie's going to activate again, try to special summon itself from grave. I do feel like this is a choke point, but I think that Ben knows this. But it looks like a choke point, and that's what matters.
I feel like that's the importance of Fiendsmith in this format, especially where you either use it to set up a lot of protection for yourself, or you use it to play through a lot of the big interrupt type boards, and then you can play the rest of your main engine.
Yeah, we see a Lacrima come down. We're going to use Lacrima's effect. Just wait for a response from Kalen. I don't think he's going to stop any of this. But he is going to pop the monster, which is going to...
He still gets 2 more destroys off that, or at least if the detonator is attempted to be out, he'll protect it once.
Yeah.
So he could have 1 or 2 pops still.
Yeah, and because the Fiendsmith Engraver hit the grave, he can use its effect to bring back the Lurie. So he's played now through a pop and an Omni, and still had something on the board.
Yeah.
Card economy-wise, I don't think you can ask for much better.
That's the power right now.
I think he's using Requiem's effect in grave, and it's going to be popped again.
And we mustn't, of course, forget those 2 set. Was that a summon of Perulia, or was that a discard?
Is he just showing his opponent the No, he actually normal summoned the Perulia.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what...
We're definitely getting creative with these. Typhon.
Okay, so
detonator
nothing
is
can
stopped.
attack. Wait, can the Murakumo attack? I know that the Desiree can't because its stats are boosted by the Link 3. How big is the...
Murakama is also...
He's
3-2.
Wow. Ben cannot get attacked in this current game state.
It's the effect activation.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Yes, it's the effect activation.
Although, at that cost, Ben can't summon for the rest of the turn, so...
Yeah. He is completely locked out, so... yeah, it's a very interesting spot to be in. He's going to use the Typhon to out the Desiree. Yeah, Ben's got 2 cards in hand. Board state's not really looking good.
I'm wondering what those 2 face downs are, if they weren't used yet, or were they bluffs?
Oh, we do see one, it is the quick play. So what he can do is he can, once he's burned the Murakuno's negate, he can tribute the Murakuno with the quick play. And then he can bring back a, I keep on, these Japanese names.
I do love that these TCG
Habakiri.
Exclusives are
like
full on
actually
Japanese.
like Japanese.
Hey, I mean, that's how we learn the culture.
It's epic. Yeah, so he's going to be able to spec back the Habakiri, and because the Murakuno got tributed, he can special summon back the Murakuno, which will then activate nuking Ben's board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how much we can survive through in this turn for Ben. I do personally wonder with these Mitsurugi lists, how many of them try to play more with, I believe it's Wosu, the Kaiju-like one. It's not a ritual, it's one of the effects where you contribute over your opponent's board to summon it, which can be a very powerful one-off art. Although I think you'll see that more in pure.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many space to fit it in a Ryziel Mitsurugi Fiendsmith variant, but I mean, Yeah, so yeah, here's the Ice Raziel coming down to special summon something from the deck.
And we keep going.
Yeah, it is Kaelin's main phase 1. It's not looking good. Then we see the second Duo Drive. No, we see a Dagaris.
Dagaris, yes. I was about to say, he does have quite a bit of a rank 4 toolbox. One of the most stable of type of XE's levels out there.
Yeah.
He's still got, I mean, he went into Dagaris, but he could have done an Exiton Knight there and blown up everything effectively. Well, no, I believe it requires the opponent to have more cards, but there are all these options is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are in battle phase. It looks like he used the Dagaris' effect for the... he didn't use the draw, he didn't use the revive from grave. Either way, that's too many powerful, scary monsters on Kaelin's board.
Yeah, and we're going to game 3.
Ben's gonna pack it up.
Okay. I've seen this with Memento a few rounds where sometimes you just don't open exactly what you need, or I think that Talents, this game, really did a number on Ben's main engine combos. So we still got a fair bit of time, so I don't know if Ben will go into his time options, namely Red Resonator. But I could see him, if he hasn't already put the droplet in, Dimensional Barrier will stop a fair bit. I'm not sure what this one is.
Yeah, so I believe
Mischief of the Gnomes, also changing the levels of everything, could be a fun one.
I could look at this look at it from this perspective. We have 24 minutes on the clock. I think if Ben, from what I've played against Ben, I think he's going to go first and make a board that cannot be broke. And I think I don't think he's going to go second, even though a lot of his side deck cards do want to go second. But we do see a lot of like the stuff like the Artifact Sanctum, the stuff like the D barrier. He can use droplets in his turn as well. I think what we saw from last game is, even though Ben brought in a lot of going second cards, Kaelin's going first board was so hectic that Ben just couldn't push through it.
Yeah.
So,
well, let's see how it goes this time. I think there's also one notable other side option for Ben if he goes first on the Memento, which is that Goblin Biker Grand Breakout. That gets his Goblin, Memento Goblin out a lot faster if he doesn't open it.
Is Ben gonna risk it for the biscuit, or is he gonna choose to go first? And it looks like Ben has chosen to go first. So, he's going to lead with a Fabled Luri. Very nice opening. Okay, yeah, we're going to go Fiendsmith Requiem effect to spec a Fiendsmith monster from deck. We're just waiting on a response from Kaelin. He looks like he has nothing. We're going to go Lacrima to dump. And the Engraver's going to slap the Graveyard, and he's going to shuffle back the Luri to attempt to special back the Engraver. Let's see what line he's going for. Do you think he's going to go for more of a Memento heavy line, or do you think he's just going to go for DDD, High King Caesar, with maybe a Desiree of his own?
I think that that depends on how much he expects things like Nibiru, right? I feel like a lot of players have felt this format it's not as impactful,
100%.
but then it's the meta sort of mind game of, okay, I think that, and if we're playing at a certain level, I know you think that too, probably. So, do I insulate myself from it, or do I just keep going, or do I do both?
Well, Kalen is actually on 2 copies of Nibiru, so he does
Good.
have it. We don't know if it's in his hand. I think we've done a very good job of making sure that the top-down view, the players are keeping their hand nice and concealed. We do go and see a link 2 being performed.
Into the sequence.
Sequence. Okay, you're using sequence effects to perform a fusion summon with the monsters in grave. I think this is a very nice way to play around Nibiru.
Thinking the lines through.
It is a Kalen accepts. And judging by the look on Ben's face, I don't think he was prepared for his opponent to say that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he is gonna be summoning a Omni potentially. He does also have. He can play out an Equip Princess.
Aerial Eater. I
Aerial
haven't seen
Eater.
that one in these combos for a little while myself.
Yeah. Aerial Eater being able to send 1 fiend monster from your deck to the graveyard.
Yep. So he can bridge from that into his memento if he wants to.
That's very good. That's very good. It is also a level 6 and okay, it does get met with an imperm. Okay. I think, and we can see the reaction from Ben saying very well, nicely played from Kalen, being able to hold that imperm. Because it was very risky, because once if Ben went out with if he made Desiree, linked off the Desiree into the link 3, use the link 3 to equip the to summon back the Desiree and equip itself. I mean, you can still imperm that, but then there's a Desiree on the field. But Kalen knew that, and he saw that Benjamin's gonna need to shuffle back the Fiendsmith, the level 6. And because of that, he can't make DDD High King Caesar, and now we're in this point.
So now we've passed turn over to Kalen with what looks to be almost board. Although there is still plenty of play he could do on his opponent's turn.
Can Aerial Eater do much during your opponent's turn? No, it just has a floating effect. Okay, so we do see an EXT Ryziel going to be able to search the sword. It's going to
there goes the droll.
Going to get met with a droll. Nicely answered.
Droll shuts down a lot of the Mitsurugi side,
Yeah.
a lot more than the Ryziel, but it does hurt
But-
Ryziel a little bit.
Okay, so droll has resolved. So Kalen is denied the ability to search for the rest of the turn, which can be... Which is pretty devastating to the Mitsurugi engine. I think he's just asking some stuff about the Aerial Eater, because as the board state is, the graveyard is probably its destination where Aerial Eater shines at. So maybe Ben actually made a very heads-up play, not extending too far. Could that be a telltale sign of Nibiru in hand?
Is that straight into detonator?
It looks like it. Kalen is playing around Nibiru. Sure. You know, you look at the board that Ben passed on, and it looks like you can climb into it. But at the same time, it feels like if you climb in too hard and the opponent Nibirus, you know, a lot of like weird stuff can happen. We do see the detonator simply run over the aerial eater. He's not going to be using his ability to pop cards just yet. Okay, and now he's going straight. Okay, yeah, no. He is going for the Requiem. He's going to use the Requiem to get out, to attempt to get out the Engraver. And Kalen's going to respond with a detonator, blowing up the back row. We couldn't see what it is. We assume it's imperm. And Engraver sticks to the board. Sure. This is a very, both players kind of dipping their toes in the water, quite literally holding their cards close to their backs. Engraver's also going to get pop chair. This is very interesting.
I think there's always a degree of you prep for everything. I know these players are definitely the type to practice their decks quite a bit and are able to pick up a lot of different kinds of decks. But then as soon as you actually hit the ground, you gotta shake the real world play rust off.
100%. So we do see a triple tactics thrust come down. He's going to be able to search for any card in his deck.
That gives him breakers. That gives him.
He has chosen
traps.
he's chosen talents. A very powerful card indeed. Detonator has used both of its pops, so it's not so much of a talent's value. But maybe he's going for draw play. Ripping cards is also pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Let's see what he'll do. So he's going for the talents to rip. Very nice choice.
Got a Habakiri, Attract, and an Engraver.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a solid.
Stop the one engine.
Solid. Okay. So leaving his opponent literally with just pretty much tracked plays.
If he sets up enough interruption through that, then he won't be able to get that off, and from there the game will probably be Ben's.
Kalen does raise his eyebrows in response. I think he's realized that he's, lost his engine piece. We see Fiendsmith Engraver's effect to try and special summon itself from the back, from the graveyard.
And sequence goes back to extra.
Okay,
the other one.
Yeah, sequence gets equipped. I know that some lists were playing Diabolstar. I don't think Benjamin is, but this is usually the line where you would use Diabolstar to send the equipped Requiem out to be able to go into Wanted. But Benjamin is playing Memento, so let's see.
It is also a pretty heavy.
Oh, he's just attacking the detonator.
Oh, wow.
Okay. No? He's using...
The
sequence has an effect that I don't know about. I think it just... Okay. You can target... Oh, wait.
I think it was a battle thing. And we're going on to Kalen's turn now.
Okay. Kalen's draw phase. It's going to play with the track that Ben knew about. Now, Kalen does also have... Okay, so Kalen is at 8k, Ben is at 7,100 at the moment. That is relevant to the time situation. Okay, so Lurie is being linked away for a Fiendsmith Requiem classic, using Requiem's effect to play a Fiendsmith monster from the deck. It's very interesting in these simplified game states to be able to build like really big boards with very little stuff. We do see a Lacrima come out.
Although depending who you ask, this is when we actually play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, so look, I mean, it's good to watch YouTube videos about all of the combos and all of that stuff, but when you've been hand trapped, we do see the Necroquip come out. When you've been hand trapped down to a very simplified game state, how do you push through when there's no YouTube tutorials to show you how? And that's a telltale sign of a very good player, to be able to extend as wide as you can through simplified game states, because in reality we are getting hand trapped a lot. We do see a Bestial Magnamut on the Engraver. Engraver's coming out, and that is massive. That just denied Kalen a rank 6 play, probably of a DDD High King Caesar himself. Yes, Kalen is on it, and it looks like that's what he was going for.
So he's alternating into his Habakiri lines.
And Habakiri for Saji, and Saji gets tributed because of Habakiri's effects, and then
So
he
still
can
has
search the
quite a bit
ritual
of play
spell.
there he could be going for.
Yeah, he
There's always the power. You think you've gone through it all, and then out comes the next one.
yeah. So obviously Kalen just thinking how he wants to play this out. I believe he can summon Murokono, the Dragoon of the deck, so to speak. Okay, so he's going to use. It kind of feels like watching a Shadol fusion resolve. The way that this ritual summon works. So he sends, I believe that's Aratama to the grave, and the not Aratama, it's the Arasama and Kusanagi being used there to summon the Habakiri. Both of their effects being tributed off are going to resolve, being able to search. Okay, so one of them is just getting the spell back from grave. The other one grabs the Murakuno. Here's the play where we go ritual, sack the Ame to special summon the Murakuno. This is going to trigger the Ame. The Ame is going to be special summoned back with its own effect. And on summon, he remembered this time to use Murakuno's effect to blow up Ben's board.
Let's hope that last card can help him.
And here comes the Habakiri back. We have quite a lot of damage coming in here. We also have an Omni Negate. Ben has 2 cards in. No, does he have 1 card in hand?
Looks like 1 card, I believe.
Yeah, because there was a Magnamut, right?
Yeah.
Oof. And there's an Omni waiting, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's not looking good. Is that enough damage? Let's see. The fusion monster. Necroquip's attack.
Oh. And there we go for Lacrima during that battle phase. That's what Ben was waiting for.
Okay, yes. So Ben did have a lingering Lacrima. Did soak up the attack of
The
Habakiri. Okay. Okay, Necroquip does do 2,000 damage. Okay, and I'm okay, so no, that was 1 attack with the Habakiri. So he still has these 2. I don't think he can kill Ben because of that. No.
And at this level of play, it is very much you always play it out. Your opponent might not do their combo correctly, even though they could win, or you have an out.
Yeah, leaving Ben on 700, but I mean, like, playing through an Omni Negate when you have no cards in hand. Look, I mean, he could have gotten a dragon with a Magnamut, but I mean, come on, dude. Like, look at the board that Kaylin had waiting for Ben. That was just, yeah. Yes, we believe that Kaylin did.
Yeah. Kaylin gets this one.
Did win. Yeah. A resignation from Ben, looks like. Cool. Well, fantastic job from both duelists. Very, very heads-up play with the conservativeness from Kaylin of holding that imperm until later.
Yes.
I think right there, just knowing exactly when to, like, feeling out when your opponent's actually baiting you, and then not hand trapping the bait, and then when they use the effect that they really want to use, that's when you drop the hand trap, and that was
in this format.
Gigantic.
It really does seem to me like it used to be you can just hand trap the first thing you see, and it's probably the right thing to do. But with these powerful decks, it has to be the exact right spot, because otherwise they just play through it.
Yeah. Congratulations, Kaylin, for an awesome showing. I'm sure Ben will still do well, regardless. He has shown a lot of promise. So I personally expect him to be in top 8, regardless. But I mean, yeah, I mean, a very stunning upset from both players, and really well navigated on Kaylin's part there.
I think we'll definitely see a bit of that, like I said, rust shaking off with these two going forward for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the days still fresh. We have 78 players in this event, so seven rounds total. That means we still have another six rounds to go.
Yeah,
it's gonna be quite an interesting day, and I know some stuff's gonna go down today. Stuff always goes down in South Africa.
But for now, that's round 1 done. We'll keep everyone posted in the chat on what's coming next. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Thanks, and we'll see you back at round 2. Welcome to round 2. We have Stefan on the left playing Raziel Mitsurugi versus Thomas on the right playing Cristrons. All right, we're going to kick it off. We're just deciding, it looks like Stefan's going to be going first. Okay, both players taking a look at their hands. Thomas looking very happy.
Stefan, maybe not so much.
I have to say I'm quite impressed with the lack of glare on these mats. Every year there's always an issue with the glare, but people have gone to great lengths to make sure that there's none, so that the best video quality comes out. All right, so now we have a Crystron, it looks like inclusion. Yeah, and that's gonna be met with a Ash Blossom. Thomas now looking at his next play.
Going in for talent.
Okay, all right, and probably using effects to...
Okay, now we go Fua on that.
To rip a card, but chaining Fualos, which is also going to be respond with an Ash. This is everyone drop their hands now. So there's a Night Serpent there. Oh, it actually puts back the Imperm, leaves an Ash and a Night Serpent.
I think the Night Serpent doesn't start his combos very well like he would like to. So yeah, like one more hand trap he can probably live with.
Yeah, and his opponent's already played an Ash, so I guess...
what do you think about this? Are we going to see this pattern of always ashing or called by the Mulch Army? How many people are actually going to try and play around it?
That's a very good question. I guess it's kind of like taking the Maxi challenge back in the day, right? It's your opponent is giving you cards as you are like playing through, but obviously Fualos being more so obviously Crystron inclusion just trying to obviously search a starter, and that got denied, but now playing the Fualos is okay, so he didn't play Meows, which means that he won't get a draw from this Crystron coming back from the grave, but he will as soon as he tries. An extra deck summon.
I think he'll probably want at least one. He definitely wants to set up some kind of board. I feel like that's usually what ends up with these Mulch Army challenges. You play half a line, or you set up at least something, always.
100%.
So banishing the Thistburn over there.
Okay, yes. So this is going to allow him to, I believe, add?
Search another Crystron.
Yes. Search another Crystron. So he's going to play the level 2 tuner. On summon, doesn't seem to do much on summon, but he is using looks like the Heraldic Beast in his. Oh no, that's sorry, Crystron Sullifer effect.
So it looks like he definitely has something he can play without having to directly play into that Fua there, although I think that was together with Ash in that long chain we all got lost in.
We do have he does have access to some FA that FA Dawn Dragster for some like negates and stuff like that, but so we're not too sure what extra deck options he's going for this turn. He is under Fualos. So he can make a big synchro. Yeah.
Let's see what's going for. Is that...
Okay.
That it would be the Elisqueletus.
Okay. All monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack or defense.
It's more of a continuing combo piece.
Yeah. So
we'll see where it goes.
yeah, on summon he gets to add a Crystron card from deck. Stefan, I'm sure, being just as confused. Did he draw for Fuelos?
No, I believe it was ashed earlier.
It was ashed. It was ashed.
So the question is,
Oh yes.
will there be enough combo in Stefan's top deck?
That is very true. Because right now we know he has literally just that Night Serpent. He is playing around an Infinity, and he has an Ash. So that top deck is going to have to be some kind of a gigantic card.
Yeah. So with that Infinity, he does get a bit more protection with a once per turn Omni.
Linking into FA Dawn Dragster, that's creating some spell and trap negates. Currently, I believe it has, but it kind of works like Boral Savage used to. So you use it once per turn, and then it loses counters. And it looks like Stefan's seen enough. He's probably thinking, what can I top deck into this? There's two negates waiting for him. The Dawn Dragster can negate the Imperm, and the Infinity will definitely match the next card.
And
Thomas
there's still
taking
plenty of time there. Yeah, I definitely think with just a Nightsword Serpent, Stefan wasn't going to go too far.
Yeah.
So, I mean, good call to call it early on. We don't need to drag it. And maybe he has enough inside to out the rest of Thomas's deck.
Do you think that Stefan is going to go for Artifact Lance here? We do see that Thomas's Crystron monsters do banish themselves engraved to accumulate advantage. He does have Ghost Bell, which could also, like the big yellow water one.
Yeah.
I assume Ghost Bell is going to help a lot with that.
I think there's a bit of everything he can do. Like that D barrier as well can also out the synchros, because Crystron is a very synchro heavy deck.
Yeah, all of these cards.
All of the above, really.
We're looking at some really good. He's got some Book of Eclipse.
I can see he's also got the Ragnarfinity in his side, which is a 7th Tachyon target.
Yeah.
So much better for going first. I don't know what he'd side out of his extra deck, probably. Maybe the Castell, because I believe that's mostly a Harpy's Featherstorm target of all things.
If I were him, I would probably side out the Gagaga Cowboy, just because we're less likely to go into time.
Yes.
But yeah, very cool to see all of these Ryziel decks playing the big OG powerful exceeds that used to dominate 2014. Like
I remember King of the Feral Imps when it was part of Tin Gadget back in the day, because it was like the early days of Xyz, and like gadgets were still great from Edison era, and then they came out with what was it, Tin Goldfish and Kage Tokage.
Yes, I remember
and then King of the Feral, you do your rank 4 and then you go into Kage Tokage, and then you keep going rank 4s, and it was just a big beat at the time. And now making a comeback for Ryziel Mitsu.
My personal favorite it is the 2014 powerhouse Evil Swarm Exciton Knight, the Judgment Dragon-like effect.
That was one of the banes of my existence back then. I was a Fire Fist guy myself.
Yeah. It's good. It's good to see all these cool.
Now we're going into Stefan going first with Mitsurugi plays.
Yeah. So he's going for Mitsurugi.
Prayers.
Prayers. To just search. Okay, and then he's going to go for the Ame.
And then straight back into his Ryziel.
Yeah. So the Ryziel sword. So I believe he can get an EXT off of that. It is going to be met with an Ash, which is we'll see if it's a good Ash now. Thomas now
He's
has
still got
4
3,
cards in
yeah.
hand, and he is using the Ame to be able to special summon a Mitsurugi from deck, and then he has to tribute 1 monster. So he does tribute the Saji and uses the Saji's effect to search a Mitsurugi Speller Trap.
The recursion and just constant combos of the Mitsurugi lines are pretty fun once you get into it. It almost feels like it's a train that just keeps going.
Yeah, it's crazy. And here's the Mitsurugi ritual. He can no longer use that Ame for the rest of the duel, the effect to spec from deck, because that is a once per duel effect. So now he is using the ritual to probably summon the big boy, the Murakumo.
Yeah. I don't think a lot of the Mitsurugi Raizal are doing the that other ritual, the third one, the fire-looking one. I can't remember the name now. I think you'll see that more in pure lists.
We do see a Night Serpent being chained. So we do see an add back with the Aramasu, I think it is, and yeah, the Night Serpent being almost played like a Ryziel extender in this case, which
Gotta love an extra level 4 there, eh?
which is incredible. So he does still have ritual. Now he plays the cross, which means next turn he should be able to negate at resolution, which the last time we saw a card like that was the big Werner Sylph Lady, which very, very powerful effect, because you can let the chain resolve.
Starting with the Duel drive.
Yeah, do a drive here.
Fair. It looks like he's going for a bigger combo board compared to last game, which was a bit more conservative.
Yeah, this is crazy search heavy. I feel that it does play into Nib, but it looks like the Nib answer might... Yep, okay, there is the Murakuro. And he's got an Omni there.
At least optional, but I think, again, that cross Omni is a lot more scary, because they can just... It's not even an activated effect.
So the Ame, once tributed, not only special summons itself back, but also searches for the trap, and the trap is an Omni, which you tribute a monster to for an Omni negate, and when Ame is tributed, it special summons again and searches any Mitsurugi card as well as the Mitsurugi. So Stefan has the potential to go use the Murokuro effects to negate anything, and then after that still have another negation with the Great Purification. We do see a search.
He's going to do a drive to search his 2 Ryzel cards, and he can just keep on going there. I think he's either expecting he'll be completely insulated from any further interruption, depending on what Thomas has in his hand. Otherwise, he's just going to try and set up an unbreakable board.
If you correct, if you look at what he's going for here, right? So he has the negate with a big blue, and he has a negate with cross. He's going to have
going to detonator.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, detonator's effect on summon. He can attach a Ryziel or a Ryziel or Xyz card from grave, and there's the other Omni negate set. So he's got 1, 2, 3 Omni negates and a pop. Yeah, it's and two pops and 3 Omni negates. So he's got a lot of interruption. We haven't even started talking about his hand yet, but
we see Thomas has a draw. I believe he just top decked, which is maybe not going to be so helpful right now, but some decks use it as a combo piece. I know Blue Eyes can use it because it's a spellcaster, so there's always creative plays you can come up with in that sense.
Probably the most difficult thing to play around I can see here is as soon as he uses the Great Purification to tribute the Murakumo, when the Murakumo comes back with its own effect, it's going to come back nuking Thomas's entire board. And if he doesn't burn the Murakuno's Omni Negate there, then it's going to come back with an Omni Negate.
Yeah.
So,
And if he uses the discard, then he's still down resources.
yeah, we do see a
Lancia.
a Lancia. Was that a chain detonator on his
Inclusion.
On his inclusion, or did he? No, I think he just negated that. It is a continuous spell, so you actually can pop, which would stop the search.
Yeah.
So he is using the yellow one, I assume, to special summon itself. Stefan's just reading it, and he's just considering, does he negate this? Where is this going? Sulfenir. Yeah. Okay, and he lets it hit and then pops it with detonator.
So we got at least probably one more protection or one more pop with detonator there. I'm not sure if he used the negate off of cross earlier by detaching one of the materials. I think that's what happened with the inclusion.
Yeah.
There we go. We see that draw play.
Normal summon draw.
Let's see what we're going for.
What could you do here? Maybe like an anima? No? Okay,
Typhon?
Typhon's solid.
Always.
Yeah, that literally turned off everything. Everything but the trap. He is going to be able to run over this Typhon next turn, but this is the best card he could have played. Looking at the board.
This is why Typhon is basically an extra deck staple in any deck right now.
100%.
A lot of these decks, especially Rival, as we can see, have these over 3k beaters and big bosses. And when you don't need those effects in your own deck, Typhon's great to keep there.
Yeah, as long as your opponent has pressed his advantage, then Typhon will always be available. Yeah, it's a very powerful
I
card.
don't know if he'll go for the bounce with Typhon yet, because Stefan still has the Great Purification set, probably.
Yes, he does. 100%.
It looks like they're querying Detonator's Destruction protection, and probably passing turn there.
Yeah. You could he have run over the Duo driver? I wonder. Stefan thinking what he's going to do. That we have a deck cut. It's very interesting. Did he search? Okay, no, he's using cross, I believe.
He could, Still in the draw phase.
Cool. Yeah, and Stefan busy analyzing the situation. There is a Typhon. It's obviously going to get run over, so he's just going to go straight to battle phase, run over it with a Murakumo,
and then
and then probably get in with the other army. It's not looking good. Duo driver next, and
heading for another 2-5.
Detonator is lethal.
That's game 1, game 2, game 1, game 2.
Game 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So game 2, we are at 1 apiece. Well done. Well done, Stefan, for stabling the match at 1 apiece. And Thomas obviously trying to navigate into such a hectic board, and he did well with the Typhon, but
we can see him siding in his going first pieces there. I saw 3 solemn judgments, at least 1 dimensional barrier. I'm not sure what that spell was. It looks like these decks both really enjoy going first a lot more.
100%.
They both can play around interruption in their own ways, I believe.
And look, with 32 minutes on the clock, I'd perfectly back a card like Solemn Judgment.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be at a risk of getting burnt in time. I think Thomas is going to be looking pretty strong, assuming Stefan doesn't brick. If Stefan opened more gas in game 1, I feel that he could have pushed through a lot more
Yes.
than what was made. Obviously, when he saw Thomas play out his board of negates, he obviously packed up. But yeah, this Mitsurugi Rise Your Engine, as you saw how he summoned sword. Yes.
Yeah.
He summoned sword and used sword effect, and that got met with an ash. But then, as soon as he ritual summons, he can bring down the night serpent, and then
Yeah.
the night serpent comes back.
So that's the thing I think with these, what makes Mitsurugi Risal such a particularly explosive combo deck is the engines work in complementary but also very different ways. So there's no quite silver bullet, let's say. Like usually in a matchup like Malice, okay, Lancia is your big answer normally to it. Against this, Droll kind of, it helps for sure.
I have to
It's
be
definitely
honest.
changing your game. So you can see,
Yeah.
I think that's why, especially for a deck like Riston, he'll just go with more generic, go first, stop your opponent as much as possible. So if he sets up a full board of whatever he gets in terms of negates, pops, interruptions, and then he still sets more stuff like Solemn, that does give him a lot more survivability.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh wow, we have a Thomas
Oh.
going for. Oh wow.
Called by in the Lancia.
We have draw phase wars. Yeah, draw phase. Can I start? No, Lancia. Yeah, called by the grave. Oh, it's literally crazy.
Oh,
Okay, so
I believe that is the Enchantress?
yes.
The adventure package?
Yeah, so this is obviously an Omni Negate package in itself. Obviously, for the price of losing your normal summon,
And there
very
goes the Ash.
well met Ash, because once that Omni Negate was out, then
It's almost, you're
yeah.
definitely forced to Ash that of all things.
Yeah.
Because then you have no further interruption on the rest of his engine.
Okay, so now we see some Kriston monsters coming down, Salador, and yeah, he's using Salvador's effect. When this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can toggle one, destroy it, and then if you do, special summon this card. Okay, and it looks like the Kriston monster that he popped is searching. A very interesting deck, Kriston. It's one of those decks that when you queue into Master Duel, you just let your opponent pop off, and you look at the board that they make afterwards and see, okay, can I climb into this, and take your plays from there. Very interesting note.
Yeah.
It is a level 5 machine.
I mean, that's especially why they go for those Cyber Dragon plays in there.
Yeah, it's that's definitely a piece to make that very powerful Infinity that locked up game
Yeah.
1.
Banishing the Thirstburn again, keeping on going.
Yeah.
Back onto
Searches
the
the level-
Tristeros.
Yeah, level 2 tuner.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see the Synchro plays coming up soon.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like he definitely opened this game with a bit more gas.
And there's the second level 5 machine.
Yep. The question is, what does Stefan have in hand? How much does he have in hand left? He played 2 there, so he's got at least 3 and drawing 1.
Lancia got called by.
Yeah.
Okay. Yo, I almost thought we ran into something irreparable. Thank goodness. The players, both players know what is active and what is not active. We do have 2 level 5 machines on the field, but I think he's going to go into Dragster first, it looks like.
No, Skeletus.
Okay. So taking a look at Skeletus, all monsters on your opponent, okay. Oh, yes. So on summon, it searches a Kriston card. If this is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon 1 Kriston monster from your graveyard or banishment as well. We assume he's going to make the same play as last turn. We do see that he still does have 1 level 5 machine. So I'd probably expect, looking at what's available, probably expect him to end on a Infinity Dawn Dragster again. So he's banishing the level 2. Response from Stefan says go for it.
Although Dawn Dragster definitely good against the Mitsurugi side, stopping spells.
Yeah, stopping the rituals is solid.
Yeah, the question is, do you try and keep it for the rituals or that cross, that ever looming card?
I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the cards in his hand and the cards on his field. I'm wondering if he actually has, if he actually can make both.
Last game one when he did this, he did, I believe, go into Dragster and Cyber Dragon Infinity. So it gives a lot of that staying power.
This is a massive Nibiru a gap. At this point, you look at your opponent and you say, if you have Nib, you throw it down now. And yeah, sometimes your opponent has it.
There we go. Going into that. No. There we go.
Take a note that there is still a level 5 machine type. Yeah, Stefan says go for it. He slaps down the Infinity. There's a level 5 and a level 2, so you can make that Dawn Dragster again. Okay, so he's looking like he wants to banish the
praise the Oracle.
Yeah, but it looks like he's declining on this.
Which, if I spied it correctly, I think is a dimensional barrier.
Yeah. Could it be like a quick synchro play?
You could do something like
crystallons can sync in your opponent's turn. That's what I remember. So maybe he's going to wait for some investment.
Okay, starting with the prayers.
Yeah, prayers to search. By the way, if you choose to tribute a monster with prayers, you get to add first and then search. But yeah, obviously he's just using the effect to take 800 damage and
there goes bonfire.
Yeah, no. He's not taking 800. He's just searching. Now he's going to bonfire for Ryzeal. Is he going to go ice? No, he's going to go EXT.
I think he's trying to see what lines he can do and still bait out the interruptions there. Although, yeah, if that set card is the D barrier, we'll see if Thomas is waiting for him to commit resources to the board first, because that leaves Stefan in a much different kind of state.
Yeah. So if he plays sword and use swords and gets Infinity on, we can see that if that is D barrier face down, then that would like all but lock up the game, because after that he just needs to call ritual. So
we special summon the X, sending the Mirror Logic. So he's going to try and negate that Infinity, or at least bait it out. He can respond to the aggregator, but destroying it does nothing. It's already engraved. Yeah,
I'd probably let it resolve, but I mean,
he might want the materials back engraved for some reason.
Well done on the chain links here, by the way.
Yeah. Looks like he is negating the aggregator.
Cool. And this is Infinity is going to gain attack equal to its materials. So I believe it's 25 at the moment. Yeah. So now the EXT is going to resolve and get the sword. Because he does have a EXT on the field, he can special summon the sword. Now we see, is Thomas, yeah, okay, so before he sees any more, he's going to use the level 2's effect.
Yep, now he's activating, it's a quick effect for his quick synchro.
Aha.
Special summon a crystal monster from your deck, and immediately after resolution, synchro summon a machine synchro using that monster.
Nuts. So
from there, if he goes into the Dawn Dragster, he has even more layered interruption there.
I don't know if he's going to go into Dawn Dragster here.
There are other options.
Yeah.
He could go
is making a level 9. He would be making a level 9 hypothetically.
9. Yeah.
It looks like that's what he's going for.
Which would be either the Phoenix
or it's the...
Yeah. how do you say that? Quarion-Gendrax.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's going to bring up the Quarion. My goodness. Yeah. This is a mouthful in itself, and it is a beast of a monster. So if this card is special summon, you can target monsters your opponent controls and/or in their graveyard up to the number of synchro materials used for the synchro summon, which is 3, and banish them.
And there we go. Sword and X gone.
Yeah. So also, if this synchro summon card is destroyed by battle or by card effect, you can target one banished monster, except this card, and special summon it to your field. So it's got a floating effect as well. And if this is the barrier face down, I think it's no.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Because I
think he's definitely waiting things out.
So while we went on the quadrillion Drax, Stefan went and spec'd ice and then used ice to summon Star and to set cross. Thomas is now considering what he wants to do. The whole country wants to see what is face down right now, but he's gonna flip the cross, and this is gonna be. I feel like if it was the barrier, that would have forced it. But hey, let's see how it goes. He's gonna go for an Exceed play. Is it gonna be a spicy Exaton? I wonder. I don't think so. It's it's gonna be Detonator. Good choice.
When in doubt, detonate.
Yeah. And okay, so you can just attach any monster to Detonator, looks like, and Detonator is going to be able to. You can when your opponent's when the card is special summoned, you can attach one monster from your. Doesn't need to be a Ryziel. Okay, so now we see him go for the prayers into Saji. Saji to search the ritual. It doesn't look like Thomas has got much else. He can negate on res. This is gross.
There we go.
So there's the D barrier. He's gonna call ritual. This is so good.
I was expecting him to do Xyz the whole time.
Can he negate it with cross is the question. Let's just bring up cross quick. Let's see. So
I think he would be able to. No, it's a monster effect. Cross will stop, so he cannot.
Okay, that is such a powerful spot to use it in. Well done to Thomas on timing it that well.
Yeah.
I think most of us would have just maybe popped it a little bit earlier, but it's good to see him lean into that ritual play. Seeing that cross can only stop monster effects, the barrier is free to resolve. I don't think Stefan.
And right now, he would have to crash that detonator in, I think.
Yeah, I don't.
If he doesn't want that floating effect immediately.
Yeah.
Or he'll go for another pop.
Because he did call rituals, which forces him to go ice. It's still his main phase 1. This is quite a lengthy main phase 1. Okay, so he's going to use his effect to pop the quadrillion Drax. It's going to be its new name for today, sorry guys. And he's going to use its effect again.
No, that was the detach.
Detach
a
to
bit
save
delayed.
from protection. Protection from? I wonder. We definitely missed something, but it has been a very grindy duel so far. Stefan has navigated through a field of spikes to get to the board he is in now. Sadly, without his big blue monsters. But hey, he's got there.
I think the question becomes then, if he can't OTK now, going to 7 Tachyon, the question is, does Thomas have enough next turn plays, I don't know if this is turn 3 or not, but a lot of decks definitely will set up a board using their entire engine of resources and then just kind of peter out.
The floating effect he negated with cross at resolution.
Okay, yes, that's why.
That's what we missed. So
7th Tachyon.
yeah, 7th Tachyon searched out his Ryziel monster. Look, I mean, he's still in a relatively good spot. Thomas is going to have to...
And going to inverse.
Yeah, so he's going to have to top deck through a pop and a negate. Does Thomas have the heart of the cards?
Although
We'll
I
find
think
out.
that detonator looks out of materials to me, so cross wouldn't come online, neither the pops.
I think he has, because there was an ash attached to that as well.
Yes.
So I think there might still be a material under that. But yeah, does matter quite a bit. If he doesn't have the pop, I think Thomas can play. He needs to fade one monster negate that doesn't destroy. So yeah, let's see if he can do it. Okay, so he's going to use the water, the blue one.
So yeah, we can see he definitely has that follow-up going.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely an interesting list going with Adventure Package with a Crystron. Definitely a good pairing. I know we've seen a lot of Kashtira as well with a lot of Crystron lists, but it is a very flexible kind of space.
For more information, we will be posting a tutorial later on today on how you can commentate on a Crystron duel without seeing any of the cards. Okay.
Deciding which way to go through things.
Yeah, I think he's used the yellow one, so now he can use the blue one to pop, destroy, and because the blue one was destroyed, he gets to search. So, and Stefan let the search go.
I'm not sure he has that much options, or he'll at least... I mean, Didner is still pretty big, so he can always keep going next turn.
Wait
if
a
he
second.
survives.
Can we bring up cross? I just want to see something on cross. Because he detached one last turn. Okay, you can target 2, accept it, and draw one card. Okay, you can, once effect's activated, you can detach one material from a Ryziel monster, and if you do, negate that effect. And if he doesn't have anything attached, he has no pops or negates.
Yeah.
He has to just watch this happen. If that's the case, it's going to be hard for Stefan to watch.
And we know he has 2 Eleskeletus in that Crystron. He hasn't used Dawn Dragster yet in this duel, but he has used his Infinity. He still has a few more options with things like Cherubini, Clockwork Knight, SP, all the classics there.
He managed to pop the Synchro, which will then trigger twice, one for the Synchro and one for the one that got banished, special summoning 2 level 5 machines. Is he going to summon another Infinity? Is it?
He only has one.
He only has one. Yeah, you can
But
see
he
the
has
disappointment
options.
in his face. Because the Infinity would have been able to absorb the detonator and then run over the ice, but look, I'm sure Stefan would have negated any of these if he could have, so that's telling us that there's 0 materials attached to the detonator. As we can see, Stefan's doing what he can do and cross his arms at this point. It's what anyone else. Yeah, and Thomas deciding, is he going to go for a big synchro play? We do know that he has that other level 9 synchro, but he's going for a level 10. The Samurai Destroyer. Okay, there's a pop there.
One of our 10 pie favorites.
Yeah, he's a classic. what I'm really enjoying about this Crystron deck is he's summoning all of these popular Synchro and XYZ monsters in the most innovative ways, using an engine that most people overlook, which is thoroughly impressing all of us.
Yeah, and now you can see if he can simply crash the destroyer into that detonator and get another machine revival to keep going there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a different use case than what we've seen in the last 8 months.
Is that quadrillion Drax thing a machine? I wonder.
It is indeed.
It is a machine.
And I think it's still engraved.
Yeah. Huh. Fancy that. Well, Thomas, what will you do now?
Still thinking. It's definitely a question of, if he does that, he would need to crash it, like, inevitably. Okay, seems he went for, what was that, the star?
That is the ice.
Yeah, the ice Rizal.
Yeah, he ran over the ice.
Which, I mean, is kind of fine. Worst case scenario, like, he'll get another attach on the detonator, which gets 1 pop, but it almost feels like, hopefully for Thomas, running out of steam on the Rizal side. But let's see what that top deck does.
At this stage, I could have seen... Oh,
another ice.
Okay, all right. Well, the duel's not over just yet. However, I believe detonator is limited.
Yes.
So, yeah, Stefan is going to be forced into specific options. Stefan is playing an interesting XYZ list. He can use Castell. If he can get all the way up into an Ouroboros, that would be pretty cool. But it looks like he can maybe only make a Cowboy actually might come up now. Oh, but obviously, he has he's just making sure that Samurai Destroyer does what it does. And he can make a King of the Feral Imps, which is actually going to bridge him into his Mitsurugi plays.
That'll bring him back there, because that's what he still has live. Otherwise, there's always the classics like Dugaris. If he wants to stall a bit more, there's always Baguska. I'm surprised we haven't seen many lines so far with Eclipse Twins between the two Rizal games.
Yeah, that's a relatively new card that we haven't seen much in this tournament. Interesting note: if he does get a Murukumo out, he can nuke his opponent's board.
There we go for Castell.
But no, he's going for Castell and making the classic play of shuffling a card back into the deck. We used to do this to out big scary floodgates, and now he has 2 level 4 exceeds monsters, which means he can. What's it called when you like hyper mega
like
super
rank up.
turbo?
It's the alternate.
Just going for normal.
Alternate for Eclipse Twins can use 2 rank 4s, and like I said, here it goes. We were just saying why isn't it here yet, and that's exactly why.
Yeah. And it's the perfect card to play when you've burnt out all of your exceeds. They've got no materials anyways. You might as well get some value out of it.
It can make 2 attacks, which is handy, but usually it's used more for its revival to keep going into more exceed plays.
Yeah, it's attacks. Being able to attack twice with the Eclipse Twins would really help in this scenario, because he'd be able to run over both machine monsters.
Although we see that he sends the Duo Drive, which to someone that X.
Is that his last Duo Driver?
He does run 2, so he does have another one he can still use.
Okay, and he didn't play Duo Driver this game?
No.
Oh, yes, no. There was a board of negate, so he had to go straight into detonator. Okay, and now we're seeing Ice Rizal. Okay.
I wonder what Thomas is thinking right now. Is he wearing that one card in
okay.
his hand?
All right, so now he's used the Eclipse Twins to revive these two Exceeds and use Detonator to put the Eclipse Twins underneath. That's pretty disgusting, man.
Depending on what Thomas has left in his deck,
he can
one of the pops on the
Ouroboros.
Soul Fifthneers can at least keep reviving stuff. So you could start a combo chain that way
Yeah.
and just
He
keep
could,
on living.
He could overlay all three
Mm.
for Ouroboros, use Ouroboros effect to rip a card out of his opponent's hand. But he's not going to do that. He's going to go for the Duo Driver. And he's going to attach another monster for the Duo Driver. He's going to be able to detach 2 to search any 2 Ryzeals. I believe he's burnt most of his Ryzeal effects. We just need to keep track of. He's used Ice this turn. I believe he's used Sword.
I don't think he used Sword. He used EXT and he used Ice.
Yes.
So I think we see Star there and what was the other
Star,
one?
and it looks like EXT. Okay. Which is why obviously he's grabbing Star, because he needs to be able to use it.
Yep.
So he detaches one to be able to special summon and then overlays both of them for tell me Baguska.
Looks like is that Dagaris? Nope. You thought about it.
It looks like he wants to.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, he is going for Dagaris
In
the Timeless.
defense.
And he's using the effects for... It doesn't look like the revival or the draw effect.
It looks like he's
Skip
doubling.
the battle phase of your next turn, also double the attack of one monster you
Yep.
control until the end phase of this turn, and he has doubled the Detonator.
that?
So,
I think he was trying to swing for game there, but
okay,
another
so
pop.
the Detonator is 6k.
And that's
yeah,
it.
That's GG. Well done to Stefan.
Yeah.
Congrats on the Game 3 win, and yeah, we hope you continue to do well. Also, a special mention to Thomas for taking this to a grindy Game 3 with a deck. I think he's the only player in this entire tournament playing Crystron. That's really fascinating. Well done, Thomas.
Yeah, there might more. I haven't seen many. I've seen people talk about it, but I haven't seen so many pop through yet. But yeah, definitely still admirable. He got this far into a grind game against Ryzeal, but it's almost, you can see Stefan threaded that needle exactly to get his engine back up online.
Yeah.
Through those interruptions.
A good conservative play, obviously. I enjoy, I guess, playing with my food a little bit too much. So I probably would have leaned into an Ouroboros play to rip the last card, and, just to close the final hope.
Yeah.
But I mean, going for games just as good, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's got him this victory in this game, and I hope it'll get him very more. Thank you for watching, and yeah, we'll see you next at round 3. Oh, we have a battle of the titans. These are the two most successful players in South Africa. Lungi on the left has won 2 nationals back to back. Tarek on the right has won a nationals and won 2 states back to back. So this is going to be gigantic. So we have Snake Eyes Fiendsmith against Raziel Mitsurugi. So we're going to start off with a Signet mining, discarding a parallel exceeds to search a 4-mod skipper. Tarek lets it go. Lungi thinking, any draws? No. Cool. I'm going to play a 4-mod skipper.
Have we gone through what are each of these legends playing today?
Yeah. So Lungi is playing Snake Eyes Fiendsmith, and Tarek is on
Mitsurugi Raziel.
Mitsurugi Raziel.
Definitely 2 powerhouse decks for 2 powerhouse players.
Yeah. Lungi, being under a 4 loss, decides to summon a Requiem, and then uses 4-mod skipper's effects to copy the same name. Tarek's just busy reading it. I'm sure he hasn't seen that card in quite a while. It was popular in salad format. So now he copied parallel exceed, which means he gets to search a parallel exceed. All right. So yeah, Tarek's just confirming everything. He did this in a very good way that plays around the full loss. He's now going to use Requiem to try and special summon a Fiendsmith from the deck. Very okay.
Another draw, taking the challenge.
Yeah. Lacrima's effect to dump a Fiendsmith. Tarek lets it go.
Can only imagine how much each of their minds is racing through all the options here.
Yeah. Lungi, I'm sure, not enjoying being under 4 loss. Tarek, I'm sure, eating the 4 loss up and really enjoying its benefits. So he's actually going to send the Fiendsmith Trap, which does have quite a nice graveyard recursion effect as well. Was that a pass? Did I
not
just
taking
see
the
a pass?
bait. At the same time, there is still plenty of play he can do.
Yeah, Lungi
on
passed
Tarek's turn.
on Lacrima.
Yeah.
Turns up to Tarek. In this titan of a game, let's see how Tarek will start this. He will start with the EXT Raziel, dumping an exceed from his grave. He's going to dump a Duo Driver to spec the Raziel, and then use the EXEs to search the sword.
I do wonder on the meta
he's
side
going
of
for
things.
ice.
We know Lungi spent a fair bit of time playing in the OCG. I wonder what that sort of experience will teach him around these sorts of plays.
Definitely, yeah, because I mean, Lungi is very experienced. He's played into many 4 losses. He's even played into Maxi's. Maxi's actually been like the bane of his existence. And I mean, so the deck choice that he brings today obviously comes with all of that OCG knowledge in it as well, being able to see things into the future. Lungi said that there was an issue with his deck, so he did have to like cook up something. But I'm sure that we can assume, so we do see a Raziel, the big blue board wipe negate man.
The Mitsurugi Murakumo.
Murakumo, and he's dumping a Night Serpent to do it. He's just going to look for more reptiles to dump. He's probably going to dump, looks like one of them one of them will probably search. It is off the screen, unfortunately, so we cannot see that. But the Night Serpent, so yeah, it looks like he dumped the one that adds back the ritual from the grave, and then Night Serpent spec'd itself out. He can now perform a Exceed summon. By the way, when you saw the Lacrima go to the graveyard, that was because of Murakumo's effect to pop Lacrima. He also has an Omni Negate. So yeah, there's Duo Driver equipping something from the grave, and then he's going to use Duo Driver's effect. Well, one will assume, but it looks like Lungi has something to say about that.
Nope.
No. Okay, no, he's not going to search. Instead, he's going to summon Ice, and then he's, by discarding... Yeah, it looks like a Arotama. Okay, and then he's going to use Ice effect to get a Ryziel from deck. He's going to get Star, and he's going to use Star's effect.
We can definitely see a much faster pace of play between these two.
You can see that both of them know how to play quickly into time, which is great. It's a trait that you see among good players, because good players won't lose to time. Which, yeah, both Lungi and Torek playing pretty pacefully.
Okay.
If Star is special summoned, you can set one Ryziel spell or trap from your deck.
Looks like
So he is going to go for... Is he going to go for the trap? No, he's going to go for Cross. He's going to set Cross, that's a monster negate.
Meanwhile, Lungi got his Requiem back
Yeah.
and back off.
Yeah. Yeah. Tarek just considering what play he wants to make now. He does have duos. No, sorry. I believe Lungi did draw. And that's why we don't see any detach from the duo driver.
Yes,
that's
true.
why it's sitting there without materials. That makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, so Tarek was asking, did he just pass on that? I wonder. Oh, what you see on the screen, it is not round 3, it is round 1. We are just having a little bit of... sorry. It's game 1 of round 3, yes, sorry. But yeah, this is still game 1. Okay, so...
Back into Engraver.
Lungi's turn, he did stick an Engraver on the field. Tarek just busy looking at some resources. Obviously the quick effect of Lacrima just to save him from a little bit of damage. Tarek's just going to overlay into Detonator because... Oh, and then Lungi's going to banish to protect, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, Lungi busy looking in his graveyard. Gets to he uses the trap to dump a Desiree. It's a nice setup. So that when Engraver dies next time, he'll be able to shuffle back the Desiree to bring back the Engraver. Okay, is that battle phase? Yes, it looks like it's battle phase. So he did not use... So he's now attacking with the Detonator and he's now attacking with the Murakumo. Yeah, Tarek's still got a fair amount of cards in his hand. We do see... yeah, it looks like to be the Omni. This game looks all but wrapped up. Yeah, so Lungi on 1,500. Declares standby main. Looks at the board and yeah, probably gonna go into the think tank for like 20 seconds. is it possible to play through this? He's got. We know he has one more negates than Lungi probably thinks he does. So he gets the
Tract?
Yeah, he gets the tracts. Then he'll play the tract to try and special summon a Fiendsmith monster from his deck.
We go for the Murakumo negate there. Is Lungi going to spend the extra discard?
Is Tarek gonna discard? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he said he's not gonna chain. Yeah. They were just waiting for chain links, and yeah, Lungi did a discard. So now we will move on to the end of the chain, but we will just see. I think doesn't Tarek need to discard for Murakumo's effect?
Lungi discarded the Fua for it, yes.
Oh yes, yeah. Okay. Okay, so now he's going to summon out the Fabled Luri, just confirming one or two things from the judge, and then he's going to use Engraver's effect, Engrave, to special summon itself. Tarek just busy contemplating. He will, on summon, go prayers. Yeah, and Lungi's going to scoop that up, because I'm sure he can see what's about to happen.
Yeah. There's only so much you can do against a big board like that, even with draw of all things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the draw. I think he established his board quite before, before he searched.
Yes.
Because obviously he was going with the EXT, with the sword. I think that's maybe when the draw came down.
Yeah.
No. I think Lungi was waiting for Tarek to search something more crucial and then draw.
But in any case, when those Mitsurugi spells are quick plays, you can still just do your combos on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
That is part of the power there.
Okay.
But looking into the siding patterns, what are we expecting from, say, Tarek going into this, assuming he is going to be going second here?
Yeah, looking at Tarek's side deck, we can see triple artifact Lancia, triple one draw, triple thrust, duster, lightning storm, harpies, feather storm, one more purification, mischief of the gnomes. Okay, so he's got a fair amount of going first and second cards, but I think what he'll be on the most, I don't see any like Dark Ruler no mores or anything like that, so he's probably just going to bring in that draw, maybe some thrusts and some lightning storms. I don't see much else. On Lungi's side, he has 3D barrier, which is probably getting instantly sided in.
Yeah. Is Mistaken Arrest a good one as well these days? I see it in a lot of these decks.
I've also been seeing it. It's I feel like it's quite powerful. These kind of like floodgate cards. I guess it's better than Mistake, the card Mistake, because Mistake can just get popped. But Mistaken Arrest, once you flip it to against the right deck, it'll turn skip. Which is very, very powerful.
Although I do wonder why not deck lockdown instead. No, you can search. Is Mistaken Arrest the normal spell?
Tarek actually played deck lockdown last year. But anyways, we are off to game 2.
Yeah.
Tarek going first, and he is Lungi going first.
Yeah.
So Tarek on his draw phase playing a Perilia. He's going to be able to draw a card every time Lungi's normal or special summons a card from his hand.
Discarding Flamberge.
This is where Tarek sees that Lungi is on Snake Eyes, because he didn't know that last
True,
round. Yeah. Quite an exclamation of surprise from Tarek. But yeah, obviously Perilia being pretty powerful into Snake Eyes. So that's one draw off of Perilia. He's going to exceed, which is he's going to link, which is not from the hand. so Pirelli is not going to draw any cards there. He will trigger parallel exceed. So yeah,
it's a very interesting, different style of deck we're seeing at this top level of play from Lungi here.
Tarek does need to draw a card because he did spec the exceed from his hand.
The first one or the second?
Lungi, when he spec the parallel exceed, Tarek didn't draw a card.
I think he did off the first one.
I don't think so, but yeah,
But
I'm
in
willing
any case-
to be wrong. Yeah, because there's still 5 cards in his hand, so he only drew 1. Yeah, so Tarek's now remembering. Okay, so yeah, now we see
Infernal Flame
Yeah.
Banshee coming up.
yeah, Infernal Flame Banshee. So we're going to grab the Poplar. I think Lungi is going to play the Poplar, giving Tarek another card. Poplar's effect to search. Tarek's just thinking if he wants to allow this.
Snake Eyes obviously still being quite a useful engine to be putting in a deck.
Oh yeah, it's like, I mean,
A lot of the time we
The deck
expect
the
ban
deck-
list hits and we're like, it's not so good anymore, but you can always make something happen.
yeah. This format skipper option is very, very spicy. Because you can go straight into parallel exceed. Okay, so yeah, he's going to play the field spell, use the field spell effect to equip the place the ash in the spell and trap card zone. Then he's going to use the Requiem to spec a Fiendsmith monster from his deck. He's going to go for Lacrima. Lacrima's effect to dump. Tarek's
reading.
option to response. And he does go for the engraver. Sorry about that. Okay, and then he's gonna go into
Lungi's going to the Necrocup.
in
I
nec-
do
in
wonder
Necrocup.
what has come up of those draws for Tarek, and will he get any more to keep interrupting there, ideally?
Yeah. Lungi playing around this Pirelli quite nicely now. You can see he's found a way to draw just draw and search and spec from deck and place to the spell and trap card zone and all of that kind of stuff. We can see Engraver coming out now or trying to come out.
Oh, and there goes the nib.
Yeah,
So a very big field.
so Lungi's Tarek's gonna chain nib. It's gonna nuke everything on board. They're probably gonna take a second to calculate the stats.
There always comes a point where you're like, do I need to do the stats? And they're interesting. I've noticed some players tending to
So
put the
we
nib
have-
token in interesting zones, because you can always do things like not relinquish the anima, but maybe that.
Yeah.
But there are some spicy techs you can do
He-
with link ones.
So now because Tarek's special summon nib, Lungi gets to use original temples to summon Snake Eye Ash, and now on summon Snake Eye Ash is going to search any Snake Eyes, or Diabell Star. So the Poplar did trigger, which is what we did see, and obviously Musa, the judge at the time, just took a look at Poplar. So the card was declared, it just never resolved.
Yeah.
Now we see a Salamangreat Mir, a very spicy card.
Salamangreat Mole.
A mole, yes. It is a walking pot of avarice.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can pretty much shuffle 5. Does it also
5.
draw 2, or does it draw 1? Yeah,
It
draw 2
draws 2.
cards. It's literally a Pot of Avarice, which is exactly what
Although-
Lungi needs right now.
Is that what it's being used for? It's only a Pot of Avarice for those Salamangrade cards, and that's the only Salamangrade in his deck.
Yes,
So it's
okay.
more likely he's using
If you
the
you
link
can
summon
play-
effect.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
it keeps extending with it.
Okay, so he's actually using it for a link extender, which is nice. So he's going for a tract here to get out a Lurie. He's going to drop the Lurie. Lurie is going to activate its effect to spec from hand. This is all after nib, so now Lungi doesn't need to worry about. And this is all playing around Perilia, which is very, very skillful. Still making a board through multiple hand traps.
It's quite a freeing feeling once you do get that nib and you're like, no, now I can keep on going.
Yeah, because there's no second nib, so now you can just climb in. So Lungi is going to declare Requiem's effect to shuffle 2 back into the deck to perform a fusion summon. Okay. And Desiree is going to hit the field. When equipped, does have the ability to become an Omni Negate.
Tarek just confirming there that sequence.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Lungi is now going to be using Ash's effect, sending itself and Poplar to special summon a Oak. Oak's gonna trigger, and Oak's gonna special summon 2 from the grave. And okay, so Oak is going to. Oh, he's choosing not to use Oak just yet.
Going for the Promethean Princess, getting his Fire Revival. Again, quite a versatile, very
Flamberge.
open-ended type of deck, I think.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, so okay, okay. So Lacrima and Sequence are getting placed in the Spell and Trap card zone. And then he's going to go for a link summon of Ambler Whale. And this is going to trigger Flamberge's effect if Lungi chooses to use it.
Do you think we're going to see a Zelantis?
Zelantis
top line?
FTK. Well, yeah, I mean, there wouldn't be much point in summoning Zelantis now. I mean, he could for like the Destroy by Battle protection.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'd probably summon like maybe an IP or something like that would be pretty useful. He does have Promethean Princess in the grave right now, which is
There
very.
we go,
there's
exactly
the
like you
IP.
said.
Okay, cool. And it looks like the Requiem, the sequence is equipped to the Desiree.
So that'll give him at least 2 negates with Desiree, IP probably into SP for banish and monster removal.
Yeah, he
and
has.
whatever else he still needs to do.
Yeah. And playing into this board is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Lungi can just go battle phase and then force Lungi to go IP.
Yeah. Let's see what Tarek goes for here. Just having a look through the grave. He knows he's going to trigger Promethean Princess, depending on his lines.
And we know Tarek's not unevenly matched, so it's not like Tarek can go. Okay, but we do see droplets. Okay. What is
Droplet
Tarek?
sending, I believe, the Habakiri
Yes, Habakiri
and
Nibiru.
his nib.
to negate the IP and the Desiree. They cannot be used in response, so yeah, Lungi just yeah, he can see, he knows what's up. Cool, and then EXT is gonna activate.
Going into Aggregator, getting another negate, which he'll go for the field spell, the Temple.
Yeah.
And Lungi can't Desiree that, that's only for face-up cards.
And this is very ominous because you don't know what's about to happen. But yeah, the EXT is probably going to go for a sword now. Unless he goes for ice, he goes for ice again. We do see Tarek has Imperm in hand. I'm not too sure what else he has in there though.
Yep, definitely confirming that ice for himself there.
Cool.
Definitely still a tricky board for him, I think. And I think he recognizes that.
Okay, so ice activates. You don't need discard for ice, no? It can just spec itself. You can special summon this by sending one card from your... Okay, did he normal summon the ice?
Yeah, he might, because he would have sent the Mirror Logic for X.
Okay.
And then going into Sword.
Yes. Okay, so he normaled the ice. Inspect the sword. What do you do? What do you do? If he goes into Duo Driver, does Duo Driver protect itself from destruction? I don't think so.
It's the detonator that protects itself, yeah.
I'm thinking about... He's definitely... I'm sure Tarek hasn't forgotten about the Promethean princess in Lungi's grave.
Yep.
But let's see what he'll do. Is he gonna go for Exiton Knight?
Yep.
He is.
There we go.
I know you, Tarek. Okay, so Exiton on. Okay, Lungi deciding to let it go. The ice is also destroyed.
It looks like
Tarek
wants to force
a lot of
princess.
chain links. A lot of chain links are gonna happen. Okay. Okay. All right. So, so we have Desiree 1, Amblerwhale chain 2. So let's see what Lungi decides.
You can see both of them still thinking through everything that's about to happen here.
Yeah, it's because the thing is, okay, so the Amblerwhale is gonna pop the Exiton that nuked the board, and then the Desiree is gonna, okay, no wait, boom boom. Was that Poplar that put Flamberge in the
I think so.
Okay. But the IP is back online. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Having a look through the effect of Princess. Yeah, that's what happens when you drop a bomb like Exiton on that sort of board.
Right, because Amblerwhale got popped, it spec'd IP because it is a link 3 or lower. Okay, so now we're going to use Ame again to spec a Mitsurugi from deck. He's going to go Saji. Saji is going to search his Spell or Trap, but Lungi is going to ash that.
Nice.
Very, very good. Okay, so, and that's a once per duel effect. So, where do you go from now? We know that he has that Imperm plus 3 unknowns.
Pace of the game definitely slowing down here as things get much more complex.
Okay, using ice to special summon itself, as earlier on it was normal summoned.
Okay.
And
was that straight to battle?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay.
Surrender Bell, get rid of the IP.
That's definitely an imperm, and then
That's
2
it.
cards in hand. Spicy. Okay, let's see where this goes. Okay, we're gonna start with a Fiendsmith engraver. To be able to search a. What did he search? He picked it up very quickly. But I don't know if it was the, yes, it was the continuous spell. I must admit I don't see this often. Okay, he's going to use Requiem to spec a Fiendsmith from the deck.
And
Tarek having ice, imperm, and 1 or 2 unknowns in hand. I think it might be 1.
getting Gravel, getting back the Requiem on field.
Oh, no, it's the Ame in hand. No, he pitched the Ame.
He
Yeah.
used the Amen or Habakiri for
Yes.
Saji. The Saji was ashed, and then
And then he discarded the Ame with ice. Okay. All right. So now Lungi is making a.
Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon, one of the
Wow.
new Alliance Inside favorites.
Okay.
Doom Dragon, having its alternate summon condition, always a fun time for getting it up.
If this card is special summoned, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls and place it face-up in the spell and trap card zone. Okay.
Yeah,
Very spicy. Very spicy.
very nice way to out something that would usually be recovered or otherwise protected.
Olungi is not used as normal summon yet. Not that he needs it, because that Salamangreat in his hand is a extender.
And no longer under the effect of Perulia like previously.
Okay, and Oak is coming back. Sending to. Okay, I think while we were looking up the Doom Dragon, we missed how the Oak came back. It might have just been a normal summon of an Oak into Poplar, and then Poplar adding Ash. Now we're going Engraver, shuffling back the Desiree.
2
to
engravers
spec
on
the
board
engraver.
now.
Oh, I think we know what that means.
It's quite a decent amount of
This-
damage on board. although
This
not
is a
quite yet.
grindy,
Is it?
grindy duel. This is quite a lot of. Well, without temples, it's not. I mean, all of the weenies have their original attack. Like I'm referring to like Oak and Poplar and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, the engravers are each 18. The Doom Dragon is 3k.
2000, yeah.
So a hefty amount of damage, not
You
enough
could
for
always
game
go for
yet.
more.
There's a DDD High King Caesar, very nice. Looking at some more options, he does see that he still has his Promethean Princess in the grave. No need to burn more stuff than you need to if the duel's going to carry on for like one or two more turns.
Sitting 1 and passing, because
Oh.
it was at main phase 2 there.
Okay, yeah, so he probably attacked with everything and then went main phase,
Yeah.
that's why Tarek's on 4-4. So he's going to lead Imperm on the High King Caesar.
Putting X out by sending. What's the best target right now? Eclipse Twins, yes.
Eclipse Twins, okay.
Yeah, because Eclipse Twins gets its grave effect by directly sending. So he gets to summon his Xyz and put a material back. Oh, going for Exciton
Spicy.
again. Is that what I just saw?
Yeah, it looks like it. Now, question is, do you say on summon of Exciton, if he doesn't use the effect, do you use her effect, because Exciton is a quick effect to nuke the field, right? D barrier, obviously calling Xyz. Okay, we are now locked into link monsters.
Is that going to seal things? What plays does he have? If he has lines back into Mitsurugi, which he won't with King of the Feral Imps, because he can't summon Xyz anymore, we'll see what he can do.
If he plays Moon, I'm not too sure if he does play it. Let's see.
Tariq does not have.
He does. He
Moon
has
lines.
no Moon in the deck, so he cannot go into Fiendsmith combo. So he makes an ice.
You could always be setting up a board if you can survive all those attack waves.
Lungi also holding. Okay, no, he's not holding out anymore. He's going straight for Promethean Princess, and then he's going to use Promethean Princess to pop the ice and the poplar. Tariq says I've seen enough and scoops it up. So now we go to a game 3.
Yeah, with 9 minutes left.
Whoa.
Definitely can be
Okay.
done, but might have
Hectic.
to put in some timepieces.
Yeah, well done on playing into that Perelia. Nicely. Yeah, you could kind of see Lungi's brain ticking there. If I give him like 1 or 2 draws and then the rest of the summons are just from grave and deck, then it should be chilled. It's not like he's been like under maxi.
Especially with the kind of board he can set up, he doesn't have to worry about whatever Tariq draws as much.
Yeah, If he gets to like maybe a Desiree DDD High King Caesar, then he can play around Neeb and Imperm.
Yeah.
So if there are like a couple draws out of that, it's relatively negligible. Yeah.
So, assuming Tariq's going to go first now, what will he put in that side?
So the first thing I'm seeing here is a Harpy's Featherstorm, and that's gigantic because just to be able to stop all monster effects, just completely lock you out. Like I don't think I can't imagine what Lungi would do without monster effects, but that is probably the first thing that I can see. I think maybe the draw will come in. We are obviously assuming Tariq's gonna pick first. I don't think he's gonna second.
It would make sense. I could see that Great Purification coming in. Great trap for Mitsurugi to put in for going first.
I don't see a Gaga Cowboy in the extra deck.
Like you said, good players don't go into time. He might feel very confident that this doesn't need to happen for him, and he doesn't need to sort that out with Gaga Cowboy.
Yeah, I will say that when good players go into time, it's they've allowed themselves as much time as they can, whereas a lot of people who just think about plays for a long time and burn the time for both people, and yeah, off to a game 3.
Alrighty.
Yeah, both of these duelists, Lungi and Tariq, all of us have massive respect for them. They are two titans of the game, so very, very happy to see. Okay, so Tariq leads with a normal summon of ice, uses ice's effect and gets ashed.
Cross-out.
He will chain crossouts. One can assume he's declaring ash, yeah. So ash's effect gets negated.
Crossout is not a card you see as much, of course, having been limited, but a lot of decks don't play it these days if they feel they can play around the hand traps. But you can see Tariq really wants to get his gas going.
Yeah, the choice of crossout designator is pretty good. Yeah, and you can see obviously the play is just fast forwarding a bit. Yeah. So
this will be a bit of a deciding match for this at least slight rivalry between these two kinds of players.
Here we have King of the Feral Imps. Is
Bridging
Lungi
his
gonna
lines.
Is Lungi gonna bite? No. There's the Ame. He's gonna summon Star and then use King of the Feral Imps to search a... oh, he goes straight for cross.
Duo drive. Getting an extra material. He's going to get his 2 searches immediately. Yep. Setting himself up for detonator.
I must have missed something.
He might have had that cross in hand.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Habakiri.
Nope.
You cannot tribute King of... Well, I mean, you can tribute King of the Feral Imps, but it doesn't have a level. So... Eyeball.
Yeah, it doesn't need a level specifically for tribute.
It's
for tribute any monster.
Yeah. No, it just for its normal effect. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go ritual. Yeah, he's doing it quickly, but he dumped the one that adds back the ritual and Night Serpent.
Kusanagi, I think.
To grab back the ritual, play the ritual.
Get Murakoma out and his Night Sword and Habakiri again. And he's still got a rank 4 player there. He could get that detonator out again immediately or go for another utility piece.
Yeah. So... Okay, is he using Ice's effects?
Oh, 3 material on a 3 Ouroboros.
Okay, Ouroboros effect to rip a card from hand is being used. Okay, yeah, so he sent the Ame to summon the ice so that he can bridge into the Ouroboros. Now he's going to play prayers to be able to... He sacked...
Mole.
Yeah, so Mole got discarded. So because he sacked to use prayers, he gets a search, and then he gets to special summon. This will trigger the Murakumo to special summon itself and then search, which is going to add the prayers. And then he's going to...
Even bigger.
Go into...
Eclipse Twins.
Eclipse Twins. Again, link away Eclipse Twins.
With a huge amount of materials.
Okay, then he's going to go for another Ouroboros, question mark. Yes.
He gets to summon it back from his Eclipse, yeah. I mean, Ouroboros, decent beat stick in any case. You might have wanted that.
Oh, he discards a Fabled Luri. Okay.
For the Murakumo
does that trigger?
negation.
Maybe yes, but then cross.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
There goes the Great Purification.
Yeah, sets the Great...
Set a bunch.
Oh.
That's a big board.
Yeah, this is... Okay, so Lungi has 2 minutes on the clock. Okay, summon Four-Eyed Skipper. Asks Tarek for a response. Tarek's going to use Detonator to blow up the Skipper. Tarek is going to chain the thing with the big cattle. What's it called?
Big Cattle Drive.
No.
It was one of the newest Snake Eye cards, I believe.
Search cattle? I might be wrong. No, it's not even one of those. Okay. But whatever it was, doesn't matter, because it got negated.
I believe it was what? Dramatic Snake Eye Chase. If I'm looking at it correctly.
So
yeah.
Players busy discussing the game states and then seeing what happened.
1 minute left.
Okay, we have 57 seconds left.
Still descends upon the board. Okay. There we go. Lungi decides, I think he cannot play through more of that board. see the size of a relief from Tarek.
Okay.
You could almost see the steam
Spicy.
coming out of their heads.
Well done to Tarek for taking down a Titan in the we've had a great grindy game. Good to see. Both players playing very pacefully.
But I'm sure the story is not over for these two.
Yeah, well, fate will show us what happens in the future. Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching this round between Lungi and Tarek. We'll break into lunch, and we'll be back after lunch. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy.
Welcome back to round 4 of States 2025, South Africa. On the left, we have a Regenesis Cash tier with a Memento Fiendsmith on the right, Ron versus Devon. Devon, I've seen him a couple times at locals. He's played a lot of our events. He'll be starting this game.
Opening with a Dark Blade.
Opening with the Dark Blade. Yeah, I think Ron just reading Dark Blade. And he will respond with a Fualos.
Okay.
Very interesting, okay.
I know a lot of the Memento combo lines don't always use the extra deck, but we still don't want to give them as deck summons.
A very nice
And
response
there goes
with the cold buy. He's going to use its effect to spec Memento from deck.
Yep. Bring out the Anguish.
Cool. Yeah. He's going to bring out the Anguish effect. Anguish effect is activating. A run allows it. It's going to be able to search a Memento card.
Yeah, it'll special a target monster from grave, basically. But first, going for the Tatsuchinogo. No? Tatsunoto Shigo.
Tatsunoto Shigo.
These names, I'm getting used to them.
Yeah. Special summoned in defense.
Cool beans.
Activating its effect.
Which will be, to send any number of mementos, basically from the deck to grave, based on the Anguish level, I think.
Summoning Moon.
Yep, linking off.
Linking off Moon into Requiem. Requiem's effect to be able to special summon a Fiend.
And there we see those
from deck.
powerful Fiendsmith bridges coming out again. Just like we saw in round 1 with Ben's Memento.
Nice, and summoning a Lacrima, using Lacrima's effect to dump a Fiendsmith. The Ash obviously been burnt earlier on, allows him to play the Engraver now. Devon just feeling out his opponent, just trying to build a board. Ron, I'm sure, obviously putting a lot of effort to stave off what he can.
Regenesis obviously being one of these newer age engines that plays a bit of a control game or a bit of a board breaking type game. So it pairs quite well with Kashtira, which we might see coming up.
Yeah, they have a good a good couple of ways of destroying spell and trap cards or and monsters as well.
Currently just contemplating going through sequence lines. Do we want to let it go through?
Okay, I'm gonna summon the Desiree, I believe. No, that's not Desiree. That is...
We're finding it. Was that not Guardian Chimera? That
Yeah, it's hard to tell with
I
the
think
swords.
that is Baphomet, which would be Baphomet, the mythical king of phantom beasts.
Spicy. Okay, so he's gonna... Yeah, it looks like Baphomet. Okay, so he's gonna bridge into illusion lines by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, if he gets that Baphomet to grave, on his opponent's turn he can banish it
Yeah,
in order to summon his fiends and illusions again. So that brings him back into those Fiendsmith lines again.
Yeah, it'll get him one of each,
Yeah.
I believe.
And that's exactly what he's set up here with just ending on SP. Well, maybe not yet ending.
Aranje just absorbing his opponent's cards.
Yeah, you want to understand the board we're going into?
Does this this isn't the hand rip Baphomet, right? No.
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 And he does activate it,
Okay, banish it to add back a fiend.
which is the Sleepy.
Okay, and we're gonna respond with another Fua loss.
Sleepy allows him to fusion summon from his extra deck using monsters from his hand or field. So that allows him to open, the big boy. Memento Declan, I cannot pronounce the name, Creation King.
Yeah, so Fua is still negated by called by the grave. Even though he did Fua loss again, it is still a lingering, because called by obviously targets the name.
Thinking through those lines. Up. Called by the Gatic, our kind of zombie old Karibo friend here.
Yeah, and obviously this is Ron's just pairing up against probably one of his first Memento matches for today, just absorbing all of the cards and just understanding how the deck works.
It looks like still all happening in draw phase here. Adding the Memento Fusion.
I don't think we're in. Oh yeah. This is in Ron's draw phase, correct?
Yeah.
These fusion summon.
Smart plays here with
Okay.
Devon. He's gone completely under Nibiru this way, unless Ron wants to Nibiru his own board. Which I believe he's still on, 1-2 summons this turn?
And Ron's got 2 cards left in his hand to play this duel with.
Opening with the Pressure Planet
Nice.
Rates-Off.
Okay, Pressure Planet is a good card to still have in your hand. But I believe he's chaining Creation King's effect to pop.
Yep.
Yeah, itself in a spell card. It's going to float into another Memento.
Back into Akihiron.
Yeah, and then Akihiron.
Yep. Akihiron's an interesting one. When used on Devon's turn, he can use it for his Creation King to just attack directly with its huge 5,000, or not the Creation King, the combined Creation can go for 5,000 directly that way.
Sure.
But that's not what will happen here. Okay.
Ron got 1 card left in his hand.
The Genesis code.
Yeah.
That'll bring back one of Regenesis monster from his deck to the field, which is Archfiend. Pretty standard. Archfiend is your starter and extender there. And that allows him to also pretty much get any specific piece he wants to try and out Devon's board. especially with how warrior or dragon can be used for monsters or spells and traps, or sage for a negate. But yeah,
On summon, he does get to search a Regenesis card. So he's busy going through the lines. Good to not chain the SP and just wait for a little bit of commitment. You don't know what kind of line your opponent's going to go through.
going for sage there.
And this is the spell and trap removal, eh?
No, sage is the activation negation by attributing
okay.
another Regenesis.
Okay.
So that'll, he can use it to protect himself from the SP or any continued combos from the memento side of things.
Wow, this is a simplified game state. Just gonna swing over the SP. Feel like it is correct.
Yeah. And then swing with sage for 2/5. Well, no, swing into Akihiron, yes.
Both monsters being level 7 could maybe bridge into an Exceed, but I think you want to keep the game states simplified, because when you're up on tempo, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
However, we see the Engraver activating here, so Sage is able to negate any of this at any point, but yeah, definitely wise to hold it.
We can see thinking through the lines here. Ron wants to make sure he's not going to accidentally trigger any mementos engrave at this rate, probably.
Yeah. Let's see what he can do. He can go Engraver into Requiem, Requiem into Lacrima, into what's maybe the trap. So not amazing by itself.
Go for the memento
activates
fusion.
He searches the fusion. We'll see if he activates it now.
Ah.
He does have a draw in hand. Not particularly a fusion target, unless I'm mistaken.
No, it is a decent use against Regenesis Cash. But, I mean, maybe he's waiting to stall it out if he doesn't need to use it. But going for the Goblin Biker side first, which, if I recall correctly, is a good rank 3 engine, and it ties into especially, like you saw with Ben's list with, I believe it's Grand Breakout, where you can use it to summon a Goblin card, and as it so happens, Memento has a Goblin card.
Wow. He's still not used that Sage yet. I think if you can hold on to 2 monsters instead, like, you know, if you see something that's worth negating. So here's that Goblin Biker that you were talking about.
Yeah, and now he's going into, he went into his other actual Memento Goblin.
Okay. Yeah, these Goblin Bikers, they're that like aggro package that can power up the goblins and smack you for big damage.
And from there, we're going to Bone Party and Tatsuno Toshigo. just keeping those lines going. And again, if you haven't played against Memento a lot yourself, it's difficult to try and predict what your opponent's going to do. I feel like it's a very non-linear deck these days, which is part of its power.
Yeah, it looks very intricate from what I can see. The lines look definitely not linear at all. Yeah, and look, being able to play a flexible deck like this that has a lot of options that is hard to predict is also very hard to play around, especially with, even if your opponent does know your deck pretty well. Yeah, you still can't necessarily predict which line they're going to take. Okay, yeah, and there's the big boy being summoned,
which will be the combined creation.
Yeah, he's the 5k body here.
Yeah, and because he had Akihiron out, when it's summoned, he can attack directly for 5 with combined creation, if he so chooses. And it can attack all of his opponent's monsters once each if he has no other monsters on field, which he doesn't. But yeah.
We did see him use that sage to negate something.
And scoop.
Well, yeah, that was definitely a interesting game. Got simplified by a mountain of hand traps and cold buys. Yeah, until Devon pushed through with a little bit more engine than Ron could deal with.
Yeah.
And moving on to the side decking now. So,
Memento is a difficult one to side against, I feel, because it has alternate lines. You can dimensional barrier against the fusions at least, but as you can see, you can still bring out combined creation and do more with it. Although it does stop the fusion side of Fiendsmith as well if you do.
I don't see. Yeah, he can maybe bring in his dimensional barriers to stop the fusion summoning. Yeah, outside of that, his side deck being, he can use like lightning storms and harpies, feather dusters to.
But Ron here will be going first most likely, so he can set up much more interruption. And one of the new, I would say slightly underrated cards is Dragon's Mind. It's basically Solemn Judgment if you control a monster with 2500 attack or defense. And it recurs like the rest of Regenesis as well.
Yeah, and as we see there with Sage and the other bodies, they are 25, so yeah, works perfectly in his deck. And do you think Ron goes first or second here? We do know that he is on Cached Hero. We don't know. We obviously we saw him try to get off the ground with the pressure planets. Instantly got popped, but I feel like this is going to be.
In my experience, it would be better to go first, I would say. The Memento stuff does have a lot of interruption, but as we saw from this first game, it comes up a lot after he's already just put a bunch of stuff in grave. So going first, there's none of that going on. And the Mementos themselves aren't really hand trap like in that sense. So yeah, I can see Devon has a Harpies there, so that might be a good one to start with, depending on the ending board of Ron there.
Yeah, we start off with a pressure planet Raidsoth, allowing you to search a Cached Hero card. He chooses a Unicorn. Unicorn being able to search any Cached Hero card. If your opponent does activate a monster effect, you can punish them by looking at their extra deck and ripping a card out of there.
This is why so many decks actually run 2 of their most important extra deck monsters. So, I mean, looking at Devon's list, yeah, he does have 2 Creation Kings there, so he'll definitely have some extension through that. unless he baits it
And
on
he
this turn and
searches
the next.
Cash Tier Theosis, activates Theosis to special summon a Cash Tier from his deck because he controls one. And Devon obviously just asking how many cards in hand, getting as much information as he can, approves. And probably see a Fenrir, yeah. He'll use Fenrir's effect to search a Cash Tier monster this time.
Would it be?
And he searches another unicorn for follow-up.
Yeah. Now the question is, does he leave those there? Does he go for more extension through rank 7 plays? There we see the Regenesis Warrior, which can tribute itself to destroy or to actually bounce a monster the opponent controls. So this is very powerful against a deck like Memento, which relies on having something on the field to target and destroy for its combos. So depending on what Devon has.
Yeah, it's also a very good extender for this deck. It synergizes quite well with Cash Tier.
Yeah.
I can see why he put Regenesis in his deck.
And starting with that, Harpies. Clear out that back row.
Yeah, Ron shaking his head, not liking that.
Okay, nothing to call by, unfortunately. Let's see what happens.
Devon deciding which monster he'd like being banished face down.
Okay, so we start with the Tatsuno Toshigo, which would be, if he controls no face-ups, special summon it. Now we'll see if it gets bounced. Or which Cash Tier effect we're going for. Unicorn. So like I say, if he tries to get the Creation King, he'll find 2 there. So he might want to stop something else. Like that other Memento Twin Dragon, I believe. But we'll see if he pulls that out.
We can see that he only plays 1 Requiem. That's maybe a good target to banish.
Yeah. You can see it's a difficult choice now. It's a very utilitarian extra deck.
He has chosen the
Requiem.
he has chosen the
yeah.
Requiem. I mean, it kind of forces you to make Sequencer the hard way, making the Fiendsmith engine a little bit less accessible, which is quite well navigated by Ron.
Okay, and then on that he also tributes that warrior to bounce the Tatsuno Toshigo back to hand.
Devon's not able to play through that. The Fenrir being a little bit uncomfortable, still knowing that it has it's going to be able to banish his first monster that he plays face down.
So we go to game 3.
Yeah.
I see this happen as well. It's you draw a bit of engine, but you need a fair bit more to go through certain types of boards. But okay. What are we looking at for siding here for Devon? Again, assuming he's going first, it seems to benefit him if he does.
We see him on a full play set of Dimensional Barrier. We did obviously see his Harpies Feather Duster.
Yeah.
Perhaps he can play this. Chaos Angel's not bad actually.
The Chaos Hunter.
Sorry, Chaos Hunter. Chaos Hunter.
Regenesis, banishing. Well, yeah, the Cashtira side, you don't know what
Alancia
to
is
stop.
almost an instant side in. That's pretty good, I feel.
Yeah. The problem with Lancia is always you can only activate it on the opponent's turn. So
yeah. So when it's hurting you, it's not really.
Yeah.
And maybe like the old builds with when Rise Heart was still a thing. Yeah, but okay, maybe not so much. But yeah, I think the D barrier is a solid side.
For sure. I mean, most of Ron's extra deck will be Xyz monsters. So you definitely don't want stuff like Casteria, Shangri, Era coming out and blocking your whole field, especially with a deck like Memento where you need a lot of field spaces at times.
We
Going second for Ron, though.
yeah, that ultimate Slayer in his side deck is looking pretty spicy. I wonder if he's thinking the same thing. It's always such a mind game when you're siding against your opponent, because so many times they'll like wait for you to side and then they'll be like, okay, you can start, and then you open with a hand of like Harpies, Lightning Storm, like all of that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then your opponent's just waiting for you, like, and they've got the Evenlies, they've got the Lightning Storms of their own, they've got the play set of thrusts ready, and yeah.
And a deck like Regenesis Casteria does have smaller boards on average because it relies a lot more on the main deck monsters to interrupt. So he, like, in theory, he could have also used Evenly here quite nicely as a board breaker. But let's see where we're going.
Interesting to see no Nibiru surfacing anywhere from the Casteria play.
Yeah.
And I mean he's 3 wins and 0 losses right now. So I mean,
like I say, a lot of decks play through it
works.
these days, and
Yeah.
especially with Regenesis recycles its 1-for-1 interaction, so it can be pretty nice without having to hold on to Nibiru. So we go for the Goblin play. Which will start him off.
Okay.
And basically send to grave 2 other Memento monsters, which will be the Gatic and hope you didn't side it out. There we go, the Sleepy.
Sleepy. Okay. So the Gatic's gonna search, and the Sleepy's going to.
Gatic will special summon itself, and then
Sleepy's the fusion summoning one, yes?
Yes, if he gets it back on field.
Yeah.
So that'll probably be. He did that last game, right? With interrupting into it. So as long as you revive Sleepy and then goes into his fusion. But here we go with the Memento fusion.
And he's using all the targets in his graveyard.
There we go, going for the combined
to-
creation, or no, creation king rather.
Yeah, making Creation King.
And he's interestingly going to send the second Creation King to his graveyard on summon of the first one.
So there we see Anguish getting sent as well.
Yeah, the Dark Blade and yeah, might have been Akihiro.
Oh yeah, that's Dark Blade.
But okay. And that would be the field spell. Memento Mictlan. Oh, that's an interesting one. It's almost similar to Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon,
Okay.
where your opponent cannot activate any spells or traps until the end of the damage step with your Memento monster.
Okay. So it's kind of like a lightning.
Then send him off that Creation King.
To get another fusion, this is going to trigger the Creation King. Yeah.
You're well triggering the field spell, yeah.
And then this is gonna summon back the Dark Blade, as well as the
Akihiron.
yeah.
This is a line I haven't seen as much personally. It's every game with Memento is unique, basically.
Maybe kind of like one of those instant fusion boards that he's building at the moment. Okay, he's using its effect to spec Anguish.
Yep.
Anguish is going to be able to search a Memento.
It'll special summon one from his grave,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
by destroying the other one or itself, I believe it can. Yeah, highly variable play lines here.
Cool. He's gonna summon the
Tatsunoto Shigo.
Tatsunoto Shigo.
I've said it enough today where I'm getting used to it. Yeah, okay, let's see.
Getting out a goblin.
Yep. We keep going. Ghost Bell there. What was that earlier? I haven't seen that one played yet. Mace. During your opponent's main phase, if you combine a creation, you can discard it and take control of an opponent's monster until the end phase.
Okay.
And that's basically the interruption, but you can use it on your turn as well to search another Memento card. That's very interesting.
Devon's setting up quite nicely here. He's got about 5 cards in his hand, and his grave is getting quite loaded.
And that's kind of the beauty of it. Like, he can just load up and then go into act on the opponent's turn. It doesn't even have to be a huge board, you'd imagine. You look at it and you're like, okay, what is this? And then as soon as you do something, he'll respond.
It's definitely one of those multi-layered decks. Sorry, he's got 6 cards in hand now. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing him being able to fusion summon during his opponent's turn, and that looks like a reactive trap as well. There's performing a fusion summon, or is it linking this time? No, it's linking for Moon.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to use the Sleepy fusion.
For Requiem.
Oh, I can imagine Ron wishes that previous game went further with that banish of the Requiem.
Lacrima effect to dump a Fiendsmith. Dumps Engraver.
Thinking of the lines. Okay, getting that engraver going. So yeah, now I can still keep going into his Fiendsmith. We did say Ron isn't running in Nibiru. He might be regretting that decision now.
Oh wow, yeah. We just have two level 6s on the board right now.
Yep. And off to grave.
Okay,
Yep.
but we will go for a fusion summon. Naturally, Memento. It's going to fuse the Necroquip along with the Sleepy.
Yep. I love it when they name a card like that. It's just Sleepy.
To get the Baphomet.
Yep.
Okay.
Which Baphomet sets up his grave even further. Because, yeah, when the Baphomet is in grave, banish it, as we said, which means you can bring back that Sleepy from grave and then fusion off. Chaos Hunter going to grave there. Oh. Continue to link off. Yep, SP. Choosing to banish his Chaos Hunter from his grave.
Interesting.
Maybe there's a play setting up with getting something back from banishment. I'm not too sure.
Well,
Or is it just
if he makes that play that he made last time with the Baphomet, then he can potentially special summon the Chaos Hunter.
yes,
which is
it
pretty
does
good
come from
against,
banishment as well.
Yeah, and then he's pretty good against
That is,
the Kashtira effect.
yeah,
It's pretty clever.
that is a very clever line. Getting the mace, getting the Gatic Goblin, Tatsunoto Shiga, Darkblade.
Okay, so
Going,
is he performing a fusion summon with these 5 or shuffle?
usually they shuffle back for the fusion of Creation King, although I thought he used both, so
Oh,
maybe he
no,
resolved one sometime.
I think he's using.
Was the combined creation?
Yeah, the combined creation. And this
Oh, it
one
also
summon?
summons the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's a summoning condition. Must
Yeah.
be special summoned by.
I had them the other way around. Yeah.
Sending 5.
Yes.
Yeah. Shuffling 5 memento with different names from.
And then set 3, and there's your
Wow.
board.
While you control no other monsters, this card can attack directly. Well, can attack all monsters once each.
That back row looking quite spicy right now.
Definitely a good couple fusions.
Yep, there goes the Baphomet. Bring back the Chaos Hunter, just like you called it.
And then on summon, what he can do is he can fuse from his grave, and then use the new Creation King to pop a new target, just in case the opponent tries to go normal summon and then bait out the SP or something like that. Or even like Fenrir bait out SP. But yeah, let's see what happens. We do have a Primeval Planets.
Yeah, he can still search his Kashtiras.
Yeah.
Even if you can't banish,
definitely.
there's still decent bodies for his Exceed plays. Or just beat sticks.
Oh, and there's no consequences to interacting with the Kashtira monsters now.
Because I believe SP is also shut down now. Because SP banishes.
He's using his combined creation. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a card or effect during the damage step, you can special summon 1 memento monster from your hand or deck,
Which
and
means
he
like
chooses the Creation King.
Yeah.
So now he has a. So now he has a.
Yes,
oh,
you're right. Chaos is one-sided. That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
And there's an Ultimate Slayer. And I believe
Sending a Garura.
the monster cannot respond. And it's getting sent to grave, it's not getting destroyed.
Yeah.
He can, however, chain fusion spells.
Yes, he can chain dodge like that basically. And he uses the Bone Party.
Very nice. Very nice.
Let's see how far we go with this. Okay.
Okay, resolves.
Creation King banished back. Well, not banished. Shuffled back into extra deck. And harpies on the rest of it.
That's pretty big.
Interesting, he waited for that first interaction.
This is now forcing out a fusion summon. And he plays.
I'm not sure what that card is.
Yeah, I also have no idea. Okay. Chaos Hunter being summoned in defense, is that going to be relevant now? Okay.
Going to the Archfiend. That should get him his return as a search. Thing is, if he...
Devon's only interruption at the moment is currently just SP, which I feel is about to get run over.
But he does have to, Ron does have to out that combined creation by another means.
Okay, so he does chain that, giving Devon a chance to use his SP. Oh wait, but there's a Chaos Hunter.
So he still can't
But
banish off
But
both
it
with the
says
spell
your
effect.
opponent cannot banish cards, right? The Chaos Hunter.
I wonder, does that come into play? Because that would count as the Ron player banishing from other graveyards, which he wouldn't be able to do then. But that's only on spell activations in any case.
Oh, right, yes.
Okay, now we got the classic Fenrir Unicorn up. He might just want to wait this out, really. But,
There is a Chaos Hunter.
he might run over the Chaos Hunter.
Does Ron play Big Eye? I wonder. Okay, so he plays a Sage and then specials the, summons the Fenrir with Cashed Hero Birth.
Yep, and there we go.
Banish face down. Oh, brutal.
And then banish from edge to deck, yeah.
That Harpies was gigantic.
Very smart indeed. I was going to say, in any case, he could have, if he couldn't have gone over the combined creation by other means, he could have still gotten rid of the Chaos Hunter, and then as soon as Devon would try and Akihiron, for example, just banish from there. Because then he would still be, he might not be prevented by the direct attacks, but he wouldn't have the monsters to do it with.
Yeah. So, Ron having quite a decision on his hands does make the Shangri-La play. This is gonna start the Stranglehold.
Yep.
Obviously, on his next standby phase, so the SP, yes, will return, but on the next standby phase, the Shangri-La is going to be able to special summon a cached hero. He does also have Sage, by the way, which can negate Devon's SP.
Although, yeah, he does have the Archfiend on the field, so he can do that. I thought for a second he didn't, but he does.
Here's Shangri-La's effect. Not gonna
Quite a spicy board to go
use
back
any-
into.
Not gonna use any zone blocking stuff. Okay, so Devon's gonna start off with a Fiendsmith Engraver. And it looks like Ron is going to trigger Birth and Cash and Fenrir on Res. No, he doesn't trigger Fenrir, just the Birth to banish his targets.
Yeah.
It's too much for Devon. If Devon uses SP, Ron can just chain Sage and negate the SP. There's still a Fenrir there.
Yeah. Well.
Well, that was it. Well done to Ron for masterfully navigating out of that Chaos Hunter, and well done to Devon for summoning it in the spicy way that you did. Good
They
game.
definitely played around each other quite well. I think in the end, Ron just ended up with more gas in that last game
Yeah.
to just be able to control that
A lot
game
of-
tempo.
A lot of patience with the very late harpies as well, which shows that's, you know, he's not the type of person to just go balls to the walls. Okay, thanks guys. Yeah, we'll be back for round 5. Welcome to round 5 of States, Yu-Gi-Oh! States 2025. We have Robert Miles on the left playing Mitsurugi and Devon on the right playing Crystron. Okay, we can see Robert Miles is very creative with his sleeve choice. Yeah, so they've just decided who's going first, and we'll get to see a game. So Rob's on pure Mitsu. He's gonna go extrav. Yeah, just gonna get everything nice and randomized.
Yeah, pure Mitsurugi really doesn't need an extra deck.
All right, so yeah, Rob wants 2 cards, so he's going to banish 6 from his extra deck. Cool, you draw 2 cards. Looks like they're both traps. And he will play a pre-prep, allowing him to search a ritual spell and a ritual monster. He's going to search the Ame, and he's going to search a mirror. Not very commonly searched, but very good in pure. It kind of works like a Necros mirror, where you get to ritual summon from the ritual monsters in your graveyard. So he's going to reveal Ame, special summon a Mitsu from deck.
Probably Saji.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
Saji gets spell a trap. He's probably getting ritual. If he doesn't, he'll get prayers. Okay. Very nice. Okay, so he's going to activate the ritual. No response from the Crystron player. He's going to summon Ame, and he's going to dump both the Searcher and the one that gets back a spell from grave. So he's going to get a... he's going to get
and Aramasa.
Yes, he's going to get a monster, and he's going to get a spell as well.
What do you think of this list compared to the other Mitsurugi lists we've seen today? He's running 2 ritual, which is surprisingly less common than we think.
I would say because you're on so many ways to search it, and also because you're on a very resilient Mitsurugi list, you can get to play a deck with so many hand traps in it like this, and just play pure Mitsurugi. And I mean, you probably don't even feel only 2 copies. Now he's playing a Murakoma.
Murakuma, yeah.
And
getting the Great Purification. He has plenty of space for it, unlike the Ryziel list that have put it inside.
And because Ame got tributed, Habakiri got tributed, it's going to special summon itself back, and he's going to use a mirror.
That'll get him the Futsuno Mitama.
Yes, and but he's just using it as a normal ritual spell now. He's not trying to ritual summon something from his grave.
Getting the Magatama there.
Yeah, Magatama being a quick play pop, yes. Magatama. Should be one, yeah, target 1 face up card your opponent. Yeah. So that's a quick play
lots of
pop.
interruptions going there. Murakuma coming back, sending them off for IP.
Okay. And man still has some good targets. Very nice.
Definitely loading up that grave for whatever he's got set there. Oh, that is...
Yeah, he's got a lot.
Set 5.
We do know that most of them are Dominuses and Imperms. One of them will be a Great Purification. He did search the Magatama, so he'll probably have 1 Omni. Oh, very nice. In the middle column, where human beings naturally
Gravitate to.
play cards. So let's see if he forgets that the middle card is frozen.
Yeah, starting with the Sulfifnir.
Yeah, so now he'll play the Sulfifnir. And we will use the Fusho.
Yes. We haven't seen it too much today. Yeah, I'm not sure what the chain on that is. But he's going to respond with droplet, sending another droplet.
Okay, so Magatama cannot be chained. We know that Imperm can't be chained as well. You could Dominus Impulse it. Sorry, was it Dominus Purge?
It's Impulse.
Impulse.
Yeah. Impulse being the preferred of the two these days. I believe most decks wouldn't want to run Purge, except for maybe Blue Eyes. But okay, going into that Tristeros after the negations. You can see Matthew's list is a bit more board breaky with those droplets. Definitely a different style of play. Maybe not trying to set the same kind of big end board as previously.
Sorry, I don't know why I thought the middle card was frozen if I said that earlier. No, it's not frozen because Imperm was not set before it was activated. So Robert's middle card is still very much live. He is using the Magatama to pop the continuous spell, the inclusion.
And also Imperm the Tristeros earlier, which leaves
the
him...
Fusho will also come back.
Yeah.
And he gets to put Mirror back. He'll get one search, and he'll choose Prayers. Robert playing very well.
Definitely setting himself up for the next turn, although we'll see how much of this back row Matthew can still play through.
Okay, so now he plays the Sulfador. And we will see a negate and destroy. A Fusha will not revive itself this turn because he has already used Magatama. And now he gets to use the tuner's effect.
Is the tuner not impermed? Or what?
That is true. Oh, no. He's using Sulfador's effect to destroy and special summon. An IP will be used here. No. Is it getting popped? He is gonna activate Prayers. And
scooping.
Okay, it looks like Matthew's seen enough. A rubber mouse has got way too much gas. After Matthew loses the tuner there, he's didn't look like he was in a pretty position.
Yeah, looking at Matthew's side deck options here, he's got Perulia, Lancia, Thrust, Lightning Storms, Harpies, Artifact Sanctum for even more access to those Lanciers, Dimensional Barrier, Different Dimension Ground, and Mischief of the Gnomes, which I feel...
I can only really see maybe DD Ground being useful going first. No, well, yes, because I mean, all of them like come back from grave, so if the fusion monsters are getting banished all the time.
Although Dimensional Barrier it does cover fusions as well, so he has the option of going into his thrusts, the Different Dimension Ground, and the barrier, And then let's hope that's enough.
Oh,
with the kind of
Matthew,
board he can
yes.
set up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Again, assuming Matthew's going first,
Yeah.
most likely.
I was looking at Rob's choice.
Let's have a look at
Yeah.
Rob's. I would say Rob has some Bastials, the usual Lanciers. Everyone's got Lancier right now. The usual board breakers, also different dimensional ground, also Mischief of the Gnomes, and also one more of the Mitsurugi monsters. I just need to pull up the name.
Most, if not all, of the Christians are water, so the Bestials aren't going to be doing much.
Yeah.
He can maybe play a Lightning Storm just to bait out some kind of negation.
So this
but
is
if Matthew knows to just summon everything in defense, should be good.
Robert does have an extra board breaker option here in Wosu.
Mitsurugi no Miko.
Yep.
Wosu.
Wosu can be special summoned by tributing one reptile and one monster the opponent controls.
本当にすごい Mitsurugi no kaiju.
Exactly, yeah. It is
Nice.
very much an in-archetype kaiju, which means he can search it in the middle of his combos, get whatever is needed off the board, if it isn't already, and keep going.
Very nice. Okay. Yeah, that is very, very spicy indeed. Okay. Now the question is, does Matthew go second or first? We can only assume he's going first. I wouldn't like to play into multiple omnis with pops and board wipes, and he is gonna. Oof.
Sit.
We are playing goat
Okay.
format. Oh no. Yes, we are playing.
Stand by, man.
That's
Yep.
his-
Set 2, set 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Classical T set pass. Aha, trap dash shoot set morphing jar.
Back in the day, going for the prayer into Habakiri.
Okay, so actually not using Habakiri's effect, but first using prayers,
Which gets
which
ashed.
does get ashed. Very, very spicy.
Interesting.
Okay, but it is resolving. Maybe he said I'll use it first, or
I think it's he gets part of the effect.
then you can apply these both effects in sequence.
Yeah.
Oh, so they. Yeah, we missed something, but that's okay. We can't really hear what's going on the table, but it looked like it got ashed. But yeah, there's maybe he activated Ame from hand, and then it got ashed, and then he like chained prayers or something.
Yeah, lots of different card interactions these days. But okay, going into ritual,
Yeah,
getting that Murakoma into the Night Sword, into
Yeah.
and so on and so forth as we go along.
so he's gonna get the Night Serpent back, and he's also gonna get himself. Is that the Searcher or the one that adds from grave? Yeah, it's a Searcher. So he's going to be able to get any Mitsurugi monster from his deck to his hand.
Yep. Got that Aramasa going.
Yeah, he's got the Aramasa, and Aramasa, that's the one that adds the spells back from the grave.
So we can see Matthew's
Summons Aramasa.
yeah. Matthew's monster was popped by the Murakoma. So
Yeah.
let's see what's left with that face down.
Ooh, pre-prep with an Omni on board. Spicy. Okay. Obviously, these Mitsurugi monsters being very versatile in how you use and choose to search them, whether they're being tributed or whether you're just summoning and searching with them. You can normal summon them, you can special summon them, you can tribute them. Either way, they're a fixed trigger, which is, I think its versatility is unmatched. I don't think, back in the day, if we special summoned a Sonic Bird or something, or a Manju, it wouldn't trigger. So that's
Ritual players are
good to see.
definitely happy with this deck.
So yeah, we have Habakiri getting tributed to summon what looks like a Fusho,
Yeah,
I believe.
that would be the Futsu.
Futsu. So that. Okay. What will Robert grace us with now?
Can see he's going through his combos, setting up either enough for lethal or enough to play through whatever's
Oh, we
face down.
see a Dugaris there. Okay, Dugaris is down with the Omni Negates. Opponent T-set clearly bricked, but
Oh.
has Neeb. Thank goodness for the Omni. But Imperm,
Imperm there.
Okay.
Wow. That's exactly what we were
well
looking
timed. What if he didn't brick and he was like, you know what, I'm just gonna play this Imperm Neeb like you know.
for.
That would have been so spicy.
And quite the appropriate token to use at this moment, the
Yeah.
bomb token of all things.
Unfortunately, the Mitsurugis are literally getting tributed.
Yeah, which does give them
which is going to
effect
trigger off everything.
if they haven't been used already.
Yeah, so both the Murakumo is going to come back, nuking the board. The Futsu is going to do the same thing, but Murakumo will search and special summon itself, and Futsu does something else when it gets summoned back as well. Okay, let me activate this effect. Accept special summon this card. Oh, add one Mitsurugi card. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. So,
yeah.
so he's getting a search, and they're both getting back.
Yeah, and on top of that, he does have a pretty big token right now with 5,400 defense and
Yeah.
6,400 attack.
And it's definitely juicy.
I've definitely had my fair share of matches where you nib the guy, and then you just don't have the out, and then you could just get swung for another 6.
And he did already use the board wipe, so he didn't get that effect. But yeah, he did get some solid damage in, so that's 3,400 worth of damage. He's now going to link these two away for IP. Very, very heads up play. Linking away the Omni. It's the second game in the row that Robert's done this, but there's clearly lines that he has.
There's definitely ways to bring it back, or he just
Yeah.
doesn't need it on field that much, really. He
Mm.
wants it actually to be ready to summon at any point, I suppose, because that means he doesn't have to tribute first.
Yeah.
But okay, seeing here going into the Crystron lines with that Sulfur and that Thistburn banished previously.
We're gonna chain Futsu.
Futsu
Okay.
getting that Kusanagi.
Will he on-res? Okay, yeah, no. He'll just let the chain resolve, which
Yep.
will special summon the
Sulfur
Sulfur. And then on summon, he'll use the Aramatsu to add. He's grabbing, okay, another praise. Okay, so now he has something to tribute, which is the point, I think, so that he can Murakumo as soon as it's available.
Yeah.
He has IP as well, so he can IP into SP first, making it extremely uncomfortable first. It's tough to look at. I wouldn't want to play into this, knowing, and it's also very multi-layered. It's not like the kind of board that you can just dark ruler no more and just be done with. It's
Exactly.
It's gonna keep on carrying on.
But you can see he still has quite a bit of plays left, or at least plays to attempt. Interesting kind of extra deck utility he'll have. He's using things like that high speed droid Hagoita, can't read it here. He's also got the Cyber Dragon play going pretty standard.
Okay, so we are using the IP's effect to summon SP and SP to banish. Looks like the target that he's using his trap with, or would use his trap with.
Yeah, the Smiger.
Unfortunately for Robert, because he used this, he doesn't get a battle phase. He cannot attack directly with SP this turn.
Well, luckily it's not his turn.
Sarcasm at its finest. Yeah, no, rough. And the SP still gets to banish
okay.
something.
Normal summon Ash there?
So this is the perfect time for a prayers. I would definitely prayers back a Murakumo, nuke the board.
Let's see which way it goes.
Okay, so he did tribute. That means he does get a search as well as a summon. He's going to pay 800 life points to special summon a Murakumo.
Gets that
Munokuno
board
on
wipe.
summon. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 is going to summon back as well. And then Murakumo is going to nuke the board. And he's going to get a search because he is playing Mitsurugi.
There we go.
Well done.
Yeah.
A very good showcase of what pure Mitsurugi can do. You don't need all the flashy toys to win a duel with this archetype. Very powerful. Definitely a great archetype from Konami. Well done to Robert for taking round 5.
Yeah.
And we will see you in round 6, the second last Swiss round of the tournament.
Welcome back, everybody, to Yu-Gi-Oh! States 2025 here in Cape Town, South Africa. We have an awesome matchup ready to go over here, which very interesting deck to see it go this far, which is actually going to be Pearly, which quite unexpected here, Tyler.
Yeah, and we're up against Sid playing Malice. Sadiq is quite an accomplished player born here in Cape Town, and he actually is a national champion. He won back in 2010.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think this is the first time we're seeing Malice at the top tables in this entire day so far. Everybody knows this as one of the best decks in the room, but there's so much playing against it, and opening up with Gold Sock here is exactly what Sid wants to see.
Yeah, and he's playing a gas deck this year as well. We see him banish and a lot of things are happening. So Dormouse activates to banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit is now going to activate to set a trap from deck. And then from there, he's going to start bridging combos. We don't know if he's going to start with the Widget Kid line. Obviously, Widget Kid, this is one deck where you actually want to pay Widget Kid's cost. But I don't know if he's going to, he's going to start with the Splash Mage first. Dormouse has used its effect already, so if it gets banished this game, he's not going to be able to use, this turn, he's not going to be able to use that. Okay, so Yusuf plays a timely imperm on the Splash Mage. Sadiq is now contemplating. Note that Sid has not used his normal summon. This Splash Mage got generated purely off of Gold Sock.
I mean, something like this, I've heard a few times a Splash Mage can be a bit of a chokehold if you stop it. Do you feel that's still the case with the latest support, or do you think Malice has found ways to play around that? Although setting, he's extending.
Yeah, so he's activating Wizard now, which is one of the most powerful cards in the deck. It works very similarly to a Mathmech Circular, where the two monsters come out at the same time, so you can't imperm it. It's really, really difficult to out. So here he does actually have a line where he can turn this into a Widget Kid, but he might just go straight. He can't make a Malice Link monster because it needs a minimum. I thought it was 3+ materials. Just bring up the red ransom. Okay, this one's 2. Okay,
this is 2+. I was also looking at the art. I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Maybe the other way around.
So he activated effect. It looked like he added the quick play spell, which usually gets banished. But yeah, this time. Okay, no.
He's got the field spell.
It is the field spell. Yeah. So now he's going to be able to banish any target from his deck. Note that he has not banished his White Rabbit this game yet. He has banished his White Rabbit this game. Okay, so now the quick play spell's going to activate. Malice in the mirror, so now he gets to search for a Malice card. Alright.
And I mean, if we look at this from Yusuf's side, starting 5 cards here, going to be going up to 6 essentially on the draw, but he's already spent 1. So we're already looking at resources being dropped, and Sid quite comfortable just playing through this Imperm on Splash Mage. I feel like a bit of a fool mentioning that could be a bit of a choke point, but seems like we've got plays around this, especially with the type of draws that Sid started with.
Yeah,
here's the Wicked.
So here's the Cybers Wicked. You're going to see a very interesting play. He's going to use Hair's effect. He's going to be able to banish something from his grave to extend, which points to Cybers Wicked. Wicked banishes the Red Ransom to search at this backup.
The backup at Ignister, I think it is. Yep.
This is also going to trigger the Red Ransom to special summon itself. So there's your Link 3 back on the field, which is really, really aggressive, explosive. And now he's gonna summon the bunny as well. I forgot this one's name.
Yeah, you got the buddy there. I think it's Mouse, and then that's Chessy Cat.
It's
something like that.
yes, Chessy Cat.
There we go.
Cool, and now he's gonna go into white.
White binder coming in,
White binder.
and it's going to be banishing some more from the grave here.
Yeah, so he gets to banish up to 3. This is the last one that he's used. So he's burnt all of his malice effects. He does still have white binder as well. So white binder, he can activate its effect to set a trap. So he's going to activate this effect to banish this, to special summon a malice. Obviously, Yusuf maybe not understanding this is going to be a bit confused. White binder is also going to go ahead and activate and come back in a new chain.
Ash Blossom this late, that's interesting. I feel like Yusuf is playing very intentionally, waiting that long for this.
Yeah, I'm just checking what he's trying to Ash here, because this doesn't summon from deck. Special summon that is banished or in your graveyard.
Isn't this the first time that Bunny's been summoned though? Might be an Ash River and the Bunny?
No. So when the Chessy Cat got banished, he's already he's banished all of his targets. So I don't know what, I'm trying to work out what the Ash is based on. Oh wait, it may be White's White Binder's
being
effects.
Yeah.
Just bring up White Binder. So White Binder, you can set one trap from your deck or graveyard. I don't think that's Ashball.
Yeah, that's definitely not it. Again, it's you can gain the life and special summon White Binder, and then you draw a card as well. So you can actually Ash White Binder's effect to come
because
back.
it includes a draw.
Yes, so I think this is it's keeping White Binder in banish to slow things down. You don't want another link 3 on the field. You don't want to extend that much further.
Yeah. So this backup at Ignista, he's going to be able to search, but it looks like he just normal summoned it. As we know, he didn't use his normal summon. Now he's going to go Transcode Talker, which is a line that isn't typically. Usually, you just make the rank 5 boy. But I think being stopped in this situation, he went Transcode. I don't know if he's looking to maybe set up a firewall play. You do have the zones to the right, and then okay, there we go. Here's Mr. 5. The big. It's not Arrival. It's the other one, and because both Transcode and Red Ransom are both 2300 attack points, Allied Code Talker can summon them to the zones that he points to. He does have a negate with the Allied Codes Talker, so that is 1 interruption so far. And the Allied Code Talker will also gain a lot of attack points. But it's all up to what Sid's got in his hand as well.
Yeah, and I mean, after all of these plays, after 2 interruptions, wow, are we just scooping this? And I find that very interesting here from Yusuf. I mean, if you're just scooping right away as you go to your turn based on the board, 2 interruptions, you only have 4 cards in hand.
Because the Transcode Talker was co-linked with everything, then none of it could be targeted. So maybe that had something to do with it.
Probably felt it's something that they had to target to get some kind of gas going. And I mean, I found that quite impressive there from the Malice board, and this is part of the reason why it's such a scary deck in this format, ending with 4 cards in hand after all that.
I think that Yusuf doesn't want to let Sid know that he's on Pirelli.
There's a high chance of that. I feel like that's one of those decisions you go with. You go, can I hide information from my opponent to my benefit?
100%. So, I mean, if I'm playing against a player, and I honestly don't know what he's playing against, and I honestly don't know what he's playing, and all I'm looking in the graveyard, and I'm just seeing an Impim and an Ash.
It could be anything.
Yeah.
Could be absolutely anything.
Sid hypothetically is siding in the dark. We don't know if Sid's had some communication as to what Yusuf is playing. But let's look a bit at their side decks here. So Yusuf has got 3 Artifact Lance here, which is massive. 3 Ghost Bell, which is also massive in its own context. He's playing triple Vanity's Fiend. I believe he won his last game because of the Vanity's Fiend. Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 Lightning Storms as well, which Transcode Talker is not going to help much against. So he's got some very, very strong answers. Looking at Sadiq's side deck, he's got AI Michu, 3 Artifact Lancia, 3 Book of Eclipse. The Book of Eclipse, if he knows he's playing up against Pirelli, that is a massive card, because as you know, Pirelli Noir is such a huge threat. But if you can book their board before it gets hectic, and you know, just out stuff that's there. He is also on 3 Nib, which isn't going to do anything, I don't think. Harpy's Feather Duster could be okay, but yeah, I wouldn't bring in much more than that. So
Yeah, looking over at Sadiq's build that he's going with here, if you look at this extra deck here, you're looking to either get a very chunky Noir onto the field, Ex-Pirelli Noir, and just become a absolute towers that still interacts with your opponent's board. But we also have a very interesting going first thing here, where Lyrilisk Assembled Nightingale alongside Harpy's Feather Duster could be something that is an absolute blowout, especially if that's combined with the chances of getting Vanity's Fiend. Another thing here is a new monster that I haven't really seen played much before, Dawn Angel Cambi. Now, this monster here has an effect where if you control no monsters, or all monsters you control a fairy, you can special summon it, and then it also has an effect where you can tribute any number of fairy monsters, including this card, to special summon a fairy monster from your deck with equal levels. So this is both a way to get into your Pearly monsters to extend to summon more from the quick plays, especially with Pearly not being a once per turn card. And then this is how he gets to Vanity's Fiend. It has to be the way. And I think this is a blowout that people are not going to expect. They're probably going to read this card and go, I don't think this is a problem. I haven't really seen it before. I don't know what you're playing. Potentially let it go, and then
amazing. Could Dawn Angel Cambi be the reason why Yusuf is sitting here in 2025 with a score of 4-1 against some of these massive decks? It definitely could be. I mean, also very good deck choice against all of these like Omnis and board wipes and stuff like that.
Absolutely. So Yusuf, over into main phase 1, going to be kicking things off with a Ex-Pirelli, which will be able to search either your non-quick play spells. So generally your field spell or your continuous.
Hi. Yeah. Instead of obviously just taking a read, just understanding, okay, wait, this isn't the base one. I'm used to you summoning the lighter one. This is the darker one. This isn't the same. But yeah, now that he knows exactly what's in there, if he has sided in those eclipses, I can tell you right now, he's really, really hoping. Yeah.
This is great. Going straight for the Ex-Pirelli leap. This is the perfect thing you have going first, especially if we're not looking for the quick plays. There must be something in the hand that gives you access to this. I can actually see right there, my friend Pirelli at the top, going to be activated now. We will have to pay some life points for this, but this card is bonkers. It has so much to it. You pay life, you reveal 3 Pirelli cards. You can't reveal this, of course, and your opponent randomly picks one. You get to add that in. And when it comes to the quick plays, Pirelli's all about playing multiple quick plays in a turn and just making your cats as big as possible. And here we go. We have 2 of the yummies, or the banquet ones, as I would call it, as well as the shopfront. I do know the names, but I can never remember them. I was just going by the art. And looks like 1 to the hand, 2 shuffled back into the deck. And we'll have to see what Yusuf gets here, what decides to go with. Yummy's one of the nicest ones, but it is semi-limited. At least when I looked at the ban list last. I don't know if it's been put back yet.
Yeah, I can remember him just playing a lot of memories, and yeah, I don't know if this is delicious, but I mean,
it's currently using.
It's pretty much the same. We do see a 4 lost. Okay,
interesting.
So I mean, he is going to be like maybe drawing a couple of cards, maybe you know, I mean, whether he's got, oh, okay, we see Nib.
Yeah, Nib being discarded, so that means Delicious Memory was activated with the first effect, where you discard a card and you get to special summon a Pearly monster from your deck, which you have the choice of summoning Pearly or Pearlily. And now going into Pearly, not once per turn, look at the top 3, get to add 1 in.
We see a draw from the Fuerlos.
Yep.
So already benefiting from that, and will further benefits.
2 with Rankings. Unfortunately, not hitting it. Pearly, it has to be a Pearly quick play, I think.
Yeah.
So missing on that, but Field Spell. Now
Okay,
that's
now
okay.
we're
We've
in
still got
business.
gas. It's actually crazy.
Yeah. Is it obviously just understanding, you know, what's going on? Like, if he hasn't got certain cards in his hand, I'm sure he's not liking what he's seeing. You know, and the thing is, they all pop off in areas where it's really, really hard to interact with, like stuff like your draw phase and your standby phase, and they're doing everything now, and you need answers now. I actually had a very tough match against it with me last year playing Branded against Yusuf, and yeah, I mean, it was quite a struggle. Yeah, so let's see what Sid's picked up.
And I mean, looking at this, looks like this is still in the main phase here after setting what we saw was the Pearly Leap, which will let you kind of rank up your XEs and give it some more material. So starting off with Noya here, wanting to go to that X-Pearly Noya. I do think from Yusuf, this isn't necessarily the turn that you wanted it to be. 2 draws of the Fuerlos is never a great situation to be in, but I mean, at least it's not 5.
Yeah.
So that definitely thwarting a lot of the value that you get from this. But there's still quite a bit that could happen. I don't know what the last card or the last 2 cards in hand actually are at this point. But from Sid's side, I can see definitely kind of not recalling what all the Pearly cards are kind of doing. And just another memory. that's great. But I think this is Friendly Memory, which was already activated. So we're activating a second time now. One's already under Noya. We chain Noya to attach it, which of course you only send away your spell card, or you send your spell card to the grave after it's done resolving. So it will still resolve even though it's not on the field.
And this is how the deck gets its value. This is how Noir gets so massive and so unoutable. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, Friendly Memory like really popping off. Although I'm sure Yusuf is definitely
It's delicious.
missing a Ash Blossom. You know, because that's Fuerlos has already done very, very heavy lifting. But here we see a massive, that's now 4 material, which obviously isn't massive, like huge right now, the second, but we know what it's going to be. I mean,
Exactly, yeah. As soon as X-Pearly Leap takes place, the Noya, the Pearly Noya will actually go as material, and X-Pearly Noya is specifically a tower that cannot be interacted with when it has 5 or more materials. And right now, Yusuf playing through the Fuerlos, actually getting to that point, and then because there are 2 friendlies under this, getting a draw in your opponent's standby phase, just letting you kind of refill your hands, which is where your non-engine comes in really important.
Yeah, and this is where the deck
Oh,
gets,
wow.
oh, that's, yeah.
Oh my
Okay,
word.
so we did see the book.
There's Ash!
Ash in a book. That
Oh my
is
word.
insane. Oh, that, well, he
that
saw his
is-
Ash now.
Yeah, he got his Ash this time.
That's why he held his Ash.
That's why he held his
Ash. He knew that was coming. Oh my goodness, yeah. This entire board is starting to become like unoutable. He needs like, I don't know. Can you like?
There's a few ways, because at the same time, Pearly players often will have to look at it like, I have a Noya. Yes, right now it's a bit of a tower. There are some fringe ways to interact with me. However, I do also need to make sure you don't get enough value to overwhelm me. So I need to start detaching to bounce your cards. And that can start becoming an issue, and it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, excuse the joke here between the decks. But you have to make sure, am I going too far with my interaction? Or am I holding back enough to hold this tower? And I think Yusuf 4-1 today in a room of almost 80 people, he's definitely been, he knows what he's doing with the deck here.
And after we see Yusuf draw a massive 3 cards after that, Sid goes and plays a white rabbit, which is going to be met with a hand trap. I think something got dropped. It might be a full loss or something like that.
Yeah, it's cool. Judge is helping us out here. We'll see.
Cool.
What's the Lancia?
Lance.
Oh, that's just going to be a pass. Wow, Yusuf just had it all this game. Oh my gosh.
Goodness. Okay, yeah. And now the Noir is certainly a problem.
Wow.
And yeah, he's just gotten all the value. And obviously drawing so many cards, of course he's going to see cards like Lancia.
It also just made me realize the card that we were speaking about before the match really begun over in the Pearly deck, the Dawn Angel Canby. I'm quite sure you can actually search Lancia with that as well, or get Lancia onto the field.
Okay.
So not only is it a way to get to Vanity Speed, it's
right,
also a way...
because it's a fairy.
It's a fairy. It's a way to also get that and then tribute it from field, which is actually crazy.
Okay.
I really... I mean, I might speak to Yusuf after this and get the list, so I can
So it looks like
myself.
Sid is actually managing to push through this a little bit with the backup at Ignista here. Usually the deck just goes way too plus to even use this effect, but now it's actually relevant. He gets to search the hair and add the hair because he can't use it. But the point is, he gets an extender in the backup Ignista, and when you're not able to banish cards, it's one of the few ways that you can extend. Okay, so now he's going to play the
GWC06, yeah.
Oh, okay, no. I think he was just revealing it. But as you can see, he cannot play this card.
Yeah.
Because it's going to banish one face-up monster.
Oh, and he picks it up. He picks up his cards. He knows that he can't play through such an oppressive board from Yusuf. What a great play.
That was GG, massive Noir, Lancia, everything you want to beat Malice.
Yeah, I think that was great, and that shows how going first can be so strong in such a prominent pilot with a deck that, I mean, I haven't seen this deck in maybe 2 years. And here it comes, it's doing great. It has some massive adjustments and I would say in this meta improvements in that regard. So awesome to see, but Sid going first now, there's a lot of gas in that side deck.
And pretty, look, I mean, I'm sure Sid has had a little bit of communication with his friends as to, you know, what his opponent might be playing. Maybe he spoke to Nikki Taylor, which is Yusuf's last opponent, I believe, I don't know. Because the Book of Eclipse went in like snap. Okay, so I believe Sid is going to be on the play now with Yusuf going to be on the draw. If we look at Sid's sides options, I think I would still leave in that Book of Eclipse.
Especially because you can set it. It's a quick play spell.
Yeah.
You can set it going first and then you're just completely locking your opponent out of it. Also, you're playing links. They can't even be put face down. It's actually a great tech here in this matchup.
Besides the crossout designator, I don't see anything in his entire side deck that can actually interact with this. I mean, there's AI Meet You as an extender. Maybe he'll bring that in, you know, just so he can play a little bit more under Lancia than he would have in the past. I'm sure being 4-1 already, playing against so many opponents, and you've seen everyone has 3 Lancias in their side deck, so there's no ways he hasn't tanked it straight to where the sun don't shine. And you know, he's made plays through it, so he's definitely proven that he can push through it.
Yeah, I think if we look at the flip side of this, where another story where we saw Yusuf playing so well and having all the right answers, on the flip side, Sid still tried to push through. He didn't decide, hey, I'm going to just roll over. I'm going to see you give everything you've got for this. And it did take activating Noya to get there. And as soon as Noya was activated, Sid was like, okay, let's wrap it up. Let's go to game 3. I have a better plan coming into this. So I'm quite interested to see what the Duelists side in and more more effectively for Sid what is going to be sided out.
Yeah.
And I think that's the important part in this matchup, because once again, Malice, when you're the best deck in the room to such an extent where you're the boogeyman that everyone is siding for, it means that the core of your deck is such a powerhouse already. Your side deck is there to shore off going second or absolutely unwinnable matchups without some specific tech.
Precisely, and just to add to that, you know, to play at such a great level that, I mean, if you look at the time that both of these opponents scooped, they both immediately saw, like, straight out the gate, dude, I'm not winning this duel, I'm not going to try and fight. And now look at the results of it. They are now going into game 3 with a more than luxurious 20 minutes, which is you only have to compliment both players because of that. They both know the dangers of going into time, and now, come hell or high water, you will guaranteed that this game will be played down to the wire, which can only make for a great show. All right, so Sid, I'm almost positive he chose first. I can't imagine why he would go second. Has to be looking at his options. And one thing that I've noticed about the Malice decks is even their bricks are pretty good bricks. I mean, you can still go if you can just get 2 monsters onto the field, then you can do amazing stuff already.
I think it's, if you look at it as a, I don't want to say an archetype, but I mean, it's a deck just chock-a-block full of extenders. One of the important things...
If there we see the hair, he's going to banish the trap to special summon it. This is to make sure that he has a second body to be able to summon. So this is telltale signs of not an incredible...
there's the called by. Okay.
So we see an instant called by on the Fualos, and he normal summons draw. Oh, okay. So
draw link to a 4.
Luckily enough, there will be a link one side, and it is Almirage, because it is a Cybers.
What am I saying? Yes, Almirage.
And that allows a splash mage, which means imperm.
So one of the important things that we saw from Sid is that he did have a Dominance Impulse in the starting hand. I think that's the card that is set at the moment.
Yeah.
Which that could shut down everything the player's trying to do. We do have Street coming in as the field spell, going to be activated, and Sid is not looking happy right now.
And obviously with that opening, and yeah, it's extra man is just wait.
So the big thing with extra though is it's going to half all the damage that you output.
Doesn't he have to play that at the start of main phase 1?
That's actually true. Maybe our judge is hearing here.
Tian. Oh, sorry.
Cool. We'll check if the judge is going to stop that if extra is legal with the Street being played first. Which, unfortunate blunder, an honest mistake, I think everyone's made it before. But when it comes to Splash Mage here being backed up with the Dominance Impulse, just whilst this judge calls is being resolved, the Dominance Impulse could potentially stop quite a lot of what Yusuf is trying to do. If you don't let them start their turn strongly, it can come in as a massive powerhouse. Now, it's enough to see. I don't know if that was Extrav's. Oh no, he's still going to get it. It might be the other part that banishes from the top of the deck, but still nice to have a call that is just resolved there. And
this is part of prosperity.
Prosperity, there we go. No, it's perfectly fine, Tyler. It happens to all of us, and I think it's good to always check. But what I was saying about prosperity here is that it is going to half the amount of damage that is going to be dealt this turn.
Yeah.
So unlike, I know the alternative one that makes it you can't necessarily win that turn unless you do something amazing would be Dark Ruler No More, which means you're doing no damage.
Yeah.
So half damage means that Yusuf needs to output either an unbreakable board or 60,000 damage.
It also does kind of guarantee that Sid isn't going to die this turn necessarily. Look, I mean, you'd need to put way over 16,000 damage because the Splash Mage is also a body, and you have to do that through a negate.
Yeah, the dominance impulse could potentially spell doom for Yusuf's plan here, but at the same time, Delicious Memory is going to give you attack for every single attachment that you have on your Xyz monster.
And here we go. Okay, that's so
stopping the summon. But we've got more. Yep.
Yeah. Question: do you let the first one resolve?
In Pearly, if I was against it, I wouldn't. Just because of the amount of value they get having it on the field, where both the Pearly or the Pearlily, when they're summoned, they have an effect, but they also have an effect on field, where either if you have the quick play in the grave, you can Xyz, or if you have one in your hand. And it's just a bit too unsafe to let that happen. But now looking at this, it is all gas, no breaks for Yusuf. He's gone up, he's paid 500 life because he went up 1,000 from the quick play spell. Both players 859k. Just about 15 minutes left on the clock. I don't think it's ending this turn unless Yusuf finds a way to just make the biggest possible Xyz monster pop that he can. So I'm going to check in his list actually. Is he playing the OTK X-Pearly Happiness? Usually you don't, and no, he is not playing the X-Pearly. Yeah, I've got X-Pearly Noah, but it used to be something people would do. And here comes the Plump, which is the cat that is assigned to Delicious as kind of its companion quick play. And this one is going to let you eat up some cards from the graveyard.
Okay. All right, so this is gonna start getting huge as well.
Yeah. No, this is not a small. This is not a small cat. It's pretty chunky. Oh Lord, he coming.
Yeah. So just looking at the game state, it's
this is
what
rough.
kind of a top deck would you need to play through something like that?
It's just going to get bigger. And
activate chain, and it's going to continue happening, and
okay,
yikes.
sending one. Okay, so the effect that's happening here is when you activate this quick play, this is Plump's effect, I think. You can send one card on your side of the field and one card on your opponent's side of the field, getting rid of the Splash Mage here.
Yeah.
And this damage is going to be quite large. I don't think it's 16k, but it is pretty large. Oh wait, we're actually getting multiple attacks. I'm quite sure. I feel like I'm talking away from myself a bit, but the one quick play will actually give you extra attacks.
Okay. All right. Well, he does end off with a massive Noir, which is
it's exactly what you want
on a top deck situation. Yeah.
He splits it. He knows there's nothing there. Yusuf takes it.
Wow.
I do love the sportsmanship from Sid here. Just ripping the top card off, knowing that there's nothing in the deck that could possibly get through such an extremely strong X-Pearly Noir. So
my question is, can you believe what we are seeing? It is 2025, and Pirelli just went 6-1 at States in Cape Town, in South Africa, here today. Well done, Yusuf.
Yeah, definitely a round of applause there, coming with what is now seen as not even a rogue deck. It's not seen on tier lists even, but I think on that it's not over yet.
Yeah.
Yusuf still has a lot to play through. There is not only a 7th round, but this player is almost absolutely guaranteed for top cut, where you're going to have to play against the best of the best in the room. And we'll have to see if potentially Pearly is back on the screen again over on stream. But I'm rooting for him. I'm telling you right now, I'm rooting for him. I want to play this deck now. I'm going to build this when I get home.
Yeah. Jesse is actually a Pirelli player himself, so I can imagine you eating this up
this is
quite nicely.
Lovely to watch.
One thing that I really did appreciate about Yusuf is he brought an old, legendary, really, really powerful card that used to wreak havoc back in 2009 back into the game. And it's Vanity's Fiend, and he actually won his last match with it, which was I don't know if it's hilarious or incredible, but yeah.
I mean, with you being the Time Wizard player, it must be great seeing some cards come in and show some more life.
It's awesome. Right?
Cool. With that though, let's not keep these players here as they both revel and lament over the match that they just had. We're gonna kick it over to a break. The rest of the room has 5 minutes left on the clock for time. So as soon as that is over, we'll be getting the next matchup to your screen. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to States 2025, held here in Cape Town. We have a very cool matchup here right now, where Ashraf Salih versus Herbert, where we'll see White Forest Azamina go up against Mitsurugi Raziel, the second best deck in the room.
Yeah, and Herbert is on Mitsurugi Raziel, Ashraf Salih. And we don't know who's going first. We do see your very interesting hand with Nibiru. Okay, so
Nibiru and Ash.
Ashraf's going first. Yeah, Nibiru and Ash. Okay, we have a Foolish Barrel Goods. This is going to be to summon to dump a White Forest card.
Oops, Ash right away. I think that was the Ash bait. Oh my gosh, straight into the thrust.
Okay, now we see.
And one of the things with that's really cool with White Forest is your spells become a bit of value for your monster to kind of extend further and further with. So I'm keen to see what angle we're going to see going with. And here's our first witch coming out of the woods.
Okay, so he's going to summon it looks like Rukia of the White Forest.
Yeah, Rishia coming in and
there's a
droll instantly. Oof.
Very, very nice.
I mean, White Forest can play through droll, but it definitely will hurt them.
She being a lot of these White Forest cards being tuners are very versatile.
Oh, it just passes.
Yeah.
Yeah, extreme like you're saying, an extremely versatile deck. A lot that it can do. And here we go. Right away, we're going to be seeing one of the rituals coming through.
Yeah. I mean, so this is Mitsurugi Prayers, which is going to search
the Ame.
Yeah, Ame, and then he's going to use Ame's effect, I assume. Yeah, reveal to special summon a Mitsurugi monster from deck, and then tribute one monster he controls. He can only activate this effect once per duel. Yeah, he's going to summon the Saji.
Yeah. Saji was tributed, lets him go and fetch the ritual.
Get the ritual, play the ritual. Now he's going to be able to he's going to be able to ritual summon. Expected to probably use the Ame to summon a. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. So we're going to be using the Night Serpent as well as the Kusanagi to summon the Habaki.
Yeah, and right away, Mitsurugi Raziel getting a lot of value. Ritual spell here not being once per turn. Tributing again, going to be getting some more value out of this than you even did before. And right away, there's an Omni Negate on the field now. And on summon, destroying all of your opponent's monsters, just a Raigeki on summon.
A Musakuma coming down, and because he tributed Ame, he gets to special summon Ame back. And he's going to search a Prayers for follow-up.
Sword Raziel?
Yeah. We did summon, so he's going to summon Sword. With Sword, he can get either EXT or Ice. He's going to get the EXT. Yeah, he does also have an Omni out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Ashraf can do about this with 2-card set. Maybe just sussing out his opponent and seeing kind of what he's going with. But I didn't see what the set cards were, unfortunately. And okay, here's our first look.
Duo Drive, trying to search 2 Raziel cards, getting met with an Imperm and using a Omni Negate. Opponent will discard a card.
Yeah, it's really interesting having a card over here like what Mitsurugi gives you, where it gives your opponent the choice of either discarding a card or just taking the negate, because it still gives your opponent an opportunity, but both of those effects are not things you want to have to deal with. So now just a quick judge call here, not exactly sure on what point they're going to just be querying here, but if you look at the board state right now, I mean, Duo Drive being hit with the Imperm there's still so much on Herbert's board. I mean, looking at just damage alone, Murakumo is 3.2k. Duo Drive over here is not a small monster either. Like, I don't know what Ashraf is really going to get out of this here, unless we see something impressive come back.
I think it's what happens if the Duo Drive resolves is a little bit too hectic. That, you know, maybe he's deciding, listen, you're literally going to kill me if I don't. But it looks like, I mean,
yeah, that was just,
with
that
that
was
much
going,
advantage, quite unlikely that he was going to take that anyways. Yeah, Herbert taking the first game relatively swiftly. Hand trapped down the White Forest monster, Ash the Foolish Burial Goods, and yeah, that was pretty much all she wrote. All right, so looking at the side decks, Ashraf Sully's got 3 artifact allowance. He has 1 artifact sanctum, 1 designator, 1 dimensional barrier, 1 dragon's mind, 1 forbidden droplets. He thought the droplets might actually be pretty good, but yeah, as opposed to the normal dimensional barrier, and he also has woes of the White Forest, which is a very interesting card.
I mean, the thing here is I'm thinking he'll be going first here. Mitsurugi Raziel, I mean, a lot of the artifact things are really just there for malice at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Probably going to be bringing in the Crosslight Designator, Dimensional Barrier. Forbidden Droplets could be a pretty strong choice, but we'll have to see kind of where those are used.
You could definitely play Lightning Storms. They are just going to get all like set again, all the back row. But I mean, if it makes the cards not activate, you know, or like if you force the activation, it could be a bit.
Absolutely, and then looking over at the Raziel Mitsurugi, the side deck here got some meows. Love seeing those. Actually, one of the first times I've seen them in the list. It seems like they've been a bit underplayed at this tournament so far. I love the little cowboy in the side there. You know, sometimes you get punched for some extra damage. But quite a few cards for going first. Going second, probably going to be bringing in potentially the Ghost Bells even. And really just a talent and a Feather Duster. There's actually not a lot of going second. I mean, I guess you could say Meowls is quite a good going second card, but not really any board breakers there for when one has to go second and is forced into that place from winning round 1.
We immediately see a Perilia, and it's going to be almost responded to with a Diabol Star. It's going to activate Diabol Star's effect to set a Sinful Spoils card.
And this is where it's quite cool with White Forest Azamina. It's got so many different archetypes kind of built into one. I know that Yu-Gi-Oh! Tends to release in kind of like lore blocks, and this is almost the completion of the Azamina, the Sinful Spoils all together. And here we go a little bit further. Do love the Black Goat Laugh over here that's been sent to the graveyard here. On your opponent's turn, you are going to be able to banish it and call a name and really, really interrupt the opponent.
Yeah, it's kind of like a prohibition. So
it's very similar.
So he is using this this card to search that just got ashed, and then he plays the field spell.
I do love the way that Ashraf activates and just kind of looks at his opponent, waiting for the response. Right now, Herbert just going to be giving that a bit of a read over here. Which of the White Forest?
Yeah, so it's going to be immediately searching a monster, which is, I mean, if you can stop it, you would, but I mean, he's already burnt his ash, so how else would you, like a ghost spell? A ghost ogre?
Ghost ogre, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ghost Ogre, very underplayed, not something Herbert has in his list.
Okay, and now we see the Azalina going to activate its effect to pitch a spell or trap, and he can special summon any spellcaster tuner monster, I believe, from his deck. It's going to be it's going to be Sylvie, and then Sylvie's going to activate its effect. It's going to add the trap to hand.
Yeah, it's really White Forest. You're trying to get all your witches out and use them to extend a bit further with the spell and traps that you get, so that you can start sending your spell and traps to get some more bodies on board. And Troll, oh my word!
A draw on resolution. That's interesting.
Wow, I mean, this
Because-
is second game withdrawal now for Herbert.
I'm very surprised as to the timing of the draw though, because he did let the Azalina get searched as well. Okay, so now we see the Thunder God being summoned. Jirajan has ability to board wipe, which is pretty good. Either all face up monsters or all face up spell and traps, which is pretty good.
Okay, passing turn. Herbert still going to 5 cards thanks to the Mulcharmy that was activated. And I wonder, I mean, no controlled cards on the board could actually start with a Mulcharmy to start the turn, and that's exactly what's going to happen here in the draw phase, just in case Ashraf decides to get any sneaky summons in his opponent's turn. And right away, prayers coming out the gates. I think Herbert is looking for a very strong turn to start things off.
Yeah, prayers to search for ammo, Habakiri, and then he'll use, well, one can assume, but maybe not on this board, maybe he needs to think a bit. It isn't, he does have a quick effect board wipe. He can, we do see that he did search the trap card last turn. Okay, so now he's going to use the Saji.
Yeah, just in that resolution, no way to really respond for that tribute.
Such a good little window there. How the Mitsurugi monsters have been worded, very, very versatile. Okay, so getting a ritual now. He also does have some Ryziel options in his hand. So we don't know if he's baiting. But yeah, I mean, time will tell. He will banish the Black Goat's laughs. I wonder what card he'll target. He might just say
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things you can name here.
Murakumo,
Yeah, it could be Murakumo.
I mean,
I think that is the thing that
That's the-
hurts his
that's-
board the most.
that's the most like threatening thing that I can imagine. So he is forced to resolve this. Oh, he did not call Murakumo. This means that
He could have. It doesn't stop you from summoning it when it's from grave. It just makes it their
Oh.
effects can't be activated this turn.
yeah. Okay.
So it's the first effect that makes you can't summon, but it has to be set for that.
Okay. And now he's going to get a trap back from his grave, and
there's the Cobra.
Yeah. He did call the Amura Koba, just so that it doesn't board wipe. And so he does get the ritual spell back to hand, and the Night Serpent comes down.
I love this Black Goat Laughs, and it's also so nice in White Forest because you can get it to the graveyard from a field that still benefits you, and then in your opponent's turn you're calling it when it's the most important time or most impactful point. Here's the ritual, of course. I mean,
I like the fact that he's okay. So now he's summoning something that can use its effects. Okay, so this will still special summon, but yeah, its effects on the field will be negated. So its floating effects did not get negated by the Black Goat Laughs, and this is what he's been holding the whole time. Sword.
Yeah, I do think this is one of the things that makes Ryziel so strong when you're paired with Mitsurugi. They just accompany each other so well, and once you're done with your Mitsurugi plays, you're going into Ryziel and you're going to be able to build an exceptionally strong board from that.
Ashraf did gain 3,000 life points there, so he is up a bit, obviously from the Thunder God's effect. So yeah, I mean, if this game does get pretty lengthy, he'll have a good amount of life points as a resource as well. All right, now the question is, what do you do here? Because you probably just have to go straight for Detonator. Baguska.
Wow, that I was not really expecting that. But
Soldesu. Okay, so
he does summon in an
attack
attack
mode.
position. Yes, it's not what you're normally
In
used
attack
to.
mode. Yo.
But I actually just need to read Baguska's attack because I haven't seen that in ages.
It can't be targeted when it's in attack mode. It still is obviously gonna detach for turn, but I don't know if is he playing like a spicy Zeus or something? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, so what's happening here?
It also cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also kind of like protecting against the board wipe effect of the Thunder God.
So I mean, I guess this kind of makes sense because you don't want to go into the Ryzel Xyz and get blocked. But there's the Zeus.
And the Zeus. Brutal. I was wondering if he was playing a Zeus, because I was thinking, this is the first Ryzel deck that I've seen actually run Zeus. So now he's going to chain...
yeah, here's the trap. I'm quite sure this is the one that's going to be summoning.
Yeah.
So he'll have to see what he kind of gets out of this. The Zeus play is interesting as well, and seeing Alzette being protected by the field spell, which means Bagusta did get in for some damage.
This is the Woes of the Forest. You
Yeah.
get to special summon one white forest from your hand or deck, then immediately after this effect resolves, you can synchro summon.
So the big thing that you can do here is one of the white forest synchros is actually going to book your opponent's field. So this might be what they're going for here.
Very interesting.
We'll have to see. I don't know if this is in response to the Zeus or kind of at what point this is being used. Okay, we're only sending 6.
Oh, but I see why, and it's because they played the what's her name, the Curry, Sylvie.
Okay, true, because it's going to get sent. It's going to come back.
Yeah, and
then get some value out of it.
And then Sylvie's got some. Okay.
Oop, there we go. Going to send one. Get some more value off of Arcelia.
Okay. Oh, all right. So he hasn't detached for Zeus, right?
Yeah, Zeus hasn't been activated yet, and I mean this can show some of the strength of White Forest, just being able to play kind of in between your opponent's your opponent's moves. And I don't know how or fair Herbert is against White Forest, but it is a deck that it can be difficult to find the right spots to interact with.
Yeah, because you synchro summoned, you can trigger the effect of Azelia, and on summon, Zeus is going to trigger, and he's going to chain Thunder God to nuke everything. Okay, so a couple of things are going to happen now.
And from hand as well.
Okay, so is that Azelia? No, that is...
Rising across.
LZ in hand. I think he's proccing the effect of LZ. Okay,
but no, I think he's just revealing it. Just showing that's what was added potentially.
Okay.
Just judging from the fact that cross is activated, we're looking
during
into
your opponent's turn. If a light spellcaster tune a monster will special summon to your side of the field while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon. You can add this card to your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just revealing that it was being activated
so
to add to your hand.
Getting some follow up. Very interesting. Oh, we have such a supposedly simplified game state, but we know that White Forest, that's not necessarily how they resolve. They're going to be setting cards and recurring all of their cards from their graveyard, so it doesn't...
getting Deception back is quite big. Not only does it give you kind of another angle of let me tribute something and continue going,
and this is a way to dig out some good Azamina cards out of the deck, and he can dig himself fully right out of the hole straight into a full combo. So it is, he does target the Sylvie. He's using its effect to...
to basically summon one and put one back to the extra deck.
Right.
So Sylvie's doing that to the Synchro monster. So Arcelia is going back into the extra deck so you can start playing some more with it. Sylvie now going to be... Azalea... Alzette, all these names are so similar. Alzette is going to send the Deception. so that
I think he's going Chainlink 2 because he wants to get Hallowed with Sylvie.
mhm.
But let's see. Okay,
Yeah.
so okay.
I mean, the thing here,
So
I mean,
now- so
Rise of the
now-
Cross isn't actually active right now. You don't have anything to detach XE's materials from. So
Yeah.
it's not even a fear. I feel like Ashraf also having a battle phase still. This might be a bit scary for Herbert. The hand of many cards needs to have some things to do.
Oh wow.
But prayers.
This is amazing. Okay, so prayers, and if he prays to special summon back the Kura, Amura,
Murakami.
yeah, is going to wipe the board, denying a massive Synchro 8 summon. That is gigantic, and none of
Yeah.
that's going to float.
Yeah, Ashraf having to think quite a bit here with just 2 cards in hand as to how do you actually extend and deal with such a big reptile on your opponent's field that once he's tributing is just going to come back and wipe the board again. Like,
That was
how far do you kind of extend here?
that was a incredibly well timed board wipe. Obviously, Herbert did take 800 damage from that special summon, which is why he's on 7-2 now, and we will probably start seeing some in-game damage. Herbert going summon ice using ice effect. Special summoning one of the potentially sword, because if he goes swords, then he can get EXT as well.
Yeah, no, he's going towards EXT, potentially going to try push for. Oh no, you don't actually really need node at this point.
Yeah, just fixing the math.
Giving us a bit of an earthquake here as the Ryzeals make touchdown.
Yeah. And rightfully so, this EXT is going to be hitting his hand very hungry to deal some damage. Imagine an overlay for a Dweller right now.
Ah yes, the lovely band Dweller.
Okay, so a Duel Drive is going to attach what looks like a sword, and he's going to try and use effects to search 2 Ryzeal cards from his deck.
Yeah, I don't think Ashraf is really sitting with much interruption. There is the Deception in the graveyard, which he'll be able to kind of get value back from it being in the grave and coming back. But
Yeah.
I'm worried that the writing's on the wall here. 7.4k life,
I
and
mean,
right now on the field, you're looking at over 6k damage.
I mean, if he has exactly Nibiru in his hand, then he can go Nibiru, and then Herbert will use the negate, but then there is a card to discard for it, so you
Yeah, I
can
think
force the Nibiru, but outside of that, it's not looking.
Ooh, and there's the meteorologic aggregator, so even more interruptions here on the side of Herbert.
Okay, and we're going to now special summon ice from hand this time. We've already used the effect of ice to retrieve from deck, so it's merely an extender in this case. But I'm expecting a detonator here,
Yeah.
and that is 3/2/3, so that is 8,000 damage already on the board.
And we're attaching meteorologic aggregator. Oh, Herbert just has all the value known. I'm surprised we're extending so far.
Yeah.
Yep, there's the nib,
Oh.
as we spoke about, but this is where you have
Negate.
you have not just one negate, but you also have the cross. That's interesting because it's activated in the hand.
Okay, so
Was he
wonder-
opting to discard? I don't know if that's kind of works,
Right,
but there it is, writings on the wall. I mean, Ashraf, White Forest not really able to get
Swift.
going at all.
Yeah.
A pretty swift play from
Swift 2-0
Herbert.
by Herbert, showing us why this deck is so powerful and why it is dominating the top tables today. Clearly, the deck to be played today. I think, yeah, it's been crushing almost every other not Mitsurugi deck that we've seen today.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is we didn't really see White Forest able to get its legs going. There were a bit too many interruptions too early from Herbert. I mean, we didn't see a single Azamina card, and most of their full combos do go through those. You didn't see any of the big synchro plays in your opponent's turn of like really interrupting their board states. And Herbert, knowing exactly what to do, knowing what he came here for with Mitsuru Raziel, taking such a strong deck into a tournament like this, and unfortunate for Ashraf, that makes his 4-0-1 record to be 4-2-1.
And look, I mean that's what makes a great competitive player. Is have you practiced against your matchups? Are you prepared for a long tournament, and can you play reactively in reality when the moment comes? And yeah, that's what Herbert's proven to us. Thanks, guys, and yeah, we will. That was the final Swiss round. We'll be moving up to Top Cut Nets, and yeah, please be patient, and we will see you soon.
I'll try put a timer up shortly. Of course, in the room, we do need to finish this round for the rest of the players, and then there will be a briefing for Top Cut players, as we will be playing with the top 8. But we'll keep everybody updated in the chat with what is happening, as well as soon as we know the matchup that is going to be broadcasted, we'll for sure let you know. So can't wait to get cracking on the next match.
Okay, welcome back for our States 2025 event in Cape Town, South Africa.
Our Swiss rounds have concluded,
Yeah.
and we've got some fascinating news for you guys. How incredible has today been?
Ooh, it's been a day of upsets and triumphs. I've seen interesting new faces come out to the high-end tables, and some of our legends perhaps have a slight fall from grace that I'm sure they'll work very hard to recover.
Yeah, we've seen an explosion of powerful combos. We've seen many hand traps. It's been incredible. It's been a very interactive, a very open paced. The pace of play has also been pretty good. So overall, quite happy with this event. So we have some players who did not quite make it into the top 8 cut, but we feel should still be mentioned because they did make it into top 16.
Yeah.
And they've got themselves some awesome sleeves for it. So should we?
Yeah.
Let's. So in 16th place, we have Dominic.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic was on Pure Blue Eyes, I believe, of all things. Interesting list considering you'd expect Prime out here, but congrats.
And then next in 15th place we have Ashraf Salih, the deck that we saw on stream playing the White Forest. And although it didn't feature much, unfortunately, he did very well today, especially to secure the points that he has.
Exactly. Well, in 14th then we had Willem Beeks, who was playing Memento, one of the popular decks for the day.
We saw Memento taking a bunch of names today. Look, it's a very powerful deck. We saw some explosive tech cards by Devin and our first game of the match with Ben Linde. He was also playing the Baphomet as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So quite an interesting tech, not so Fiend Smith, but also like an interesting angle on that. So 13th was Francois Seeger.
Francois was on Regenesis, which is one of the new standouts of the format. And Francois also being a newer player to our scene, coming over into Yugo from other games. I hope he's enjoying his time quite a lot here and doing quite well there.
Lovely. And then as we saw on screen, Herbert Bronze.
On Mitsurugi Raziel.
That was one example of a player who came to the event prepared. You could see he knew exactly how to run the matchup. He was very prepared. He must have gotten very unlucky in the last round, but he played masterfully. Donovan.
I'm not sure how to say that. Chance. He was on Malice, I'm told. Also one of the big contenders. I don't think we saw that much Malice here today.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is a very explosive and powerful Cyber deck. Obviously, it does have the Lancia weakness, but players like Sadiq managed to get around stuff like that with 2 copies of AI Michu. Very prepared. He knew he was getting Lancia at game 2 and 3. He was like, dude, every single game 2 and 3, AI Michu's in.
There we go.
Which is very good.
And speaking of, for 10th we had Sadiq playing Malice, doing those exact plays we say, although he was featured in our somewhat of a maybe upset round or a comeback round, depending on which one you support more. With
probably
the
the most powerful use of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring that I've ever seen used. It's to actually stop a Book of Eclipse play. which was so gigantic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
and
they got him forward.
he said that his draws were but we'll move forward with the list.
Next up, we had Diane in 9th. Diane, I believe, was on ABC
Yeah.
Fiendsmith.
ABC.
I'm not sure if the
Yeah.
Fiendsmith was there, but I
So-
know he's done it before.
Yeah, ABC used to be such a monster back in 2015,
Mhm.
end of 2015, like mid 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I remember when Metal Foes was a powerful deck. That deck was also dominating, and the new support also. I think took it to quite a very good showing. So
There we go.
unlucky to see the bubble, but hey, he virtually sneaked into top 8.
Yeah.
So
So going into top 8 now, we have number 8, Ron Joseph, who was on Castura Genesis. This was another one we featured, and quite a grind through there. He managed to live through the Chaos Hunters and a full Memento play line, almost for 2 games.
What's very interesting about that deck and the way that it plays is it looks very simple. You don't use like 14 monsters to combo into maybe like go through your entire extra deck and end on a board of negates.
Yeah.
Instead, you simply are looking to establish your Kashtira monsters and use your Kashtira monsters effects to make it very awkward for your opponent to play.
Yes.
And when you combine that with the Regenesec cards, it's very simple, but it's very powerful.
Yeah.
And it can just infinitely. It's almost like you can soul charge every turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get your pops back quite quickly.
Yeah.
Then after that, for 7th, we had Kevin Thomas, who was playing Branded. Also one of the old fan favorites, also one of the lore decks with plenty of support of various kinds. So very creative deck that can always be played.
And he is on a 60 card list.
Yes.
And it's doing very, very well.
Branded's one of those that favors the big lists.
Everyone kept on saying to me, "Oh, dude, I lost to Branded," and I'm like, who's this person playing Branded? And right at the end,
Yeah.
we see him, on the was the 6th round. He was fighting Tariq. I mean that was a no, I believe that was the 7th round. But he did very well.
Yeah. After that, we had Blaine Harris in 6th playing Mitsurugi Raziel again. Or rather, surprisingly, I know running up to this tournament, it didn't look like he would be playing that, but he came with that.
Yeah, and Blaine's quite a successful player himself. He knows he's a strong player. He's good with the deck. It's a strong deck. No surprises there.
Yeah, exactly. Above him, at 5th, is Daniel Tang, one of our well-known players as well. Also on Mitsurugi Raziel. Definitely a lot of variation in pilots here that we're seeing, and different play styles that can affect very quickly how far you get.
Yeah, I could say almost the exact same thing for Daniel Tang. He's a great person. He's a great player. He's playing an awesome deck. Yeah.
For 4th, we had Yusuf Din.
This took all of us by complete surprise. We were not expecting Pirelli to rock up and absolutely destroy everyone at these top tables.
Yeah, it's a deck I've never really seen or played against myself.
Yeah, and to see it play at this level is absolutely amazing. You can see that his side deck is nailed down to a T.
And as long as you get that exp early, what are they going to do for you? A lot of decks don't have a particular out for it.
Yeah. Okay, Nevin Thomas.
Nevin Thomas. Nevin Thomas was on an interesting list of Cyber Dragon, Kashtira, Fiendsmith, from what I hear, which is
That
definitely
is
something to break a board.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting deck. Let's see if we see more of this deck, because we've heard about a Cyber Dragon player that's been tearing it up, but we haven't really.
It's always been a bit of a
experienced
mystery.
it. Yeah.
Cool. And then for 2nd, we had Robert Miles, who was on pure Mitsurugi. Also one
Robert Miles, also like an amazing player. He's had like, he won states up in Joburg when he was playing Sword Soul. So he's proven that he's definitely got that that competitive edge
Yeah.
as a player, and
Proving that pure Mitsurugi still has quite a bit of ceiling for itself.
and if there's one thing that you're going to fear in a tournament, it's a strong player piloting a strong deck.
Yeah. And then first up, our winner so far is Tariq Hasim, who was on Mitsurugi Raziel.
He's on Mitsurugi Raziel today. So Tariq he's won nationals in 2014. The last 2 years, he's won states back to back. The nationals before that, he came in top 8, and he's playing one of the best decks.
And of course, for our locals and those who know everyone in the scene, this was one of the big, say, rivalry matches with Lungi coming in.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the way Lungi sees it, when I spoke to him about it, I was like, hey, you're going to be facing Tariq at this event. He's like, there's no one to beat, there's just tournaments to win. It's a very good way to look at it.
Very healthy way to look at it.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, yeah, but Tariq's done his job today and successfully defending his spot and making sure that he very safely secures his top 8 slot, and we will be seeing more of him in top 8.
Yeah. So up next we have our top 8 rounds. We'll have 3 rounds of that. And for everyone else who still wants to stick around and play some, we have some side events going on for extra mat prizes.
Yeah, there's an awesome winner mats event happening at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure if late registration is open, but if you want to, pull through and see if you can
at least see what we're doing out here.
Yeah. Yeah, with all that said and done, hope you're all excited. I know we are.
Yeah.
We're all itching to see some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! And some masterful play in general. Yeah. See you guys soon.
Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to top 8. We have finally made it. We have an interesting match for you guys. Ron is going to be playing up against Nevin. Nevin's got Cyber Dragon Fiendsmith. And Ron, as we saw from earlier with that Regenesis cached hero. All right, so yeah, both of these players after a very long game, well, a very long tournament, yeah, still have to stay focused, still got to push through it. They're almost at the finish line, and yeah, let's see how this will go. It's got to be something else to be able to stay on top of your game at such a large event. It does take a duelist with quite a bit of skill.
And this matchup, I think, is going to be quite an interesting one. We have effectively two decks that can be pretty decent at taking apart an opponent's board. So I think we'll see quite a bit of layered play from both sides coming through.
Ron's going to be, I assume, starting because he won the die roll.
Let's see what we open with. Just having a think through.
Both players. Yeah. Okay, so he's gonna set
4. Ah, yeah. Set the whole hand.
Set 5. Okay, we are playing GOAT format. There is a morphing jar face down. There's a torrential tribute and a bottomless trap hole.
And a mirror force, and we got everything going.
Okay.
Interesting. Right. I think I did spy Regenesis birth set there at least, so we could be going to Regenesis combos.
Cyber Dragon Fiendsmith just drew a droll there, and he's going to lead with the Fiendsmith Tract, allowing him to special summon a Fiendsmith from his. Sorry, to add and dump a Fiend. Lurie's going to hit the grave. It's going to special summon itself out, and he's going to link summon Requiem. He's going to fire off Fiendsmith's Requiem's effect, allowing him to special summon a Fiendsmith from deck.
As per usual, as we've seen today. I mean, there's a reason that everyone's doing it.
Tried and tested. Summons Lacrima. Use Lacrima's effect to dump a Fiendsmith. Ask for response. Got none. And dumps a Fiendsmith Engraver.
I wonder, with all those set cards, do you think these days there is as much, say, bluffing as there was in the past? Especially in the older formats, you could just set a few and they would have to be very wary of bottomless and the like.
I would say that on an event of this level, to be honest, I would probably assume it's stuff like imperms and that kind of stuff. So Lacrima is attaching the Fiendsmith Requiem, and he's going to go get in with some damage with the Fiendsmith, and that's going to kill a hand trap.
That was a set Fualos.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he attacked with the Lacrima, but he is going to link away, and he's going to summon Sequence. He's going to use Sequence effect to perform a fusion summon, which is going to be met with an infinite impermanence. Runs far right spell and trap card zone, and will now negate any spells and traps.
Activating the Cyberdark Realm.
Yeah, so he's playing when this card is activated, you may search a Cyberdark monster from your deck from your deck to your hand. This deck can be very, very explosive. I remember Cyberdarks were actually quite powerful when the structure deck released
Yeah.
at the beginning of last year, or was it the year before?
It might have been the year before.
Yeah, or like close to the end of the year before. I remember because someone joined our community searches, Cyberdoc Chimera. Yeah. Yeah, Chimera's a interesting choice, but yeah, let's see. He's got a board to navigate through still. It is just a bunch of back rows. So now he's going to use the
Realms effect, which is
we get to special summon one. Normal summon one Cyberdark monster.
Yeah.
And then that looks like Regenesis
Birth.
Yeah. You can toggle. Okay, you can send one monster from your deck to the graveyard, then toggle one monster and change it to face down defense position.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, during your opponent's turn, you can send this card to the graveyard. Special summon as many Regenesis monsters as possible with different names from your hand, graveyard, and/or banishment. A very, very powerful deck. This is the card that we were talking about having a virtual soul charge every turn. So,
and you'll see now he foolishes the Archfiend in order to turn the Cyberdoc into face down, but at the end of the turn that Archfiend will come back and then he'll get the rest of that Regenesis engine going.
so it looks like Ron J might just
He'll have something to keep going.
Start being able to play. It's a very interesting start to this top 8.
Is Nevin going to try and set up a board of, like we saw in the Crystron games, cards like Cyberdragon Infinity?
We have a being summoned with the ability to banish a machine type. No. He's just going to link it away.
Into Clockwork Knight.
Clockwork Knight.
One of the new machine staples.
Opponent is going to imperm Clockwork Knight. He can still banish the hurts, I believe. If this card is sent to the graveyard, this is the effect he's resolving. Now you can add one Cyber Dragon from your deck to your hand. Okay, and then
the OG.
Yeah, there we see the original Zane Truesdale's.
A staple of many a deck in the past.
Yeah, very powerful indeed. Let's see. SP Little Knight on summon, banishing the birth. That's very, very powerful. Ranjay looks at the back row and lets the birth go.
Especially as birth is a one-of, not really a way to get it back.
And as we can see, he's already used his battlefield. He is going to call by the Archfiend. And that's just going to make... but Ron J is doing some thinking, and he's like, you know what, that's a little bit too risky. I'm going to cross out Designator. And one can assume he's going to cross out Called by the Grave.
That is one I've not seen before. Usually you do that for hand traps, but yeah, perfectly valid.
I guess if I also had a cross out Designator, face down in that situation, I wouldn't want to open myself up to any dead top decks.
And yeah, where do we go from here is the question.
All right. Okay.
So it looks like...
I mean, look, an SP Little Knight is still pretty difficult to play around.
I mean, the birth is out it now. Archfiend, I think, got back in hand in the end there. And now on Ron's turn. Which one, or what's he going to start with? We're seeing Cyber Dragon plays, Fiendsmith plays come through. There we go.
That's what we're going to start with. We're going to start with a Requiem coming back from grave because of a Lacrima's effect. Yeah. Okay, and now we draw. Obviously, Lacrima having that quick effect to special summon a monster. That's what we saw Lungi use earlier this tournament. So now he's going to fire off a Fiendsmith Requiem's effect to special summon a Fiendsmith from his deck. He's going to summon the Lacrima again, use Lacrima, check his targets, and then decide if he wants to use Lacrima's effect. He will. This time he'll send a trap. Okay, just
Fiendsmith
looking.
Paradise.
Yeah. While it is in your graveyard, you can banish it to send one Fiendsmith monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard.
I just want to confirm there. I think what we just saw was also Ron drew and basically passed, if I saw that correctly.
Yes, yeah.
Clearly got something cooking there. Or he wants to see
Either
the blaze
that
through.
or or I don't know, maybe he got in like a...
I think you see it come up every once in a while where even if you may or may not see what you have for game, you want to see your opponent actually play it through. Because sometimes they don't always get their lines exactly right.
Yeah.
But in this case, we're going for the High King Caesar,
Yeah.
giving him the protection.
So a Necroquip Princess being summoned, and Nibiru is officially now turned off because DDD High King Caesar can negate 2 special summons, both in one turn. Yeah, and this duel's looking bleak
Yeah, getting the Cyber Dark Worm there.
for Ron. Yeah, it's good, very
Yep.
good time to scoop there. No point in trying to like stall it out. Maybe I can draw a lightning storm. Just scoop it up, save your time. Thank goodness we've only lost.
10 rounds, effectively, yeah. Okay, well, looking at the side deck, Ron, we saw before, has decent going first options. You can always side in the Dragon's Mind, which is similarly recurring, effectively Solemn Judgment for the archetype. Otherwise, there's it could always do Floodgate plays with there can be only one.
Yeah, that's quite a good. I would say that's quite a good line against a Cyber Dragon player.
On a machine deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does also have Dimensional Barrier. So if he sees he's going for an Infinity play, it is a kind of niche, but nothing.
Yeah.
I don't see him.
Yeah, Dimensional Barrier against the list like this is a bit difficult because Cyber Dragon these days will use both the older fusions and the newer XEs, and we've got all the Fiendsmith, which are like fusions, XEs, and links.
Yeah.
So there's no real good call out unless you're trying to stop one particular line.
Yeah. If he's leaning into a specific way, then it's pretty good. Yeah. On Nevin's side, he's got 3 Artifact Lance here, 3 Chaos Hunter, 3 Dimensional Barrier, 3 Forbidden Droplets, 1 Lightning Storm. Sorry, 2 Lightning Storms and 1 Harpy's Feather Duster. Amazing going second cards. And
clearly also really wanting to stay clear of the Malice matchup there.
Yeah, 100%. Triple Artifact Lance here, definitely. However, in this matchup, he definitely, I think he wants to bring in Lightning Storms, Harpy's Feather Dusters. A Dimensional Barrier could be interesting because Ranjay is actually playing Kashtira as well.
It'll lock down those Xyz lines.
Yeah. But I feel like it would just force Ron into a non-Xyz play. He'll just focus more on the Regenesis stuff.
I think so, but if I were Nevin, I would still do that, especially if you're worried about Kashtira Strangler era to get those special summons and those zone locks. Like, it's better to avoid those if possible.
There is triple Forbidden Droplet. So he can bring in 2 Lightning Storm, 1 Harpy's Feather Duster, and 3 Forbidden Droplets. That's quite good going second.
Yeah.
I feel like that's quite board breaking. He does also have Fiendsmith for a lot of baiting before he starts using all of his Cyber Dragons and his Cyber Darks. I think Fiendsmith being one of the perfect engines because when you're trying to play around these cyber dragons, and I'm sure all of you have been OTK'd and FTK'd by cyber dragons so many times that you're so scared of getting mega fleet contact fusioned and like smashed in the face for like 8k that you're trying to like hold out all your baits, but the Fiendsmith stuff is kind of forcing that out. So it's actually such an ingenious combination of cards if you think about it. I never actually thought about it in that kind of a sense.
Exactly. Alrighty. Assuming Ron going first there, setting up as much interruption as he can, as we saw with the previous games. If he gets a full Kashtira board, that's still quite fun to interesting to play through.
We have a 4 loss off the bat. That's gonna lock down cards like Kashtira Theosis, summoning specific extra deck monsters, but Ron J might not care about this.
Going for the Regenesis Archfiend first.
Regenesis Archfiend. It's not a Parelia, so Nevin isn't going to get any draws off of that. So
And it searches for him, so he doesn't have to worry about the Fuwalos play specifically.
yeah.
Okay, going for the Regenesis
So
itself.
when this is summoned, you get to search a Regenesis card.
Yeah.
The Regenesis itself, take one Regenesis monster from your deck, either add it to the hand or send it to the graveyard. Very, very powerful card. Or if you control a Regenesis monster, you can
Add a monster with 2,500 attack and defense.
instead. So you can actually just search a Kashtira. He did go for the Sage, I believe.
Yeah. Sage.
Regenesis Sage. So
Opens
right
them
now,
up to a negate.
yeah, he does have effect activation, a card activation negate with the Sage, live with the Archfiend. I'm not too sure if the Archfiend floats or not.
I believe all of the Regenesis do, the monsters, or at least most
If
of
this
them.
card is in the graveyard because it was sent there, this turn you can add
Ah,
this card to your
On
hand.
the opponent's end phase.
Okay, so now we start with a what is this card? It's a bit hard to tell what the lightning.
That would probably be Clockwork Knight, the other Clockwork Knight.
Yeah.
The
I
continuous
see
spell.
the gears there.
Yes, yes,
okay,
yes.
yes, yeah, it is clock.
And with one set from Ron,
That's going to turn everything into machines, which is
Yeah.
terrifying if you're playing against cyber dragons.
it looks like Clockwork Knight set to and pass back.
Like, imagine you have card effect activation negation here, and your opponent plays a Clockwork Knight. Are you just gonna? Oh, it's such a hectic. What will Ron do here?
Yeah. At the very least, the Regenesis cards aren't locked to a particular type of monster.
Yeah.
Because they got a dragon, a fiend, a spellcaster, and so on and so forth. So Clockwork Knight's machine-related effects won't be as
If-
nuanced yet.
If the Archfiend.
It'll lock out any fiend requiring plays.
Oh,
for sure.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, obviously, Ron J is just thinking, okay, no.
Just straight in?
Yeah, so Nevin actually just played that and passed. And Ron's responding by just going straight in with both and sending
Yeah.
a card. I mean,
Why not?
how, if you have a board and a negate, there's no point in stopping. Nevin really actually needs Cyber Dragon right now.
We're just looking through those plays. Yeah.
Very, very tough spot because it's make it or break it right now.
Yeah.
For this duel, I believe, because you can't just pass another turn; you'll die. So whatever Nevin's got cooking, if he does have something, it needs to kind of be now. Note that the position of the face down card in Ron J's, it's aligning with his Clockwork Knight, saying that maybe if he, okay, all right, so he's gonna negate the thing that negates the activation. Okay, now he might be playing mind games with his opponent, because we just saw now that it's not an imperm in the same zone as a Clockwork Knight. But if he plays a Cyber Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Then he's saying, oh, I could potentially. Okay, so all right, a lot is happening here. He is going to droplets. His opponent cannot respond with spell cards. Yeah. And then played the Lightning Storm.
Is declaring spells or monsters?
He's probably, if he's calling spell and trap cards, that's actually a heavy thing. It's a tough one with everything negate. Okay.
Dimensional barrier.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. So let's see. If he calls fusion here, so there was no imperm, but it was good mind games. Okay. So then we have tracked, and now he has to just watch this happen.
He called fusion on that dimensional barrier.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because think about it. If someone, well, that's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. So no Chimeritic OTK is happening.
Yeah.
No Fiends, but Desiree, no Necroquip.
Yeah, because if your opponent's like turning off all of your stuff and blowing up all of your back rows,
Yeah.
then you can only assume he's going to contact fuse your field. Now, I think he might be able to get out a Cyber Dragon with this Fiendsmith combo. No, that wouldn't do anything because they're both not machines, but they are weak to droplets. I don't know if he droplets both of them. No, he droplets one of them. So he droplets Sage because he went Imperm on the Archfiend, Sage negated, and then he chained Droplet sending Clockwork Knight to negate the Sage. So the Sage is halved, as far as I believe, unless we're missing something. And Sage is going to be sitting at what, 1-250, I believe.
Something of that sort. Having a think through. Do we just attack through it?
And it looks like Nevin doesn't have any cards in hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's actually 4K because of Clockwork Knights. Oh,
yeah, the life points. I was wondering if he should have been on 3,000 life points or 4, but Clockwork Knight reduces attack and defense by 500. So that would have put the Regenesis cards on 2,000 each.
2,000 each, okay. But then there's droplets as well.
Yeah, so for this turn we've got the droplets going. Also that Clockwork Knight's gone now.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking like we got rid of that Sage there.
And SP to banish the Archfiend. Oh, brutal. But there doesn't
he could be
seem to
banishing
be...
the Archfiend.
He could...
Okay,
Oh.
It looks like going to end phase so that Archfiend comes, or a Sage comes back to hand.
Oh, he cannot banish anything because he didn't use any link monsters.
Yes.
To summon the SP. It's just this is. And Nevin is the one that's on 4,000. He's looking at his Lacrima engrave. Man, could he have maybe done that a little bit better?
Another Archfiend coming, giving even more Regenesis power.
Yeah. And now they're both 25. Nothing's activating.
Yeah.
So I assume he can just run over the SP. But can he kill his opponent is the question. SP is sitting on 1-6, I believe.
Yeah, the normal amount. He also still has the Sage he can get out.
So during his opponent's turn, he is going to use the Lacrima to summon the Requiem. I assume that's just to keep him alive.
Okay, searching off the Archfiend,
Okay.
getting the Regenesis code.
Special summon one Regenesis monster from your deck, but send it to the graveyard during your opponent's end phase. Also, at the end of the turn, after this card, you cannot special summon it.
From here, he could be getting the Warrior out, just as a one-off out to any monster that might come up. That doesn't have an Omni, ideally. And then he'll get that back in the end phase anyway, as long as it's on his opponent's turn.
Yeah. So we've seen a search, but we didn't see a chain SP Little Knight. I feel like
he'll be saving that.
This is the one time a Yu-Gi-Oh player actually tries to protect their life points instead of their cards. Okay, down comes a Sage. So we have effect, activation, negation. So should that SP Little Knight activate its effect, he can pop it. He's going to respond with banishing the trap.
The Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Waiting for a response from Ron, if there is one.
Which will just foolish a Fiendsmith anyway. Send it to graveyard from the deck. Or extra deck.
Okay. So he's going to dump the Desiree. The Desiree is going to... Okay, alright. Okay, I see what's happening.
Okay.
Okay, so foolish and then just put the Requiem back.
Yeah. Could just be setting himself up for continued survival there and outing the Sage.
Yeah.
Although there is still quite a bit of extension he could be doing. He's got code and then another 2 cards in hand. Those spells and Trap of Regenesis really give it a lot more oomph. The monsters on their own are already like pretty good as an engine to splash into many kinds of decks.
Oh boy, okay.
That looks like the Warrior.
This might be the doorbell's ringing, and that is game for Ron.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just too much damage that he could do. Obviously, the code just pumping out an extra 2,500 damage, exactly what he needed. Yeah, one tied apiece in top 8, in states. Yeah, very, very impressed with both of their play.
Siding back for going first. Looks like with all those side options.
Yeah, Nevin going first hasn't really got much outside of Dimensional Barrier and Droplets. I'd probably just keep in the Droplets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he might opt to say, nope, I'm gonna try and break this.
Yeah, he definitely would have sided out some good cards from his deck to put in the going second stuff.
Yeah, I mean Cyber Dragon is known nowadays as a very decent going second deck.
Yeah. So probably just making his cards live again. But I mean I would definitely leave the Droplets in this matchup.
Yeah. And then for Ron, I'm still
probably going.
Yeah, I'm still kind of thinking, where's that Dragon's Mind from him?
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think he'd let Nevin go first, being a Cyber Dragon player? I feel like there's maybe arguments for that.
I think it's a difficult one for either side, eh? Because both of them are decent at either one, so it's a hard call unless you know your specific opening board is going to be much better.
If I were in Ron's shoes, I'd say, okay, he's playing his Cyber Dragon deck. What kind of interactive board can he make? The best answer I can come up with in my head, just assuming his deck has all of the Cyber Dragon tools that are typically in a Cyber Dragon arsenal, I would imagine that he could set up a board with maybe IP and Desiree, allowing basically 2 banishes and an Omni Negate. And if that's all, I'm probably taking that gamble.
Perhaps. I think if you can get an additional piece with something like that Cyber Dragon Infinity, again, I think it did quite well in the Crystron games we saw, and I don't see why it wouldn't do the same here. He just needs to get that initial access to it, I suppose.
Yeah. Now we answer our own questions, and he definitely is playing Infinity, he's definitely playing Nova, but you know what we forgot about is the DDD High King Caesar that he can make with his, and that is a reason enough in itself.
Of course.
I think because if you have that along with even like an SP, you have an SP, a Caesar, and a Desiree. Like no.
Yeah.
I'm going first.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try.
15 minutes as well left, which looks like a decent amount of time for game 3 for these kinds of decks. I suppose they're both not super combo heavy to take very long turns.
Yeah. So as a Regenesis Cashed Hero player, you've got to be thinking, okay, is he actually playing all of that OTK kind of stuff? And the short answer is yes. In his opponent's extra deck, he's got the Chimeric Fortress Dragon, he's got the Mega Fleet, he's got 2 Rampage Dragons, so he definitely can one-shot you.
Yeah.
And a Rampage Dragon is such a gigantic game closer. It blows up all of your back rows, gets in from can smack you 3 times if you so much as play like a power bond on that, or just old school. And he is actually playing power bond, so I mean, yeah, he can smack you 3 times, 4,200 each time after he nukes all of your back rows and potentially contact fuses into a gigantic mega fleet.
I would love to see power bond happening here.
Yeah.
It's again one of those older power cards that still does a lot.
So
Nevin activates the Cyber Emergency.
Okay, so Nevin
and gets rolled.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Okay, so wait, but did he added that light monster very quickly? Was that just me?
Because he knows which one he got.
Because he does have 5 cards now. He's thinking hard about this draw. I don't think he expected the draw. Yeah, I think that caught him a bit off guard. Up to Ron J.
Setting 1 and passing there. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lightning Storm.
Lightning Storm. That was on a droplet.
And that is Regenesis.
Yep.
So
Regenesis, which can get him into straight to his Archfiend, which will give him 1 monster, which will give him another monster to keep going with Sage, most likely.
And he chains Artifact Lance here.
No more banishing.
Okay. Which is good against the Cashed Hero stuff.
Yeah.
Is it good against the Regenesis stuff?
I don't know. Regenesis seems to recur from its banishment pretty nicely, but it's not super dependent on it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so he does get the Regenesis Archfiend. And on summon, Regenesis Archfiend does search for another Regenesis card. Is he going to go for something like a Regenesis Birth? His opponent just did open pass.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? There must be a lot of things running through Ron J's mind right now.
I can imagine if Ron has a code. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, if he had a code, he could summon Sage with that and
So
then get the birth.
there's
But he goes for the Sage now off the Archfiend.
There is 5,000 damage sitting on the board right now.
And Warrior
That's-
comes up.
That's 7,500 damage. He is not in Nibiru range. Man, this is such a nail-biting moment. What will Nevin do? On summon, he is thinking.
He's thinking. I think he's thinking about a Chaos Hunter there.
And we're still okay. Yeah,
Yep.
he decides it's I'm not gonna use this.
Yeah. It's
Naxtra?
Cyber Dragon Naxtra.
Yeah, I need this Chaos Hunter, otherwise I'm dead. And Ronje is just thinking. I mean, look, he's already under Lance here, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he's gonna banish stuff anyways.
It's definitely a survival play
And
of all things.
he's saying, okay, either you negate this Chaos Hunter now, and that would just leave Nevin on one card in hand. Does the Nashta do anything in grave? I'm not too sure.
Not really.
No.
No,
Okay,
no, no.
Doesn't
It's
float
it's
or
very much a
anything
combo
like that,
piece.
So, yeah.
So
Yo,
that'll-
even me thinking about this, I'm like, do I? Because I mean, it's just a Chaos Hunter. It's not going to stop me from doing anything that it's.
Yeah.
Except during the damage step, you can. So it does activate. He's thinking very hard about this Sage. Basically, what he can do is he can pop his own Archfiend, which is going to come back to his hand anyways as soon as he uses the Sage. And does he want to use it now?
I think in any
I
case,
would- I
he
would
either
so-
attacks over the Chaos Hunter or tributes to negate.
He has 25s though, so it's going to be a
Yes.
crash either way.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So he does negate it. That card will come back to his hand after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage.
And now there's a more interesting board state here with Sage
We
being
are
able to tribute the warrior,
We are.
but you
still in
obviously don't
battle
get
phase.
both warriors' effect.
Yeah.
So before that, with the Archfiend, he would have been able to get the negate and monster destruction or monster removal
Right.
with the warrior. But now he has to pick one. And depending on what happens next with Nevin's hand, that'll be a very important choice for Ron. Potentially
Man.
a deciding one.
Nevin's got one card in hand. You've got to be thinking, man. Wait, why for the shuffle? Did he search or something? I don't know. Maybe something with the judge. I don't know.
I've seen
these
this
kind of-
become a habit with some players. We search and do so much on every turn.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just safer to do shuffle.
Okay, it was probably just the judge saying something. Did you shuffle during your last search last time?
And what do we have there?
Do these two cards? He didn't use the Archfiends. Oh, can you only use? Oh, there's a
Cyber
cyber. This
emergency
is
coming in.
gigantic. And I believe if you negate cyber energy, cyber emergency,
If the activation of this card in Zone's position was negated,
you can discard one card and add this card to your hand.
yeah.
And you can activate once per turn, so then you'd be able to cyber emergency. So there's no point of negating that. We're just seeing what he searched. We were a bit focused on cyber energy there. Okay,
Yep,
so
searching the Jormungandr.
Jormungandr. My goodness. This is not a cyber dragon. This is a cyber Jormungandr.
Yeah.
So let's see. Okay, you can switch summon this card from your hand. Okay, then take a cyber dragon from your deck and then special summon it or equip this. That is a one card infinity.
Yep.
That right there is a one card infinity. If I've ever seen.
And that's exactly why Cyber Dragon is back in tournament play here with new support.
Huh.
This is
And
exactly what we would imagine this deck needed to bring itself back up through the ranks.
And he has Sage. He has to do it, because if he doesn't, the effect's going to resolve. The other side dragon's going to spec, and then Nova's going to get summoned.
Yep. And he tributes the warrior.
Yeah, Infinity's going to try and absorb the Sage. Oof, and then
we
have the
continue
core.
with core.
Dude, are you
Add another
serious?
cyber spell or trap, which will be the Cyberdark Realm.
And now he searches into cyber. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have ourselves a game, lads. This duel is certainly
Coming back into
not
Cyberdark Chimera.
over yet. Okay, so Cyberdark Chimera. If this is summoned, I believe you get to dump. Clockwork Knights. Core is also going to activate. Okay, many things are happening here pretty quickly. But yeah, Clockwork Knight is getting added. He does have the core engraved that I believe he can banish to special summon a Cyber Dragon. Something along the lines of that. If this card is in the graveyard, you can banish to special summon a Cyber Dragon.
Let's see if that's the combo piece he goes for first. Although
So
looks
he's
like
gonna
Clockwork Knight.
Clockwork Knight's target core. Because you can just send one face of continuous spell, okay, add one, okay, from your deck to your hand, then you can target one machine with this, okay, except special summon it.
Tributing.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Yeah.
And then we've got
Tributing
Cyber
the
Dark cards,
Cyberdark for the
triggering
Cyber Dragon
engrave.
core.
I think the gates are open. I'm seeing hers. Opponent is shaking his head. It's not looking good at all. Cyber Emergency's coming back. This is stuff that you don't want to see happening if you're sitting on one side of the table. I mean, he could go into a Fiendsmith combo now, but it looks like he's going to do some Infinity absorbing. There's many gross things that are. Okay, let's see what is happening now. He's using his Cyberdark's effects.
Banishing the Clockwork Knight to discard a card and then add an Earth Machine from deck to hand, which will be the Theron King Regulus.
Oh, okay. So we have ourselves an Omni. And it's not... Ooh, okay. So he has SP Little Knight. He's not using its effect yet. He's going to use Regulus to special summon itself and attach, giving Regulus the ability to negate any card. It's pretty much like a Boral Savage.
Power Bond.
And there's the Power Bond.
Is it OTK time?
Hoi. Let us see. Okay, so he can clearly use fusions from grave. There's the Rampart Dragon, and that can attack 3 times for 4,200 damage. This duel is not. I think this is it. I don't see how Ronjay is coming back from this.
Yeah.
If
if he does, he wins. Nevin with 3,000 there will take 4,000, or well, quite a bit of damage in general from Power Bond if he doesn't. And with 3 minutes to spare,
he would need this to die, and specifically go Battle Fader, Chain Battle Fader.
yeah. Let's see where we go.
Well, maybe he has something similar. I severely doubt it. There are 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, though, so we have to be swift about it. Rampage Dragon's going to attack over, and the handshakes. That's game. That's all the damage you need. Well done to Nevin.
Congratulations,
you will be
Nevin.
advancing to top 4. Well done to Ron. You had a fantastic run. Well done. Well done on your top 8 finish. Cyber Dragon Fiendsmith moving into top 4 of States 2025. Cyber Dragon.
Definitely a
Fiendsmith.
great matchup here.
Oh my goodness.
Very well played from both sides.
Yeah, well navigated. I didn't see Nevin coming out of that, to be honest. When I saw him with 1 card in hand, and then I saw him with drawing 1, and I'm like, dude, those have to be 2 amazing cards, and they were.
Exactly
Cyber
what I needed.
Emergency, Cyber Dragon Core, and the whole deck just popped off like crazy. Yeah, well done, Nevin. You have shown Yugi that you've been studying his moves, and
Zane would be proud.
yeah, Zane trusting in the heart of the cards.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Well done. Okay, guys. Thanks for watching with us, and we'll be moving to top 4 now. Yeah, very well played by both players. Thanks, guys. We'll be seeing you later. welcome to top 4. We have Kevin Thomas on the left with Ad Limited
Branded.
with Branded,
Branded.
and Robert Miles on the right with
Pure Mitsurugi.
pure Mitsurugi. It's going to be
Featured earlier, coming back.
quite an interesting match. It looks like Kevin's won, so he's going to go first. Both players running very, very well today. Both players only got 1 loss today. So, yeah, anything could happen. Okay.
And here we go. Alrighty.
So, Kevin contemplating his opening hand.
Starting with the fusion deployment classic.
Yeah. Gonna reveal a Grand Guignol to spec probably, well, it could be Quem, but no, it's Blazing Cartesia.
This is one of those larger 60 card branded decks.
Oh, he did open up the Quem, so he's gonna activate Quem to be able to dump a branded card or a Despia. Guiding Quem, he's going to dump a branded Retribution, which is able to banish itself to add a branded spell or trap from grave to hand. And he's going to use Cartesia's effect to fuse. He's probably going to go into a Grand Guignol line. He's going to fuse the Adlib and itself. Yeah, to summon Grand Guignol. Gonna go Grand Guignol Chainlink 1, Quem Chainlink 2 targets Cartesia. Cartesia is gonna get specced, and Grand Guignol is gonna be able to dump a big dark monster. He's gonna dump a Sarnia. Sarnia's effect is gonna activate to dump a branded card.
Yeah.
We can assume that, yeah, he's gonna dump the branded fusion. And then he's going to banish Retribution to add the branded fusion back to hand and play a branded fusion.
Yep.
Robert gives the okay. This is a very, very comfortable opening for branded. He's going to be dumping the Elbaz.
So I wanna just take a moment here and be like, wow, branded also making it to top 8 here.
Top 4.
Top 4, in
States.
fact, yeah, in States, in South Africa.
Oh, and yeah.
Similar upset upset, rogue, whatever you want to call it, to the Pearly earlier.
Yeah, this is, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people know these lines, but yeah, it's incredible to see this deck here. Yeah, he's been powering through all of these Mitsurugi matches and doing really, really well.
And this is definitely one of those where you can see going against the grain helps when you're a great pilot of a deck. Like,
exactly.
usually you see a 60 card list and you're like, I don't know. But Brandon seems to really favor it these days.
Yeah, so there he's going to sack Albion to summon Lubellion and place Lubellion, use of Lubellion's effect to place a branded card. We can assume it's lost, but it could be regained. Mirror Jade is live as well.
Interestingly, only running 1 Lubellion here.
Yeah, it looks like almost a completely 60 card pile with, I mean, a couple of multiple copies, but all virtually a Highlander deck. He's going to enter his end phase, and he's going to use Albion's effect.
So for someone who hasn't seen a branded board like this in a while, we've got quite a bit here, don't we?
Yeah, we got Grand Guignol, which can banish itself to special summon a Despia. Lulu Warlith is a great target. We've got Guiding Quem. As soon as anything leaves the extra deck, he can special summon a Despia from his grave. It looks like he set a... Is that a branded...
That would be banishment.
Banishments are very, very good, which is it's kind of like a super poly, just not spell speed 4.
Yeah.
Also, every single time he activates a card to fusion summon on Chainlink 1, the opponent cannot negate the activation with while branded losses on the field. He's gonna go ahead and crack the banishment now to target the Albion to fuse. And we're going to see a call by the grave to target the Albion. Very nice. That's going to deny Albion the white Albion dragon from coming down, which would have triggered a nasty series of chain links.
Yep.
He probably would have searched a Mercuria for a monster effect negates.
Definitely stopping those lines in their tracks.
Yeah.
And then going straight into that extravagance, part of extravagance at the start of his main phase.
This
Is
is
it 3
actually
or is it
part of
6?
extravagance this time.
Yeah.
So yes, it is indeed the first card in his main phase 1.
And
Pure not really caring about his extra deck so much. Goodness, I mean, even without, this is just such a gas opening.
Yeah.
I can't imagine an unsided deck climbing comfortably into this. He also does have Cartesia's quick effect to fuse. We're going to see a normal summon of a draw. Are we going to see that famous Typhon being summoned?
It seems to be the line we keep seeing on draws specifically.
Yeah. Draw Veiler if it's a hand trap.
Yeah.
Typhon's getting summoned. It's almost like that's the new meta play, you know. Your hand trap becomes your non-engine nowadays.
And Mitsurugi doesn't need the normal summon so much, so he's very much threatening something like a Typhon. And you can see Kevin has to really think and see, is he going to let this go through?
And Roberts checked his extra deck. He's seen what's in there, so he knows that he has plays. I think that Kevin was really, really banking on that banishment resolving, because that would have not only given him a branded loss search, but it also would have given him a Cartesia trigger and an Albion spec as well, which is all of it's crazy without using the Cartesia.
Oh wait, we're sitting. Are we not going for it? Did we accidentally banish the Typhon?
Was Robert trying to bait him into mirror jading the draw so that he doesn't have, I think he banished his Typhon with the extra,
and he might not have
was
checked
banking
it.
on it. Okay, what's going to happen now? He's going to start his Kevin's going to start his turn with a Lubellion. Oh, and we're just going to see a scoop from Rob. Show the brick regardless of the extra. Branded wins the first game of 2025 in top 4. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
No gimmick puppet, no problem.
Great opening board there. And Mitsurugi not yet able to crack all the way through it, especially with that, I suppose, unlucky Typhon banish. I'm assuming that's what happened here. Otherwise, he just saw the lines and he's like, no, if you're not going to mirror jade this, I don't actually have a play.
Exactly, and that looks like exactly word for word what happened.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the side decks. So going for Kevin's side deck.
He's got some spice here for all these light and dark decks.
Yeah, he's got some crazy stuff. So he actually, for burn, he is actually siding in a Masquerade, the Blazing Dragon. That's interesting.
Ah, okay.
And he is bringing in the World Chalice Guard Dragon fusion. It's very, very interesting card there. 3 copies of Droll and Lockbird, Dimensional Barrier. Droll and Lockbird probably going straight in.
Yep.
Different Dimension Ground probably going straight in.
I'm
Yeah.
interested to see Robert's
wait.
side in.
He wouldn't side in different dimension ground because he's probably going second. Yeah, so
Yeah.
probably the lightning storm. But yeah, let's check Rob's.
So on
side.
Rob's side, he has Bestials in the side.
Yo.
Perfect for removing your mid-combo grave pieces
Okay.
against the
okay.
branded player.
And he has harpies as well.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful.
And-
Especially when your opponent has like lost and all of that crazy stuff.
Yep. Of course, the Wosu, the kaiju of Bitsurugi, tribute your opponent's monster as part of the summon. Definitely a great piece of removal there.
Yeah, something that can clear. I know that if branded has the quick play engrave, they
Yeah.
can banish it to stop the board wipe.
Yes.
So if he does just mill the quick play, then he can just play around it. So I don't know if Rob's gonna have that at the back of his mind, but yeah, Rob's got some good stuff. Yeah, I think Rob's gonna be bringing in the heat as well.
I wonder-
And the Bestials are gonna put in so much work.
Yeah. One thing I've heard from players in this tournament today is that super polymerization has been quite a bane of people's existence here. And we can see Kevin mains it, and I don't think he would side it out here.
Yeah.
It would be great for some of his extra deck targets, and again for board removal.
Yeah. Yeah, Tariq actually lost to a super polymerization last turn, a last round from the same opponent, being a very, very powerful card, being quote-unquote spell speed 4, even though Konami
Yeah.
doesn't really have a word for that, but not being able to respond is pretty wow. Roberts set and pass.
Is this another bricky hand here?
What is going on? We have a
Okay.
branded in high spirits, and that's going to discard Elbaz. While he's going to pitch Elbaz, he's going to pitch Titaniclad, and that's going to be able to let him search a monster that mentions Elbaz or Elbaz himself. No, I think it is. Yeah. No, it is Elbaz. So he needs to search Albion. A lot of branded players do this to play around Ash. So he's going to go very nice. He's going to go Cartesia. If he can get the Albion onto the field, it can treat itself as Elbaz. But I think he just wants the draw. And then pitch. So he might either dump Retribution or Branded Fusion. Let's see what he does. The interesting thing is that he's not going. Oh,
Is that opening?
that is opening. So there's the board wipe protection.
What I'm also looking at with Kevin's list here is, I think, a bit of a preview of the future. With a lot of upcoming decks, maybe not relying as much on classic hand traps. Maybe taking Mulcharmy Challenge, as we'll now probably call it.
Yeah.
And not really much else in the way of hand traps. I don't see any in this list, actually, other than in the side deck as specific outs, like Duel.
Yeah. So here he can actually get back the branded opening here. He's summoning Grand Guignol. He's busy thinking about what to do with his Grand Guignol. He's actually going to dump the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. The
Branded Dragon.
Yeah, the Branded Dragon. There was also a play, like a world where he dumped Sarnia and used Sarnia to dump the Retribution, banish Retribution to get opening and play the opening.
Just attacking there with Grand Guignol.
But that's so patient. He's gonna get Albion effect, and he's gonna get Titaniclad effect. One of them got ashed. So either the Albion or the Titaniclad's resolving, whichever is the latter. He's gonna get the branded in red, and he's just gonna set it. Note that he does have the ad limited engrave, so he
Yes.
actually does have a target. This is very, very. I think it's good play from Kevin, just in case Robert didn't brick and he's sitting on like Nibiru and multiple hand traps.
It's a great dodge,
Very,
great
very.
avoidance.
Yeah.
Because if nothing, it forces him to wait another turn. And
Rob draws
exactly.
and passes again. And I don't know if the same trick is going to work now. I think, with the branded lost on the field, Robert's going to need some answers stats. He's going to play the branded in red. If he lets this branded in red resolve, he could end up having a Mercuria in his hand, ready for Nibiru.
And there goes
And
the Druis Worm.
Very nice. Druis Worm targeting the adlib, making sure that he stays alive. Very, very nice. Okay, so we did have a reactive hand, and he was waiting for Kevin to lean into it.
Exactly.
This is going to trigger Granguignol's effect, though, and be able to special summon a Despia from extra deck or main deck. He's going to choose main deck, and it's going to be Quem. Quem's going to activate on summon, though, and be able to dump any card that mentions Elbaz.
So what would the out for the Druis Worm here be? Or does he really need to worry about it at all?
I don't think he can just Mergate it, I think. Okay, so the reason why he dumped the Mercuria is to banish it with Magnamut to trigger the Mercuria to search a card that mentions Elbaz. This is such good play. This is really, really good play. I don't know if he declared Magnamut to search on the end phase, but it's important to remember that if he hadn't remembered. Kevin is playing incredibly well. Thinking about the search.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to reveal it.
Don't want to also overcommit.
Yeah. And he has decided on a Cartesia. Again, very, very patient. Playing multiple Cartesias is also very solid. He can special summon the Cartesia because he does have fusions in his graveyard. And he's using effect to fuse. And after this fusion, Lost is going to trigger, and he's not going to have any window to do stuff. Now, is Kevin thinking
Chaos
about
Star Source coming through?
Nice.
So he gets a 2 destructions.
Yeah,
off
so
the board.
Chainlink 1 to pop those two. Chainlink 2 Quem. Targets. Elbaz, very
Elbaz.
nice. And then I assume Chainlink 3 Lost? No, he's not even going to proc the Lost.
Yep.
Or did he use Lost already?
Destroyed. Jerusalem goes. What was that set card, I wonder?
Yo, did he just forget Lost? Okay,
But Jerusalem gets rid of the Star Source.
cool.
And
Yeah, just smack with Quem.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Is he going to remember his Magnamut search? Oh, the Elbaz is getting summoned. Okay.
1,000 life points left.
Sure. Yeah, because that's 25 plus 3k. Okay. So end phase, he's going to get Quem back. Then he's going to get High Spirits back because he didn't use High Spirits this turn. Very nice recursion. He's got 700.
What's that top deck looking like? Is that?
Did Kevin side in Masquerade? That is a question. Because if he did,
Set.
oh
One.
my goodness, we are playing Time Wizard formats in 2005 on the right hand side of the board, and we are playing 2023 but apparently 2025 on the left hand side of the board.
Okay, Impulse.
Ooh, and we see an Impulse. Okay.
Very
Okay.
metered play there. I mean, I think he drew that Impulse, but he's definitely not committed to putting all his interruptions in one go onto a player like Kevin there.
Yeah, I like how patiently he's doing this. He doesn't have to run away and obliterate his opponent into OTK and get Nabured and, you know, go for massive greedy plays. He's playing.
Both of them are quite metered here.
Yeah, he's Aliba. So here is a potential problem, because as soon as this Aliba resolves, yeah, so he can just go straight summon Mirror Jade, search Mercuria if he plays 2 copies, but it looks like, is he on 2 copies?
He has 2 Mercurias.
He has 2 Mercurias. Yo, this is... Kevin is proving himself a master branded duelist. I'm very impressed with the way that he's doing this.
I've been leveling up my Dragon deck collection, and this definitely inspires me to actually put more research and testing into branded as well.
It is such a... Branded is such an infinite world, I think, with the possibilities being endless.
And there we go.
A very swift
A
2-0
win
to
by
Kevin.
Branded.
So smooth and easy. Terrible bricks on Rob's part. Man.
It would have been amazing to see the intense battle with, with the proper Mitsurugi board going.
Yeah, I mean, Rob came into it with all the spirit of fighting Kevin with all that he had, but his deck didn't match him in that same spirit, and sometimes that happens. And that is Yu-Gi-Oh! That is obviously luck is an element into this game, and this time it wasn't on Robert's side.
The heart of the cards were with Kevin.
We will actually be seeing Branded in the finals of States 2025.
Amazing.
This is insane. I've lost words. All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching watching the semifinals. We will be back very shortly with the finals. Well, I mean, as soon as this next round ends, we do still have, as you can see, like 24-ish minutes on the clock, and we will be up with the finals up next, 2025. Let's go.